we're content that we got to the quarterfinals and we took a game off white. We feel like that wasn't good enough.
We looked at our problems. We're focusing on structure. We're finally building a roster that's really serious. I think that we can be a world-class team easily.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship.
TSM, the #1 seed coming out of North America. That's 2 kills for TSM.
Team Solomon takes down CJ Endes.
Worldly walking into a trap here. There's the surrender. Team Solomon are the Intel Extreme Masters World Champions.
Katowice, it was an amazing event, but our ultimate goal is win Worlds.
Hello and welcome to Week 8 of the North American LCS Spring Split. We're coming to you live from our studios here in Los Angeles, California. We've got an energetic crowd today, to say the least, looking for some great games and repping their team colors. There's some Cloud9 fans out there. Definitely, I'm sure, plenty of TSM fans. And Team Impulse, all smiles in their locker room. They'll take to the Rift first up in our first game of the day against Coast. Mash looking rather relaxed, and their new support, Kong Kwan, getting ready at his practice computer. And then Team Liquid, who are already in the building, getting in some practice time before they face off against Cloud9 in our second game of the day. Hello, I'm James Dash Patterson, and we are in for an exciting day of matches as teams look to make moves while the getting is still good. So sharing their smarts on the desk today, I've got Aiden Zyrene Moon, Joshua Jat Leesman, and David Freak Turley. Guys, it's good to be back in the studio after a week off.
It is. It's been a week too long. Thankfully, Aiden and I got to cast on Wednesday, so we're warmed up and ready, but it's going to be a bunch of fun games.
Yeah, only 2 weeks left in the North American LCS regular season as well. It's really speeding along. 4 games, so the teams that make their moves this week are going to be pretty big moves.
Crunch time, to say the least. Well, at the top of the pack right now is Team Solomid, who are returning to the NALCS with a big international win under their belts, taken first at IEM Katowice.
Woo! Yeah, TSM. Honestly, it was a really exciting tournament to see because it was the first time in a while, if ever, the TSM has found success in an international tournament. You'd have to look back like 3 or 4 years ago to the beginnings of League of Legends to see that.
MLG Anaheim 2012. CLG EU, Fnatic, Curse EU were there, and SK.
They did it.
Looked it up today.
Yeah, but it was a great performance, but the things they have to worry about now is a little bit of hangover from that event. Remember, that patch was 5.4 that they played on in Katowice. Other teams stayed home and practiced, got to play a lot more on the live servers, 5.5, which looks to be a very meta-bending patch. It could change a lot of things in the game, and they may be a little bit slow to catch on to some of those trends.
Yeah, and I don't know how much is going to be actual hangover from it, as it is going to be them trying new things and it just not working out. Because I feel like TSM at this point are very international competition focused team. They're looking at MSI, they're looking at Worlds and playoffs here. So what they're going to try to do is adjust to 5.5 and use the regular season as experimentation for them to just diversify their playbook in preparation for playoffs.
And actually, I'm really glad you mentioned MSI and looking to international competition, because now all the NA teams get to say, guys, we're in a strong region. North America's good at League of Legends, and now every team can look forward to playing at MSI, not as practice, but as furthering the fact that North America is actually pretty darn good here. And I want to see what it does to the teams that aren't TSM. Like what happens to CLG and Impulse and C9 and CLG to say, now we really want to win, so we can go beat up Koreans too. And that's going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah, basically IEM gave us a lot of more questions instead of answers that we were looking for.
Yeah. All right, well, definitely everyone's going to come out swinging. We do have a 3-way tie for 5th place, and there are still enough games for Team Dignitas and Winter Fox, who are tied in 8th, to claim one of the final berths. So, as Freak, you mentioned, teams are definitely going to be fighting tooth and nail these last couple weeks to make it to that playoffs.
Yeah, and I think one of the teams I'm most looking forward to in this final run is Winter Fox. So Glebe is back on the roster. Smart for them. They were 4-4 with Glebe. They were 1-5 without him. But 3 of those losses with Glebe was week 1 of Some Squad, and then against TSM and against CLG. These are pretty forgivable losses, and 4-4 looks like a pretty good record at that point. They're only 2 games behind that big tie for 5th place. And in fact, 2 of the games that Winter Fox plays are against Team 8 and Team Liquid, who are in that tie. So I expect these guys, if they do well, to actually make that surge and actually squeak into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it feels like Winter Fox is in a bit of a restoration mode. They're just trying to make sure they become a summer split team. I think that 4-4 with Glebe when they made the roster changes was because they thought they were in a good spot and that they could rise higher. The fact that that change massively backfired means they're going back to that middle of the pack team to hopefully become a middle-of-the-pack team again and stay in the LCS.
And I actually want to look at their opponent today. It's Team 8. So Slushy and Porpoise Pops have been stepping up constantly throughout the last couple of weeks here. And with 5.5 landing, it's not going to be on Calitroll solely to play tanks in the top lane, because it could come from the jungle on Porpoise Pops. So it frees him up to play carries, which he's seen a lot of success on.
I hope that happens.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Well,
We've been waiting for it.
To that point, teams this week are going to be playing on the 5.5 patch, and chief among those changes is going to be a series of adjustments that will impact who and how the jungle is going to be played.
Yeah, we've seen the European LCS being played on the 5.5 patch. They have typically slightly different jungle tastes than North American LCS, but some examples of what happened over there on the 5.5 patch. There was 0 Vi games, 0 Jarvan 4 games, our first Fizz match, our first Zac jungle of the split. Sejuani was banned 5 times, so a lot of differences there. And I think the test for the North American teams will be which jungle style do they want to play and how quickly can they make that happen. Because I do feel like the Cinderhulk junglers are definitely in for a large appearance, but you got to put more damage elsewhere on your team. You need to make sure you have that if you're running a tank jungler, and it's going to be an adjustment period, and how quickly can the teams do it.
Yeah, and what's cool about that actually is, as long as they played an Italy game, and I don't quite remember if they did, all 4 jungle enchants got bought last week or yesterday or so in the EU LCS. So like, all the styles of junglers
Strategic
are in the
diversity!
meta, like all of them. So I really want to see, who does craft the fun composition, who does make those leaps forward and fit a team that works with all the various champions you can play.
Yeah, and I like the idea of what you said, Jat, where changes to the jungle are going to affect the rest of the map, as you need to find adjustments in the other lanes in order to make the new junglers work. Well, and for those of you that were following the EU LCS, we did experience some technical difficulties that caused interruptions in our coverage of the Gambit versus Elements game, but we wanted to take a minute to give a special shout out to their Week 8 MVP from Unicorns of Love. It's Power of Evil. Now, he had a fantastic play on signature champions such as Syndra and Cassiopeia, helping to secure 2 critical wins in the middle of the table to secure a playoff spot. And in one of the wilder games we've seen in maybe ever, Power of Evil helped Unicorns secure their 2nd win over Fnatic this split. Now we're going to come back over to the NA, though, and pull up the standings. Starting the day in first place, it's Team Solo Mid. CLG is 1 game back in 2nd, and Cloud9 holds 3rd. Team Impulse had a big week 7 to claim sole possession of 4th place. Then sharing 5th, we've got that 3-way tie, Gravity, Team 8, and Team Liquid, each with 7 wins and 7 losses. Rounding out the standings, it's Team Dignitas and WinterFox tied for 8th, and Coast in 10th. We'll check back on those after our 5 games today, starting with Team Coast versus Impulse. Then Team Liquid will take on Cloud9, followed by TSM versus Gravity. That's all coming up, but now let's send things over to the guys on the caster desk to take us into the action.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Bislin III, and this is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. I think we're ready to start the week off.
Very ready. I'm still getting used to your beardless face, though.
It'll be back soon.
It's shocking.
We're already a few weeks in, like when the sequoias burn down, it grow back stronger. That's what we're aiming for. We're, however, going to set up for our first match as well. Team Coast versus Team Impulse. Kobe, this is a huge game for Coast, needless to say. A loss means the team is locked into auto-relegation. A win means they live to fight another day.
Yeah, and with all of that on the line, the team is fielding a new roster. Impaler and Sheep were moved over to Coast's sister team, Final 5, which are currently playing in the Challenger Series and are themselves trying to fight their way into the LCS. And they say that move was not a vote of no confidence in Coast, but it does definitely make their fight harder. Kwan is essentially switching spots with Sheep. He just recently joined Final 5 himself, and he did help the team secure their only wins of the Challenger Series. Meanwhile, WT Heaven is a brand new player to the competitive scene and was not previously playing on a Challenger team. For the new players, this is definitely a really good opportunity to get some exposure with the LCS fans and some really, really valuable experience on the LCS stage.
It's been a toss-up. We've had performers that came in like Keith, and then others that have just faltered because of the pressure of the stage. Even ManCloud himself had some trouble on the way back.
Number one thing, all the Coast players need to remember their runes.
That's right. They've got to work their work cut out for them, however, because they're facing Team Impulse. They have been taking down some of the top teams in the league, and as Kobe said last week, stealing their lunch money.
In the last 3 games, they did take down, first place TSM, they took down Cloud9, and they defeated Team Liquid to take 4th place for themselves. The team, they've really come together. They've shown a lot more team bonding, and they're looking to show stability now. So with the LCS switching to patch 5.5 and their opponents being pretty much new players here, Team Impulse, they have not really played against these guys. So I'm interested to see if Team Impulse and Rush specifically, how he will adapt to the new meta. I don't think that he's a guy that will stray away from those AD bruisers, so I'm more looking for how is Rush going to deal with the influx of tank junglers and play against them.
We'll see. Probably just play Lee Sin. Instead of focusing each game on how their opponents will play, Xiao Xiao says instead they work on perfecting their own game.
因为我觉得总的来说，这个赛季你不管是打哪一支队伍，你不可能是专门会研究为了援解救那支队伍而训练嘛？因为你训练只是为了提升自己的实力，而不是为了去打败某一支队伍。我们就不会在乎队伍的强弱以及是什么队伍，我们就会以提高自己的实力以及队伍的整体实力为目标去进行一些训练。
It's quite an interesting perspective on it because I'm sure a lot of teams would say you do need specific strats for a team.
Yeah, definitely a good philosophy just in life in general. Constantly looking for self-improvement there. Xiao Xiao.
So let's check out the starting lineup, see if this all helps as they get into the game. On the blue side to start off, it will be Team Coast. That's Chris in the top lane, WT Heaven now in jungle, ManCloud in mid, Mash at AD carry, and Quan that support.
And on the red side, it's Team Impulse. Up top is Impact. In the jungle, Rush. Mid, Xiao Xiao, AD carry, Apollo, and support, Adrian Ma.
And one thing that is kind of different with these teams and the problems that some of them faced is when we saw impacts, they were kind of worn on their sleeve. We saw that it was a few in Champion Select, and the team kind of expressed that. And then we knew that Rush was a little crazy, and it seems like since those have been shored up, these guys are a crazy team, right? Impulse just does whatever they want in the games. Compositions can be crazy. They get it. Coast, it's been kind of muddled. We don't really know what's causing it. They've done a lot of swaps. It's just not working on paper, and it's not working on the Rift form this time.
Well, let's see if it works out with the new roster here.
That's right.
Remember, Victor is disabled currently due to that visual bug that we found over in Europe. So no Victor all weekend. Already, though, big focus on the jungler. Sejuani is just ridiculously strong in the current patch with the current numbers that she has in her kit. And Lee Sin, obviously, you mentioned, that is specifically targeted at Rush.
Still getting it banned out there. He's actually had quite a few double jungle bans towards him throughout these games. So a great source of being able to get some focus out of the opposing team there.
Yeah, and he has only played these 80 bruisers. The Lee Sin, the Vi, the Jarvan, Rek'Sai. Those are the only champions that he has played. With already Lee Sin and Rek'Sai banned out here. Even Rengar's gone. Jarvan is nerfed with his armor being taken down this patch. So maybe we'll see the Vi from Rush. Or something, maybe he will embrace the tank junglers now. I don't expect it from him, but he could very well, play something like especially Nunu really strong with the new Cinderhulk item because he already gets extra HP from consuming camps. But there's so many options. Zac is very good as well, still up. Nautilus could even go for support. We've seen, there's just so many options right now on 5.5. Everyone's still trying to figure out the optimal setups here. And it's also changed the team fights quite a lot.
Ooh. We got a Gragas in the top lane here, and we're not watching Team 8 play. This is going to be probably for Chris.
Yeah.
Anything.
This is pretty funny because I've actually been talking to Impaler quite a lot because I met up with him in solo queue, and he's playing a bunch of jungle Gragas. So this could be a jungle Gragas, but he's not on the team anymore. So maybe he was talking to WT Heaven. It could be the top lane Gragas, as you said. We've seen it before already.
That's true.
Cali Trolls played in the top lane, but it is a decent jungle as well. He got base mana buff in the current patch, and he does have one of the few disengage ultimates coming from junglers. So let's see how it plays out.
Yep, and one of the very few times Impact's going to be able to get Rumble as well. I think this might be time number 3 for him. They've seen some good success on that previously. Graves as well for Apollo. He's been putting up some big numbers actually within the past few games. He's 15, 0, and 14 on that Graves, so huge numbers there. What will it be for Coast? Smiles on the faces still, keeping high spirits, looking for some W's.
I mean, really Coast's biggest asset right now is the element of surprise. Bringing in 2 new people. Mashme even was talking about he feels great with the new team. He feels like it's even stronger than they were before. So we'll see how they come together. Already a very beefy front line, and it looks like it will be the jungle Gragas that we will get to see here. So when there are so many tanks in the game, and both teams start getting really strong front lines, it actually changes the team fights a lot. And we get to see more choices during team fights. So I think it really does highlight team fight skill a lot more in the current meta. Because you have to make so many more choices between peeling and diving the enemy front line. Even within the team fight, there are multiple instances where you have to change your mind here. And like I said, Gragas with one of the few disengage ultimates is very beneficial because keeping your AD carry up nowadays is the main goal. If you can keep your AD carry up longer, you've got a much higher chance at taking the enemy team down.
Very, very true. We also saw the video recently from Doublelift that said, you know, he wasn't liking Vayne because you needed burst, because you needed that punch, he said. But with these tanks, you know, it wouldn't be surprised if we saw Vayne coming in some of these picks to chunk them down with Kog'Maw. However, the Nidalee and the Janna for Team Impulse, as we discussed a few other things, saw a lot of Nidalee over, I wouldn't say a lot, but still saw Nidalee, we should say, over in Europe.
Yep, so Team Impulse, they're going with the disengage, you know, long-range damage here. They've got the Nidalee, they have Rumble, both very capable of doing long-range damage to anybody who gets poked out. Yep. Janna for the disengage here to try and protect Graves. And now Janna, she is the premier disengage support, and we always talk about how she sort of, you know, counters hard engage, but really it depends on how hard the engage is. You can, if you bring a hard enough engage, then you can blow up Janna. You can.
Well, yeah. I was trying to think of who was playing the Hecarim. Luca, I believe it was a Luca we were seeing him play it, and he blew through a Janna ultimate. So you're saying that initiation, the whole team's ready and raring to go.
Things like Annie and Vi can blow her up. Let's take a look here, though. All right,
Cho'Gath getting locked in. Probably saw it a little bit before, but last night, King, Assassin from King played this as well in the mid lane.
Right, it could very well be a solo lane Cho'Gath, either mid or top.
Right.
Also, decent jungler, since we're mentioning all the flex positions, because his Feast does get half cooldown if you use it in the jungle as well, so you can stack it up there quicker. That also does work for that also does look for lane minions though, so it's not only a jungle buff. But yeah, AP heavy solo lane Cho'Gath puts out a substantial and surprising amount of damage. Plus, the silence is one of the biggest tools here. Yep. Very few silences are left in the game. With all of the nerfs to a lot of the assassins that were wielding silences, there are very few left in the game, and Cho'Gath has a very long and AoE silence. So if he can stuff Rumble or even Yasuo, if Yasuo gets locked up by a silence,
ooh. Awesome.
Bold pick here for Xiao. Oh, it looks like it will be Mandatory Cloud holding on. Ah, they're still swapping. All right, we'll wait on that. But yeah, Xiao has been one of the players to flirt with this Yasuo pick over and over. He doesn't, well, he can use Janna for the setup here, but it's pretty much going to be Xiao pulling off his own plays.
Interesting pickup for him. We'll see if that's what really the team had in mind. Maybe we can figure that out with the way they play it in-game. Xiao recently saying, you know, I kind of miss the old Yasuo. Maybe he'll show us some of that in his own style.
I mean, yeah, there were a couple of little buffs given back to Yasuo after he was nerfed too hard. But a lot of people a lot of people have been really, really hesitant to go back to the champion. And with so many bruisers here, we'll see if Xiao can take advantage of the movement here. Because if he does get stuffed by one of those silences, you can easily follow up, you know, Leona stuns with ruptures as well.
It's been a while. It's hard to push a Cho'Gath out of mid lane. It's like pulling your own hair out.
The
He just
sustain
keeps
is
coming back. All right, everybody. So head over to Twitter. Share your thoughts on this match. Send hashtag CSTWin or hashtag TIPWin to @LOL Esports. We will check in on the fan vote shortly, and we'll see if you were right or if you were wrong. Crowd is ready. The fans are cheering for who they want to win. It's Coast versus Impulse, and we are on the Rift.
Yes, we are. And this epic week of League of Legends continues with more and more diverse picks.
I like it.
North America continuing.
Cyrene hit it. The word strategic diversity. Achieved.
think that's been used enough.
At maximum capacity. Well, we're going to get all these words together today.
All right. Well, we do have Impulse grouping up here, so we'll see if they run into Coast. Defensive warding so far from Coast, and they haven't seen anyone so far from Impulse, so they'll be playing safer than usual. And, all right, so they did end up with the...
Oh. Ooh.
Ah, yee. Oh.
He's a big guy, but he can still tuck it in. Heaven Time gets out of there. Just squeezes by that Nidalee spear, and it looks like Impulse is going to get the wards they want. But nicely mirrored by Coast as they see this happening. They get theirs out, and the do-si-do over the early warding to figure out who's in what lane has been finished.
Yes, always a good idea to keep an Aurelia down. Chris's Aurelia banned quite a lot. Not as much as Cali Troll's Aurelia, but definitely one of Chris's more favorable champions.
Yep.
When they had one of their games that was closer to a win, it was on Aurelia versus COG. Almost took that one down. Interesting little maneuver down here. Even though both teams got deep wards, and they saw them coming down to lane. It will be standard lane setups. Jungler starting on the opposite sides. This will be very interesting because Rush on Nidalee. Definitely going to look for him to make some early plays here, whether it is invading or even just looking for lane harass.
We'll see how Heaven Time gets through this jungle. With Rush having all that sustain, he should be good to go, as you were saying. This lane in the mid as well. Definitely one we'll have to keep an eye on. 6-3 already here in CS as Mantrout is just Vorpal spiking into 3.
Yeah, I'm glad you point that one out because double melee champions in the mid lane with standard lanes for the junglers to have freedom.
Yeah.
I definitely expect mid lane to have ward priority for the early wards coming from the junglers, as well as some early visits. Down bottom, though, some aggressive start here from Quan and Mash.
I haven't seen too much of that Lucian here over in North America. Still forgiven given his hand on it, but that early game, just caster AD. It hurts a lot. Adrian's figuring that out. And level 3 here soon for Man Cloud. Xiao goes for a little bit of harass and misses, so you can see him just trying to keep down Man Cloud, but that sustain to the passive. It's almost impossible. They're just going to sit there and farm easy.
Yeah,
Miss it.
You can see him sitting inside the creep wave, constantly throwing out the Feral Scream to get harassed down on Xiao. Slowly whittle him down, gain that lane control. Cho'Gath also very easy to shove the lane with because those Vorpal spikes are constantly going to be doing damage to multiple minions.
He also has not leveled Rupture, so he's just going for that sure shot of the Scream to make sure Xiao's taking damage and the wave is pushed.
Yeah, the AP Cho'Gath, generally you max the Scream, whereas Jungle Cho'Gath generally maxes the spikes for the jungle clear. Here comes Rush, and there is the early mid lane focus from actually both junglers. Ward coming out there from WT Heaven, whereas Rush actually goes in for a little bit of harass, trying to support Xiao, help him shove that lane up, deal with the oppressive laning of a mid lane Cho'Gath. Xiao, though, obviously very focused on his last hitting as usual, up in CS versus Cho'Gath at the moment, as he shoves back the lane and returns to buy.
Oh. So knowing there's a ward.
No mid laner here for Rush. He should not take that fight, yeah. If Xiao recalls, it's very, very dangerous to even try and trade with Heaven Time. So cost him his flash. A little bit of miscoordination there, not making the move with your mid laner.
Oh, very nice Howling Gale to stop that. Apollo could have taken quite a bit of damage. And we have a top lane tussle here. Chris taking a few harpoons. Be one more overcharged auto attack. Heaven Time will control on the Scuttle Crab. We'll see if Impact makes a move off of this one. He's just playing aggressive.
Rush is recalling too.
Don't think he's going to be able to change it just yet. Chris is low on mana, so he can only offer auto attacks here. Really, it looks like they're going to get first blood out of this. Jungler did back the flash, however, making sure that they used all gap closers first before he does so.
Yeah, and they had to wait on cooldowns, or they both decided to flash for that to try and get first blood. No cooldowns though. Don't want to just flash and sit there auto-attacking. So early moves here for WT Heaven. Looking pretty good.
Finally got that rupture, clears the shield, and still getting some nice damage on. Level 6 for this. Could be big. Xiao is actually running barrier, so that kill potential is a little less here onto ManCloud as Mash and Conquan head back to lane. Overall, the early part of the game, good on both junglers to get a little bit of pressure. Flashes have been blown only to that top side, so it may be a return here for WT Heaven.
Yeah, both top laners using their teleports to get back to lane, so we will not see those early game teleport plays down bottom around Dragon. So the junglers now can feel safer to gank whichever lane they please. Thing you always have to have in the back of your mind is the top laner teleports for your early game ganks, but both of them should have called that those are down now. Impact with the early level 6 here. He does have Equalizer available.
Get the flash out. He says, if I don't have mine, you don't get yours. And he forces Chris back quite quickly. You're talking a bit about how Chris had a pretty good game on Aurelia. That's when the team focused him quite a bit. He was able to get out, really dodge out on the fact that they kept putting resources to that top lane. So it's good that they kind of leave him to the wayside. Impact can do what he wants. Actually had Rumble against Coast last time, so he knows this dance.
Yeah. Now, Impulse able to eke out a decent CS lead in the early game. Their gold advantage is pretty much all just from CS at this point, as far as the laning phase goes. But that's very, very minimal. There's an increased importance on team fighting, especially mid and late game now in the new meta, as we talked about. And when we do get towards that phase, as we mentioned, there's 4 melee champions here for Coast with this this dog pile composition that they decided to build, which generally has kind of a hard problem time versus Janna. But the thing is, Cho'Gath has a lot of range with his abilities, and ManCloud is going early AP. And then Gragas, as we said, can split up the enemy team. So if they can catch somebody out and just dogpile on one person when Impulse are split up, might be able to pull it off, because you can relocate Janna with the Gragas ultimate.
That's true.
And try and take someone down while they're isolated.
Sue has the better displacement or replacement, if you will. 8 minutes on, Dragon looked to be uncontested here. Heaven's coming out of base to go for his red, and Impulse make that move to head down. Good control. No teleport's going to be coming from the top lane. We knew that before. Impact again going hard onto Chris.
Equalizer on cooldown. Gaining a large amount of lane advantage here. Impact definitely bullying Chris up in the top lane.
Starting to see a discrepancy in the bit of the CS there, as well as the jungle rush is making sure to continuously hit those camps over and over again. The lanes, they seem to be calling that they're okay, so he doesn't have to approach too many times. That first Dragon's going to allow them to kind of sit a little bit, get these lanes farmed out even more.
Cloud. Pretty good exchange there, because he'll be able to sustain up much easier than Xiao. Xiao has gone early Vamp Scepter, though, to try and match sustain. Again, though, mid lane focus here from Jungler.
And we do see Skirmisher Saber here on WT Heaven.
Oh, he got it.
Could hit
got
it.
Ulti.
Will he lock it down as well? That's going to be the ultimate from Xiao, but he just dashes and flashes. Gets himself to safety. That barrier comes up pretty nicely for him there.
All right, ManCloud using his ultimate on Xiao is going to slow down the stacking because you do not get that refund. But he's already got 3 stacks already, so he's growing.
He's getting there.
Just fine.
Gotta eat your vitamins and your Xiaos. See if Rush can get his hand here in the pie.
Snuck in.
He throws one. That's going to be a nice hit onto ManCloud. The rupture's close, but he dodges left.
There it is.
Xiao said, wait a minute. I was trying to get in on that too.
No assist for Xiao, but more curious is no flash blown from ManCloud. He had his flash the entire time, could have flashed either spear, to be honest, and decided to hold on to it. Now the jungle invade after the successful gank here from Rush, and pretty much a solo plays here from Rush. Now he used his ward to see if the blue was up, so he doesn't get to use his ward to see if Heaven Time's there, or WT Heaven, excuse me.
I did it too. I did it too.
And able to get the steal off anyway.
That was a spot on Solar Flare onto Apollo, but it does not look like he matters. Getting the sun out of his eyes, still able to fire back. The trade pretty much in the favor of Coast there, but it doesn't look like they want to go in just yet with that ult being down again. 10.5 minutes in. Things not really panning out just yet for either team, but it looks like Impulse is set here to continue this slight lead with that first Dragon.
All right, Rush continuing to look for some moves. He just left the pink ward as Chris went aggressive. So a bit suboptimal timing there. Let's see if Chris goes for another one, though. Rush is now in the area. Oh, he hopped the wall already.
Oh! Body block by Minion.
Rush is getting frustrated here. He was just barely in the wrong position both times that Chris went aggressive. He was expecting to push in here. Let's see if they can still get it, though. Gragas is on the way.
They luckily have quite a bit of time here to mess with this, even though they've been here already for quite some time, and I think they need to stop. This is exactly what we talked about before. Chris being very slippery in these situations. They are going to be able to get it. And they did pull ManCloud out of mid lane.
I like the dodging 2 minions there for Chris, but the stun, it looked like he panicked a little bit and stunned before anyone had even gotten tower aggro. So his Equilibrium strike there on cooldown for when the actual dive took place. And without the Equilibrium strike, not able to buy enough time for Gragas to arrive. Just barely too late. Big early lead here for Team Impulse, and that is 2 kills on the jungle Nidalee. We have really seen these jungle Nidalees just take off in the mid game as well. Rush with a very good early start here. Now he's got a huge mid-game spike with the jungle item completed plus Zork shoes.
Looks like Cinder Hulk as well for that Skirmisher Saber for WT Heaven, and we were wondering, would Rush go tank? Would Rush go with what's been happening?
Exactly. Like I said, I don't really expect him to go for the tanks, but Nidalee is something new as well. So he is doing something we haven't seen from him before in the LCS yet. Definitely has put the time in to practice the champion, though, as we can see. And we'll see, one of the other big things about Gragas is the percentage health damage that he does have makes him pretty good in the current meta, but there's not anybody on Impulse that is going to stack health. So, won't help as much as you would think. Cho'Gath, though, with the true damage ultimate, definitely will be a huge boon for them if they can get one of these team fights going in their favor. And it will have to be one of those comebacks for Coast.
Morello Namakana from him on Cho'Gath. That's going to be nice to keep the heals down, if necessary, from some of the champions. But this gank on the bottom lane, I was wondering what Impulse would do with that knowledge of WT Heaven here. Looks like they keep the pressure on the bottom lane, because we saw Coast is trying to go hard towards that red buff. Looks like they actually got impulses during this.
Both junglers attracted by the low turret here. Looking to make some plays.
They can. 30 seconds onto Dragon. It's a good spot still for Rush to be. He doesn't really have to go anywhere just yet. Looks like he's going to grab Wolves, and they'll hover around this area. Teleport's going to be up. Might see a pretty big fight coming out of this one. The Equalizer is there, and Chris just used his ultimate, I think, to push this wave.
Oh, here goes the play.
Heyo, flash on to Adrian. Still has the ulti that pushes Conquan back actually into the fray. Teleports at the same time. Neither are stopped, so we're going to get a good one. The Battle Royale in the bottom lane. Oopsie. Equalizer goes down a little short of what it needed to be. Still able to pick up the kill in the scraps. A few more on this one. They scrub that one down. Conquan gets hit up, and it looks like Chris will not be able to get out alive. The turret gets hit. Great focus by Impulse to make sure that they didn't get tunneled in on the kills there. They come up with 3, and nobody goes down.
Ooh, yeah. Definitely looked like the members of Coast were still working on their communication during that defense of the bottom turret. And Impulse do not give you time to work that out. Gragas ultimate going down and then trying to sort of still go aggressive. But that bought time for Rush to arrive, and they just annihilated them as soon as he got down there. So it's going to be a really rough comeback for Team Coast. When you do have the 4 melee, it's a very hard team to make a comeback on unless you have like Sivir as your AD carry and you're able to chase people down. But here it is. So the double teleports come in. Coast do have the extra man advantage, but there's disengage, and Chris goes offensive right after it and have time getting caught right there. Rush able to land the spear. and destroy him with that mid-game spike that we saw after the early 2 kills here for Rush. Ridiculous damage, and the turret, good focus there from Adrian. And the ball finishing off the turret to save Impact.
They were like, Impact Flash, noob. No, they're just kidding. So they cleared out wards. Whoa! Conquan says, I do not have a stop button. There is only go. Pedal to the metal. Let's keep it up. Impact's going to get blown away on that one. Was it Heaven saving him? The turnaround. One last shot. How deep is Apollo going to go? They're trying to stand in front and save for Chris here. All those Transcendent Blades, however, are going to fire through. You can't block them. They do get them out. Oh! Yeah, that's the scary thing for an AD carry. You're playing against Xiao Xiao, and you're playing against the Yasuo, so we're going to get to see that again.
Yeah. We'll see how Xiao Xiao takes off in this game. Because he's facing so many tanks as well, he's going right into the Blade of the Rune King after his Shiv.
Yeah.
So he will have no problem dealing with Cho'Gath or Gragas. Yeah, I don't know. This looks really, really difficult for Coast to make the comeback this time around. Impulse playing really well so far. And the Dogpile, they almost caught out. All right, let's take a look at the solo here. Xiao Xiao just, I feel like he was just kind of baiting Mashmi right there. He's like pretending to lag into the minions or something. Just like walks right up into melee range.
Oh, I was watching the blue fight. I'm actually fighting someone myself.
Maybe they were both watching the upper river right there. I feel like both of those guys were not really paying attention.
I'd love to think so, because I know I do.
But yeah, you know, Coast, they did make one pick up there, and they started to get the Dogpile on. But again, another Gragas ultimate that did not really land where they wanted it to. Actually gave Impulse some extra range, and they weren't able to really pull it off. So the Gragas really difficult to pull off with the ultimate and coordinate with your team, and not working out so far with Coast.
That's one of the things. We haven't seen Gragas in a while, and while people have been practicing him, that ultimate is not a for sure, hey, this is going to be successful for the team. It can actually mess things up quite a bit. So if that continues to happen, it only hurts the team more and more.
Yeah. Looks like Impact, once he gets his sneaky push grab here.
Popped up, Zephyr down, exhausted as well. They give Chris the treatment in the top lane, which is going to be another turret. And it looks like Impulse continues to extend their lead and their choke build here on the map. That Blade of the Rune King finish for Xiao Xiao as he comes out of base, and he might even get there in time to save bot, as Impulse themselves grab the top lane of Coast.
Yeah, it's a rough early showing here from the new guys for Coast, but they're facing a Team Impulse that's on the rise. A Team Impulse that's looked better and better each week of the North American LCS. ManCloud now taking turret aggro while Xiao Xiao goes 2 versus 1.
Why not?
In comes Impact as well. He's got the slow. They're dead.
Fight. Blade of the Rune King slow onto Conquan. The equalizer goes down. A nice turnaround fadeaway rupture there coming from ManCloud, but he did have to flash to get himself to safety, so they're losing more ground every minute here.
Yeah. At this point, Impact and Xiao Xiao, even without ultimates, can push up with confidence.
Drone team now.
Blade of the Rune King is completed for Xiao Xiao. Even if the tanks had gotten tanky at this point, wouldn't be much of a problem.
Gonna miss out on that spike for quite some time here on Chris. He's a little short on gold, so the Triforce won't be mid-game power for them.
Yep.
Things are weighing against Coast. Even the pressure on their jungle here. Adrian as well. Looks like they may have actually, no, that was Rush's red buff. They go in, Chris is hurt. Heaven could be losing that blue over to somebody from Impulse here, but it looks like they may not be able to follow. They, however, always running for the hills right now, and Impulse need to keep this strong play up. Doing very well.
Oh, he got caught. He's dead.
That's what happens when you try to go too many times. Give the other team an opening, and that is going to be a 4-kill shutdown going over to Mash.
There's still no equalizer. They got to catch him.
Mashmi's Infinity Edge is there. He's also got sword. Get a little more crit out of that.
All right.
Apollo could go down as
another
well.
one?
I'm confused as why Tip is still staying in these fights right now. They're losing people, and they're trying to get the retribution kills, but just losing more.
Yeah. We'll chalk that one up to hubris. They did use their ultimates already, so no equalizer meant that the jungle fight, not as bad as it could have been for Coast. So really good comeback, and we saw there Cho'Gath, multiple silences, good couple ruptures as well. Dear. Oh, good equalizer, but man, right into the AP Cho'Gath. Chris lives. What a comeback here on the way for Coast. They're still almost 7,000 down though, so long ways to go. But you see the inklings of what they're trying to do here. Cho'Gath did get a good silence onto Xiao, able to stop him for a while there. And they do want to use the feast on him as well. Anytime you're up against melee carries.
Yep.
Great little combo from Cho'Gath. Problem is, they're going to have to deal with a lot of other threats because Impact almost as is Zanya's done. Dragon stacking up obviously here for Rush and Team Impulse. Let's see if Heaven Time can pull off a steal. Or WT Heaven.
I know what you mean.
Dang it.
Everybody knows what you mean. And Heaven Time thanks you. He's gonna get a lot of publicity.
Yeah, shout outs to Heaven Time.
So they try for the steal, does not go down. The counter goes to 3. It'll go to 5, drop to 4. That's how we'll see that working throughout the game. And then go back to 5 if a team does grab Aspect. Baron is up and alive, but it's not even really on the board for Impulse to require to continue the pressure in this game. When Impact went to the mid lane, yeah, he died, but they still stopped Coast from getting any turrets, any map pressure, and I think it might have been worth it.
Yeah, I mean it's a pure comeback game here for Coast.
Yeah,
which are very difficult, but they have experience trying to do them. Impact here, looks like Chris is completely cornered, so see how long he can make them chase for. Not very long. Buys him enough time for a turret takedown, though.
No! Almost too early. He had to dash through. He'll get a next
Bought
time.
himself a couple extra seconds of camera time, though. Every second counts.
Did you see the Braum one? The Braum one's good. The one online. It's good. Check it out.
All right.
Not right now. Watch
LCS. Let's this Baron, because Baron is really the great equalizer.
Oh. That's scary to do even when a team has that scuttle.
Yeah, they immediately run away. Now you gotta back off. You could contest Baron, maybe hope for a miracle team fight to come out, but definitely don't want to contest the blue buff there. Xiao already having dealt with his lane opponent down bottom, able to easily clean up the turret.
Yeah. So looking back at how everything panned out, a quick glance at CS. Lanes winning, each one for Impulse here. Xiao now 238 over 219. He's actually 1.5 thousand gold up on ManCloud.
3 people. Let's see if he can handle 3. You can handle a single Cho'Gath.
Still got barrier, so there's a slight play to be made here.
All right, stun is charged up. Let's see what he does with it.
Oh, he goes for mash. That's going to be the hit. He's got to do it again. He used the dash to get through Heaven, and he will be back. That's the ultimate that could save his life.
Game.
That's the Solar Flare. He's going to dash back through, but he doesn't have enough time. Chris locks him down. Equilibrium. Everything that he has, he closes down on the blades. We got a big push on Apollo here in the mid lane that ManCloud is trying to stop as well. And it looks like he's going to be able to grab the turret before Cloud gets there. That shield is now down on these turrets.
Get another 1v1 here, Riv. Come on, Apollo, take this. Oh. Come on, outplayed.
Dodge the shout. That's most of the damage there. Good dash. True grit. Quick draw. He's going to be able to get him to safety and the turret as well. So the team now has control over the bottom of the map. Coast kind of scrambling here to make up for this.
Yep. They really just need to make some picks. That's really the only way to get back in this one. You know, catch Team Impulse split up. Maybe if Impulse keep on splitting and looking for those 1 versus 1s, Coast can turn the tides by bringing extra members and cheating. Team game, not cheating.
This is going to be good. Overall, for what Impulse has coming up, they look for Winter Fox and Dignitas. So imagine them having these 3 wins going into their game against CLG.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're looking for is consistency. They've beaten so many of the top teams now. Also taking down the bottom teams with relative ease here is a good sign. Let's see how cleanly they finish it out. So far, not too many big mistakes here. Once they're so far ahead, they haven't gotten really too lazy yet.
Right.
Let's see, because they can easily group up and take down the 5v5. Xiao continuing to go solo here, though. And he gets 100%ed. This is
oh wow,
the
they still
road
want to go
back
for
to
this.
victory here for
Pretty
Coast.
big damage from ManCloud.
They need Gragas to head up here. They do have numbers advantage now. Equalizer down.
Half health just from the equalizer. Master, he's forced into the middle of the fight immediately. Impulse closes in from both sides and gives Coast 0 exits. It's just going to be a matter of time before they're able to find the kills.
Chris running for the hills. They've got him on the run now.
Heaven comes in right into the middle. Not taking too much just yet, but once they get the focus on, he's immediately down to half. Impact's now a little too far forward. Coast is trying to micro themselves in and out at the right times, but Impulse just has their eyes set on the right target each time they do it. A minute on to Dragon, and that pretty much frees things up for it.
3 for 2 for Coast, plus they got the teleport down from Impact. They will definitely take that trade. Chris tried to use his teleport as well, though, to escape, I believe, up when we lost him off camera, and he was trying to make an escape into Impulse territory. He was caught, though, so teleport's equalized. And now he's looking for the mid lane dance-off with Apollo. Apollo's scared, though. He's not going to step up.
Chris is just chilling. He's all relaxed.
Chris wins the dance-off, at least, after the team fight.
That looks fun. So Xiao back
Yasuo is definitely one of the most fun-looking champions.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
It's either like the wave dies immediately and you see all the gold, or you get to do something like that.
Yeah. When played well, Yasuo and Kalista, probably my 2 favorite champions to watch.
Yeah.
Kind of sad that Yasuo is not as popular as he once was. I saw the thing after, you know, Katowice as well. The Korean solo queue. They don't like Yasuo so much that sometimes they will even AFK when someone picks it. That's very sad.
No.
Very sad to me.
Nobody AFKs.
All right. See, another turret here for Coast. Another stepping stone. On the way back into the game here.
They've gotten a bit of a surge. It hasn't taken them too much time to get this back, but it has also been Impulse with their eyes focused on other things. Number 4 means you're pretty close to number 5. That's
also
consecutive.
There's a Righteous Glory on Janet here. So Janet's going to lead the way with the Righteous Glory, and with the rework for her passive, she'll actually give more move speed to the rest of the team trying to catch up.
Yeah.
Let's see if Impact or Xiao can pull something off, because they're both going for solo kills here. Cho'Gath under fire. Down bottom, chases him right out of the lane. Mandatory Cloud does not want another 1 versus 1.
They're doing a really good job at sticking with the strategy. They haven't stopped the split push. They're not just trying to group around one turret and take it down. Always making sure that Coast is spread thin. As a team, we saw in the jungle, Coast was able to scrap back a few of those kills during that fight. So as long as they keep them apart, the tank on the bottom side with Xiao,
yeah,
they'll be all right.
The thing is, they're really running out of time here, because Impulse Rush is one of the most diligent timers of keeping timers of pretty much everything in the game. Of all junglers I've ever seen or played with, Rush literally times everything. Both summer spells. Oh, let's see here.
Ooh, the crit hits. Collateral damage is not enough, even with the execute there. Whoa! Xiao running a marathon down mid lane. Not even looking before he leaps. Gets a kill for himself. Impact with a nice equalizer, but it looks like they aren't able to get through the choke point themselves. Oh, the spear just missing. They'll be able to get the kill, though. Apollo picks that one up. Gotta watch the Impact does not get eaten alive here by ManCloud in the jungle, but they're still fighting everywhere. They're gonna have pressure top.
Yep.
Looks like they're actually gonna focus it all mid, though.
Looks like we won't even get to the 5th dragon. The stacking up, and the timers will matter. Aha. As Impulse turn around for Baron, just gonna grab the inhibitor and get every neutral buff. Should be able to take that with ease. Teleport is back up, so you know the desperation play from Coast is available. They could just rush in here, hope for something glorious to happen. Not going to be able to pull it off, though. The teleport was pulled, so they looked for it. They're still looking for it.
Fight coming in. Look out. Chris heads up top. ManCloud, they're going to get out. All right, Heaven with the hit, but they're all getting choked. Where's the rest of the team here? It's not going to be Conquan able to follow. The solar flares off from the side. Heaven going to go down as well. And
that should be game.
Hitting up the Baron, they're going to go ahead and run down the mid lane.
Yeah, man, what a dominating performance from Impulse this game. just crushing it. All right, Baron buff. Should be able to run straight in.
Great play all the way through, start to finish. The lanes matched up. We haven't seen it in a while, so we were wondering where the pressure from the jungle would be. It came from Rush. He had the first blood. Now Impulse is going to put the finishing touches on this game. 20-8, 21-8 as they start to finalize a few more kills. Take a little longer than they should to take down the Nexus Kobe, but playing with your food is something we all did at one point. And it is going to be Impulse taking down Coast. Strong play from Rush in the jungle. You know, there was a lot of criticism in the beginning of the year, but to be in a category of severely improved, I think Rush falls into that category.
Definitely. He's definitely a guy that theory crafts a lot and thinks about the game during his off time. So no surprise really that he will be able to adapt to a fairly large patch pretty quickly here. So congratulations to Team Impulse, and rough go here for Team Coast in the North American LCS. I believe they are officially 10th place, locked in, and they cannot move further up the standings.
That is a 9-6 for Impulse. We talked a little bit about what they are facing in Winter Fox, which they did not win that game in week 4. Dignitas, Team Dignitas, and Counter Logic Gaming are their next 3. So looking towards the top of the standings for Impulse is definitely the way to go. I mean, every team is doing that.
Oh yeah, playoffs quickly approaching. Everybody in the top half of the bracket here. Game face is on. Looking to jockey for positioning during the playoffs.
Definitely improving their skill and kind of showing in that composition as well. They didn't play for a composition that Coast brought to the table. They played their composition, as Xiao Wei said in the beginning of the game. We'll play what the strategy we came to town with.
Yeah.
Not what we think is going to beat the other team.
Yeah, and it was a lot of just individual outplays for Team Impulse.
Right.
So, they pretty much just took whatever they wanted and were able to pull off solo plays. I'm very interested, actually, in
what are you interested
in Xiao Xiao's champion pool, because during the top versus the top teams, he's gone back to Karthus very often and hard farming champions. And we haven't seen too much variety from him. Although we are seeing different things like Yasuo and stuff, we aren't seeing him use that successfully versus the top teams. So I want to know if top teams do ban out or target his Karthus.
That's true.
What will be their
looking at his other picks, like obviously you have the Xerath, which is safe, but the other ones aren't for sure. Is like we've seen a lot of Lulus lately. You know, Lulu LeBlanc is really good. You push, you do whatever. He's also had some Ezreals, but again, then you have to run the double AD. So they're not what you see from other laners. His Orianna doesn't really do huge things for the team either. So the champion pool might be cut a little bit as they approach the playoffs. Right now, we do have Dash and Chat, however, standing by at the telestrator to walk us through Team Impulse's win.
Thank you, Riv. Yes, a win there for Impulse, and I have to say, it kind of played out as expected.
Pretty much. I mean, we have to keep in mind, Coast is a 1-14 team now, potentially the worst team we've ever seen in the LCS in comparison to the competition. Impulse as well was on this big high note after the first 2-0 week, and they were looking a little bit overconfident coming in, laughing around. Maybe the Yasuo pick, is that a real pick for Xiao Xiao, or did he just want to play it? But none of that ended up mattering because they were so dominant in this game, and Coast was unable to punish them.
Yeah, had to redeem himself after that loss on Yasuo earlier in the split. Yeah. Anyway, though, I want to jump into our first clip where we're going to go to the top lane. We're going to look at the tower dive that Impulse decided to follow through with. Yeah. We're going to set it up here with kind of the 1v1 that they have in the top lane prior to this. But it essentially, it kind of accentuates, one, the aggression that Impulse had. In that they felt free to do whatever they want around the map.
I think that's the most important thing, is the freedom that Impulse had and the inability for Coast to punish this over-aggression. I mean, we look at the map right now, and there is nobody on that mini-map that is even close. Literally, the other 4 members of Coast are on the other side of the map. So from a communication perspective, if Coast wants to punish this or get away from this, Chris has to get out of there. And he has his teleport up. So let's just actually roll this clip and show the opportunities he has to get away. So first off, they don't see Rush, so it's not that big a deal. He's just kind of doing his own thing, but he knows he has absolutely no support. So he's backing away from the jungle. Rush is plotting his gank, and he takes his sweet time with this one. He hops the wall, blah, blah, blah. Here's the thing. He misses the spear. At this point, Chris, get out. Leave. You have no backup. When that spear misses, he has another window. He can teleport before the next spear would get him, and he could go. But once he waits past that point, he's dead.
Yeah. Even so, this whole time, he could still be DPing.
And here's where the break in communication happened for Coast, because after he is already dead, Cho'Gath and Gragas start roaming up on the minimap. But it's all too late. So not only did they have no presence there, Chris could not escape, and then they waste time for coming up, which to Impulse makes that seem like a worthy play. Yes, they got the kill, but Rush threw 3 or 4 spears. It should have been an escapable gank as well, and he wouldn't have had time after counter-jungling that. Like, that shouldn't have been a benefit for Impulse. Against a good team, that will not result in a positive play, but it did, and it's one of the things that kind of snowballed this game out of control.
All right, yeah, the opportunity there for them to put pressure elsewhere on the map definitely existed for the side of Coast. They didn't follow through on it.
Yeah.
Now, with the kind of mistakes that come into play when we're looking at a team like Coast, right? This is a normal thing or a regular thing with them, right? Where they're not capitalizing on opportunities. Sometimes what I've noticed is that it can have a negative effect on the opposing team and the way that they play, because they fall into some of the traps of not being punished for their mistakes.
I think this is going to be really interesting, like for the next game, when Impulse ends up playing their next opponent. They play Winter Fox tomorrow, a game that they should end up winning. But the thing there is teams are really bad record-wise games after they play Coast. We actually have another clip here on the Telestrator to show how sloppy they were playing, quite honestly. They were going full solo queue in a sense. Disrespect. This is like Rush rank 1 solo queue posturing when he's completely dominating the game. And everyone else also doing that own thing. Was in the middle of the game here.
Yeah, so we're going to pull that up, and we're going to take a look. This is about 20 minutes into the game in the bottom side jungle, and the result here was definitely positive for Coast in terms of a kill, getting some kills back. But when you look at everything that took place here and the amount of overstepping that Impulse did in order to donate these kills over, it's a little absurd.
Yeah, we can get right into this one. Just watch what Rush is doing here. Remember, he is a tier of the goddess Nidalee. He has no real tank stats outside of this, and he is just daring people to go in on him. Yes, they pushed him back, but then at this point, he's throwing spears. He's in front of everybody. No one is close. Leona could turn around, kill him at every moment. If Cho'Gath lands one spell, he's dead, and lo and behold, they actually lock him down. And look what happens. He disappears. And then the problem with this is, normally, after that happens, your team runs away. But Impulse is playing with such overconfidence that they say, nah, we got this. We can stick around. We can continue to stay in. And eventually, it is punished by Coast. But it took that much of a misplay in order for Coast to actually start turning that around. And once again, against the better teams in the LCS that Impulse needs to be ready to play against, that can't happen. And when they can get away with things like this on the LCS stage, I think it sets a bad precedent for them overall when trying to become a top-tier team. So, that's frankly a little bit disappointing from Impulse that they made those mistakes against such inferior opposition. And they need to clean that up for the rest of the LCS season.
Exactly, yeah. Looking at tomorrow and the fact that they're in that playoff race for positioning, they definitely need to clean things up and do a little bit better. Now with that loss, Coast is officially eliminated from the playoffs. So we're going to pull up the standings and take a quick look at those just so everybody can get a little picture at home. That is a win for TIP, which bodes well in terms of their playoff race. They definitely needed to secure that. But
they're going to be going, there's still a small chance that TIP could rise even farther in the standings. Coast completely relegated to the Challenger Series, 1-14. At this point, they're just going to be trying to play spoiler on teams. I did like their pick and ban risks this game, to be honest.
I have to say, it was nice to see the Cho'Gath, and the Cho'Gath actually performed decently in lane, but again, it was team errors, map-wide. Anyway, we are going to take a break while Team Liquid and Cloud9 prepare to face off in our second game of the day. Don't go anywhere. The NALCS continues after this.
All right, guys. I know we're on a loss streak, but there are people out there who believe in us.
Okay, we can win.
We can win!
Teleports at the same time, neither are stopped, so we're gonna get a good one. The Battle Royale in the bottom lane. Impact's gonna get blown away on that one. Was it Heaven saving him? The turnaround, one last shot. How deep is Apollo gonna go?
Careful. Okay, careful though.
Rumble's here. Q2. This guy.
I got TP behind him. Go. TP behind him.
This guy.
Coming.
Yeah, no barrier.
I got him.
I'm on Graves. I'm on
Yeah,
Graves.
Heaven with the hit, but they're all getting choked. Where's the rest of the team here? It's not going to be Conquan able to follow the solar flares off from the side, and it is going to be Impulse taking down Coast. If you've been hankering to see the pros in person, head over to lolesports.com and reserve your spot in our studio audience. And tickets are now available for our upcoming LCS Spring Playoff semifinals. Just click the tickets link for all the details. And we are readying the rift for our next match. It is Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Both of these teams have had flashes of brilliance this split, you could say, but have not been able to turn that into consistent performances yet.
Yeah, Cloud9, they're usually a really composed team, but at IEM Katowice, they came out and their first game, they made quite a few reckless moves, and they showed a lot of desperation when I don't think they really needed to. And Cloud9, they've been so good for so long that it's really been hard to whittle down the team's morale, but the cracks are starting to show after some really tough back-to-back losses. I hope that they can keep their composure now, you know, playing back on their home soil, and on a new patch, really where they thrive, innovating stuff right when the game changes.
See if the notebook comes out big here. Meanwhile, Team Liquid were on a bit of a hot streak, upsetting the #1 team solo mid, but they ended Week 7 going 0-2 against Team 8 and Impulse, who we just saw.
Yeah, despite the setback, I Will Dominate says that the team's environment is the best that it's ever been. Plus, with 5.5 shaking up the metagame, I think that this may be the time for Team Liquid to shine. Dominate has always been a huge fan of Nunu specifically, who did get a pretty big buff with the release of Cinderhulk, and it would inherently move his playstyle, more towards that support peel styling jungle. And enable him to buff up whichever AD carry they decide to play with, either Piglet or Keith, which this time around is going to be Piglet.
It is going to be Piglet. So let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Liquid. That's Quas in the top lane, Dominate in the jungle, Phoenix in mid, Piglet at AD carry, Nick Special at support.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls. In the jungle, Meteos. Mid to high, AD carry Sneaky, and support Lemon Nation.
And as we look to get into this game, something I thought was funny the other day when I was thinking it is like Easy Hoon and FLICKR switch out all the time. And like people switch in NA and we're like, whoa! People are switching in NA. But I think that puts a lot of pressure on the guys as well, right? Because then they're like, whoa, I'm just kind of going into play again. This is my job here.
Yeah, these SKT members having a rough time on the bench. But he's back in on the starting lineup. There are the two coaches.
Yep.
Charlie with another hair change.
Peter and Charlie. Well, yeah, the red. I think the red was for Katowice.
Well, he's matched it with his shirt this time around.
He has.
Looking sharp, Charlie. Now, really, Cloud9 is one of my favorite teams to watch after a new patch, just because Lemon Nation specifically comes up with a lot of interesting things to try out. The latest thing that he was trying out in solo queue was that support Nautilus that everybody has been hyping up. And I talked to a lot of the supports, even Special specifically. He was trying it as well. So both of these guys I know have a lot of support Nautilus experience recently. It's definitely not as big of a game changer as Janna before Worlds that Gorilla brought out and then everybody jumped on it, or the support Veigar that just exploded out of Asia. It's a pretty decent pick in the support role, but it's not a giant game changer. I mean, Nautilus does have very good bully potential for kill lanes. So it's similar to playing other kill lanes, except that Nautilus has a lot more damage really early on now.
Great peel too.
Yeah, and on paper, it looks really good because he's got so many forms of CC. Even his passive applies to CC. If you count the anchor grab as a CC, then he's got 4 in his kit. So he could bring a lot of utility to the game if they decide to field that in the support role this time around.
Yeah, and talking to the teams, Special has a lot of respect for Lemon Nation, but he feels confident in their matchup.
Lemon's a smart player. He often, if he finds something that he thinks is really strong, he'll play a lot and spam and like with the Veigar pick. Actually, I played it first in solo queue. I copied some other guy in solo queue, but point is, I didn't think it was strong enough to warrant a constant pick, and I kind of regret that now. But he was the first one in NA to really pick up on that, and he's a smart player. He's a smart guy, good at the game, but I'm not afraid of him at all.
I like how he snuck that in there. I played Veigar support first before Lemon played it. Copied some other guy from solo queue. By the way, there's a guy in high-rated North American solo queue who has support Veigar in his name for a long time and had played it for a very long time. Both Lemon Nation and Special jumping on those
everybody always
newer
thinks it's
support
them
picks.
First.
If we're gonna call out who did what first, I gotta give a shout out to my boy Elements, who's been retired for a very long time. He played support Nautilus a year ago, more than a year ago.
Yeah, he did.
So it was definitely a different champion at that point.
Didn't he actually try
pro?
It
changed, but technically, yeah.
Yeah,
Elements
I remember that now.
Played support Nautilus first. So, both of you.
Elements the player, not Elements the team. Right. Just to make sure.
Yeah.
Some people may not.
Yeah. All these new kids.
It's been a while.
These kids these days, they don't know their.
Look, you see this gray? Well, we're just about to get into game, waiting on Team Liquid as well to get themselves set and ready, and then the players are going to get themselves going.
Yeah, I think Phoenix was just complaining about some lag. We don't want to have any more problems once we get into any of the games here. This is a very, very big matchup for both of these teams, trying to push into the upper echelon. Let's see if they can do it. Recently dethroned from their number 4 spot.
That's right.
Team Liquid really want to grab that back.
Just saw Quas on your screen as well. He has been a huge pillar for this team in the top lane.
Truly.
So many different champions over so many different games. You really can't try to focus this guy out. You don't know what he's going to play, and it's a nice variety to have, especially from a lane that's kind of just been off by
I know
itself.
you're a fan because his Kennen.
All the Kennen. I've been loving the Kennen coming back.
It was beautiful.
Bring me Kennen, more Ori.
He also, yeah, I know. He's definitely one of the more diverse champion pools. We saw the Fizz attempt at a carry. I don't think that will go back to that because they didn't really have that much success outside of the 1 versus 1 laning phase of the game.
Yeah.
I feel like, especially since they're fielding Piglet this time around, as I said before, I feel like Team Liquid should go with an AD carry-centric team composition. Not only do they want to buff up Piglet, but as we went over, the jungle changes are great for Dominate. He loves Nunu. They could easily pull out a Lulu as well. Those types of team comps, I feel, are so strong in the new meta that's filled with tanks. Because the team fights go so much longer, and because there's so much focus on keeping up the AD carry, because there's so many there aren't as many other sources of damage. I just feel like those are going to pull away. The Death Ball comps or the Juggernaut comps or whatever you want to refer to them as. I feel like those are really going to rise in popularity, and Team Liquid are a perfect team to pull it out.
The synergy is there for them. Hopefully it comes in the late game where we see kind of that positioning falling apart, because they have, individually, it seems like they can take all those fights and just turn the other team into mincemeat. But then you're like, wait a minute, how did they fall behind? How did this happen? And you just kind of see, oh, it happened in every lane. And you're right. We'll have to see if they can get it out. However, right now we are experiencing some technical difficulties. And like we did see just a second ago, the referees here at the LCS are tasked with facilitating the players and getting them into the game, as well as protecting the competitive integrity of LCS. The upside is they get some of the best seats in the house. Check it out.
My name's Raven Keene. I'm the League Ops Coordinator, and I'm also the head ref of the LCS. The top 3 things that a ref needs to do when he's on the stage is you really need to pay attention and listen to what the players are saying. Another big issue is looking for bugs. Also, really trying to make sure the transitions are really good in between the games. Or like that first line of defense to make sure everything keeps going and the games stay fair and competitive and we can just put on a really good show. Like, for example, some things that maybe the fans don't know is that we actually have a technology we call the voice of God, and it's something that we get to actually listen to the players the whole game, and we can talk to the players as well. A lot of times you can hear them discussing, like, if there's an issue, like I'm having an issue, I can't touch my W key and it's not working. We can see that and we can communicate that to the back. We want to cut through, make things move fast, make sure we get the games to you at the best pace we can. We want everything to be smooth for broadcast and keep everything flowing. We don't want everyone to have super long delays sitting at home waiting for the next game to start. The best part of being a ref is it's really, I'm a fan to the core. And you get to sit there behind the players, you get to see a completely different perspective, and it's just invigorating to be on stage and being a part of that. And it's something that I just can't get enough of.
And wouldn't you know it, they fixed it as soon as we went to that video.
Yes.
Go refs. Poised and ready. Cannot be moved. Look like a stone.
All right.
Can't be moved. Competitive integrity at its best. And we are about to get into Champion Select, and we'll see what kind of competition these two teams will pit against each other here as we get into Champion Select. Everything suited up 110%. So let's get ready to go. Cloud9 has had quite a few high priority picks towards balls and high over the past few weeks. They keep getting that Rumble, they keep getting that Zed, sometimes the Kennen as well for high, but that will actually be banned out by them, respecting that from Quas.
Yeah, don't want to give it up. All right, so very, very standard bans here from Team Liquid for anybody facing Cloud9. The obvious Rumble for balls and a Zed for high. Really just trying to take out specific picks targeted at the players. Very standard here. They give 1 to each.
Yeah.
The top 3 players for Cloud9 in the draft order each get 1 ban, and those are taken off. Meanwhile, here Cloud9 taking out a lot of the AoE picks that Team Liquid have gone towards. Taking down the Morgana, maybe we will end up seeing a support Nautilus, actually. Black Shield, one of the biggest deterrents for that.
Huh. Okay.
All right, so the Lulu pick's not going to be there. So the true buffing of an AD carry-centric composition has been taken out. I think that's a really good call by Cloud9 to take that away from Team Liquid and away from Piglet, or anyone looking to buff up Piglets. But man, the two immediate lock-ins here, very, very high priority top lane champions. Taking away Lissandra as well, since Hai can play at mid, really does limit Quas. However, as we said, very deep champion pool. Should be fine. The Rek'Sai, pretty much premier jungler right now. Sejuani is up though, and she is extremely strong in the current meta as well. That would provide a ridiculous front line for Cloud9.
And crowd control. What a lockdown composition Cloud9 would have with that. Lissandra already played by Hai in the mid lane, as we see a Mundo getting locked in over here by Liquid.
This is one of Quas's mainstays. This is one of the original champions that he was known for.
Quas a boss.
Right. It's almost up there with like the Quas Swain, right? His Mundo, he really likes playing this champion. And it is just sort of another tank in the meta. Percentage health damage, can get very, very beefy, is against the double AP. So we'll see if an early Morella Namicon shows itself. There is the support Nautilus.
Bing, bang, boom.
I mean, technically they can still flex it over to jungle if they really want to. Meteos probably would not like that champion though. Definitely would slow down his play. Nautilus, pretty much one of the slowest champion in the game. And Meteos is not really a fan of that style. Lemon Nation, though, let's see how he is able to move. Maybe they can get some all-ins in the bottom lane. It's interesting that he picks the support Nautilus even after this Janna was shown, though. Because Janna plus pretty much anything is fairly good at dealing with Nautilus. It was actually one of the specific champions that Special listed, during his testing of support Nautilus. He really felt like Janna was a good answer to it. We'll see, though, because there is a very strong frontline from Cloud9 and a lot of hard engage. So Special will be hard-pressed to get some strong ultimates off once they get to the teamfight phase.
Ooh. Very interesting composition from Liquid. I cannot wait to see how they control this one. Like you're saying, with those fights, if they don't get it immediately, everyone's locked down by Lissandra, by Maokai, by a Nautilus. It's going to be very tough here as Cloud9 round out the composition. I don't even know where it's going to go.
And the thing is here, I really do like the last two picks here from Team Liquid. Very, very high threats. Two extremely high damage dealing champions here.
Yeah.
Kalista, if you're unable to lock her down and she survives in one of these longer teamfights where the teamfights are trending to be longer and longer because there's so many tanks, that AoE, if she goes with the Runon's build, which Piglet most definitely will at some point in this game, then the sustained damage here from Cassiopeia and Kalista will get very, very strong if they're unable to lock them down. But again, another lockdown tool. Cloud9 really looking for another target Piglet or Phoenix comp right here.
Somewhat of a similar comp they ran against Liquid last time. They had the Vi, they had a Lissandra, but they had an Annie at support. You can somewhat still get that out of depth charge. It's not a flash depth charge, but you're still going to get that. So
there's a lot of pressure on Special
composition
to perform with this Janna. And Quas is going to try and body block as many of these engages as possible. Obviously, you cannot body block Vi or the depth charge from Nautilus, so something is going to land on one of the two carries.
Well, let's see if Cloud9 can shake off what happened here at IM Katowice. Like we said, they went a little crazy. They did have a really good early game against the GE Tigers. Well, an early start against the GE Tigers, and then got a little in their own heads, I think what just happened.
The early game, we're definitely going to keep an eye on the early game. Meteos specifically, what types of dives he goes for, because maybe the experience at Katowice turns him extremely passive in the early game. He might go back to his hard farming style.
So while the teams are loading in, the game is starting. Let's get the votes going and who you think will come out on top. Tweet hashtag TLWin or hashtag C9Win to @LOL Esports, and we'll tally those up throughout the game. coming into this one, a little fun stat. We usually don't keep track of the kills on supports, but Lemonation is very close. You need 4 more kills to hit 100, but he's also at 98 games. So if he can do this in 100 and 100, that would be pretty impressive. So
he's
2
got
games to get 4 kills.
Tall task. Not a tall task for Nautilus.
No.
Nautilus is well equipped.
Might actually be able to make
As we've seen so far this week, Nautilus is well equipped to grab kills. And it's another thing that you do always want to keep track of when you have support like Nautilus is the roaming. Any chance that Cloud9 do get to buy time for Lemonation to start roaming and make plays, especially mid lane here, would be huge.
100 kills in 100 games. Can you do it, Lemon? Let's see. The wards get placed. He was probably not seen, but his ward was. It's creepy.
All right.
I like that Mundo skin. It's a good one. It's like Hellboy Mundo.
Reminds me of Axe.
Starting the Ruby Crystal health bots top lane for Quas.
Yeah, he used to do that, you know, even last year when we saw him when he was still in Challenger, the Challenger League up at PAX. He would go multiple health crystals, and that's even better now that health crystals can easily be upgraded into Giant's belts. He's not even limiting his build path with that style. 2 versus 1 swap though, not a surprise coming from Cloud9. Pretty big fans here. They do see the late invade because it was a good ward there from Team Liquid in the river.
For a second, I was thinking Meteos is walking in by himself.
Down.
But that's Lemonation.
Yeah, he's got a big bodyguard here.
Yeah. No, it's just Nautilus. The support. Piglet, he's going to say, hey, how's it going? High five to Meteos. Gets himself out. And they're able to clean up the ghost as well. So actually looks like Special wants a little bit more of this. Just the deep ward. Drat. Drat, indeed. So it looks like back to Phoenix. Raven's going to be controlling that one as well. We just heard from him in the video. So starting this one off, junglers, or rather both teams know of the swap, and junglers going on with the top laners. So we'll see who can respond best to this. Like we said, we're still watching for the early game from Cloud9, mostly Meteos due to that play at IM Katowice here. And see what Liquid can do with Piglet back.
Yeah, I don't expect him to go for any dives, especially that he's Vi. So he'll probably be more towards vision control, more towards farming, and dominate on Rek'Sai. Will have a lot more opportunity to pull out some early plays. As we saw, though, the Cloud9 duo with that invade, they did take the small golems off of the blue buff when they invaded. Those things, a lot of money, almost half of the money and the experience of the buff camps was shifted over to the small ones that are next to it. So that's a great steal away for any duo lane. Sometimes teams will even feed their own, small monsters over to their duo lanes at the beginning of the game to give them a little experience boost, surprise factor in lane. With the lane swap, it's merely just about taking away from Team Liquid, though, for Cloud9. And we'll have to keep our eyes on how the lane swap does eventually play out here. Obviously, especially is trying to keep track of the jungle vision here.
So how much harder does it actually make for, I mean, it gets it's a 2v1 now, so it'd be even scarier. But when you have that Nautilus support, what's that kind of do to a jungler on the opposing team to try and gank a Nautilus lane with that AD carry?
Yeah, it's very similar to, ganking other kill lanes. Because Nautilus is usually looking for those all-ins.
Okay.
If they have, a gap in vision, then you can use that against them. But you have to be so careful because Nautilus does AoE damage. The E for Nautilus, which is, the buff that really brought him out as a support, a lot of the damage comes from multiple charges hitting. So if you're melee range with Nautilus, then multiple hits of the depth charge will stack up on you, even though the successive ones do less damage. It still is really, really high damage, one of the most damaging supports if you're in melee range of Nautilus, in the early levels. So you do have to be careful about that. Plus, it is AoE.
I miss the early stint of when Nautilus came out. You'd like build Roa, go mid lane, and just riptide people, and then depth charge kill them. It was fun. That was a tangent. But as we just heard from Xpecial a little bit ago, we're going to hear from again because when Xpecial is looking to get an advantage over his opponents, he looks at footwear.
Distortion boots is really important for champions that want to flash initiate. So like an Annie. I mean, part of it is so your flash comes up earlier, but one big thing that people don't always realize is so it's because you trade flashes of an opponent, your flash comes up before theirs. So you have this 1 minute window where you can play super aggressive and know that they don't have flash, you have flash, they have to play extremely scared. And that whole minute is a really key time where you can abuse, and that's because of distortion boots.
Bottom line, it's got to be the shoes.
Yeah, bottom lanes pay attention to shoes a lot here. Him and Maple Street both. Big part of their gameplay.
The AD carries not so much. I wonder how the supports feel at the end of the game when they sell their boots. It's like, man, that's not fly anymore. You don't have boots. There's the all-star support on your screen right now. See what he gets himself onto this game. Or rather, what he can do, I should say, this game as we get back into it. Just waiting a few more. Him and Piglet have been trying to synergize. Let's talk about a lot of Piglet's kind of mentality in the way that he kind of has been looking at the game, looking at the team, looking at his kind of time here in North America. And it has changed. The team is happy about that. Back on the roster, we'll see if he can start to produce those results that he's looking for.
Oh, what a tease, Riv. What a tease.
It happened.
Just kidding. That's how we're going to do the whole game. 3 seconds at a time, then we'll come back and talk about Nautilus some more. those Riptide charges, Riv.
Those Riptide charges. They
so
hit hard.
each successive wave that hits after the first does 50% less damage, but yeah, still stacks up. So Lemon Nation, he'll probably get to roam pretty early on now that the lane swap is happening. So we'll see if they visit mid lane, because Cassiopeia definitely very vulnerable to mid lane ganks, especially Cassiopeia that's facing Lissandra, who can set those up.
That's the Piglet determination face. No, I believe it, though. Riptide, more damage, get Diane in the game, 6 o'clock, high tide, you got it.
Wow, nice. I like that one. But yeah, anyways, looking at the lanes, Piglet is going to have a difficult time this game. Cloud9 have brought not only Maokai with the point click, Vi with the point click, Lissandra with the point click, but Nautilus with the point and click, CC.
Yeah, Piglet's not going to have any fun. We see that being the kite and fight AD carry there. Even with the counter engage of Phoenix, you're going to be able to get that, not cryptic gaze. That was the old Scion thing. But yeah, you're able to get your stun out and stop that entire fight.
Gaze. The Medusa.
Petrifying.
But yeah, and then also I do like, comboing the Callista, because she's going to be such a magnet for all this CC with very high damage Cassiopeia. Yeah. We might even see again the rush for Luden's Echo, even though it would leave Phoenix very vulnerable. Ridiculous early damage that you can spam out.
I'm surprised we hadn't seen it yet. Obviously, we haven't really had the champions
to
build it, but yeah, EU played it. Oh, I've been loving it. So right now, while we work the issues out on stage, we apologize. We are going to send it over to the guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, Riv. As they mentioned, some unfortunate lag issues there for Phoenix, so hopefully we can get those sorted out. Can't be missing those crucial last hits early in the game. Very, very important. But this gives us the opportunity to talk about some things. And first up on the docket, I want to talk about the merits of support Nautilus, and particularly in this matchup, given the 2 team compositions.
Yeah, I think this is actually a great team by C9 because they have 4 point-and-click lockups against a Callista and a high-target priority Cassiopeia. And the peel is pretty much like a Dr. Mundo. You can run right past that guy most of the time, especially with the dive of Vi, Maokai, Lissandra.
Right, and we've seen teams actually successfully play comps like this, Unicorns of Love being my primary example, kind of bringing back the York Cassio comps that are so darn strong. But, you'd almost prefer, if you don't have York, like a Maokai to be a defensive tank, right, someone to peel them off. They do have Janna for that purpose. Like, maybe they can peel these guys off, but then it comes down to really, really intricate executional precision where, okay, Cassio has cleanse. Okay, Callista can ult the Janna in and knock people back. Janna can ult, knock people back. But you still have this 2-second window of before these spells all happen, will the champion blow up after all anyway? So very difficult timings are here. I think the difficulty of execution actually is now on Team Liquid to survive these press R click compositions that even I can do that. I could assault and battery Cassiopeia and probably land that. I don't have to be Mitos to do that.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to land those Rs, when they're targeted like that. And as you mentioned, right, you have this giant front line for Cloud9, so there should be no fear of going in onto that Kalista. I guess the question is, and as you mentioned, Freak, that the difficulty of execution is going to be on the side of Team Liquid, but Cloud9 has to be at a point of power in order to execute on that FLICKR functionality.
Well, here's the interesting thing is there's not much damage really on Cloud9. Lucian is a mid-damage AD carry. Lissandra got nerfs in 5.5. Her overall DPS, Q being the main one, is like 10% less damage now until you get like 1 million ability power in your build. Maokai's not a really high damage champion. Nautilus is okay. Like, Vi is high for a jungler, but she's still not Nidalee, right? She's still not completely destroying people. She's not jungle Karthus or Fiddlesticks. So, I mean, relative damage-wise, there is definitely more from Team Liquid. So if the execution does fail, if Team Liquid does survive, that team fight is Team Liquid's to win. Like, they're pretty much guaranteed if they don't get one shot in the engage, right? Talking about relative scale here, Team Liquid does more, flat out, no questions asked.
Yeah,
I'm not saying there's zero damage. I'm saying that compared to Team Liquid, there is much less damage here.
Yeah,
You're shaking your head.
Yeah, I was shaking my head because C9 is all front-loaded damage, like insta-burst stuff, and then Team Liquid's going to win the sustained fight because Cassiopeia is just ridiculously crazy when you have the fight just drag out a little longer because of her consistent damage over a period of time. Same with Mundo, right? Like, he's got good damage when you stay in a fight for a very long time. So yeah, that's what I was like, I don't know, yeah.
Yeah, and then again, when they don't get one shot, you lose the fight because that's all this team has, is that front-loaded burst.
But not getting one shot is still rather difficult to do because this is very pick oriented on Cloud9. They're just like one guy. Even if they want to go after the Janna, they can be like, let's just kill Janna. I don't think it's the priority target, but like Cassiopeia is going to have to survive. She can build a little tanky, like Seraph's is good for her, Roa is good for her, but Zhonya's is also good for her, right? Like, all these things are going to help her, but getting to that point takes a long time, and I don't know if Cloud9 are going to give them that opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and that's the second point I was going to go for here is, Dash, you were mentioning sort of the team getting one shot and whatnot. I actually do want to know what build Phoenix goes for on Cassio. I think it's actually very important here because we traditionally do see, as you're mentioning, tanky Cassiopeia builds. Players like SK's Fox will go Rod of Ages. Most players go Tyr into Seraph's Embrace as like their first or second item. You see an early Riley's Crystal Scepter, usually a second item. So you're seeing like a 2,500 health champion, 3,000 health champion. In the case of Unicorns of Love, they had a Yorick, so they went for Luden's Echo early on and went for a squishy build. And that means you did even more damage. And I wonder if Phoenix will fall into that trap of shine a new item, oh my god, the damage output, but without durability, it'll be even easier to kill him. And that is just a concern to keep in mind. If he goes for this build, it's even easier to prey on the Cassiopeia weakness. And it is just something to look for as gold comes in, what he does choose to do.
Yeah, and the thing with Luden's Echo, too, on Cassiopeia, I actually love that item on her because she gets more AP than most because of her passive. So it's even more effective on her because the AP ratio on Luden's.
Exactly. It's a really cool item. I think it would actually make sense on Victor as well. Just champions that generally have low-ish AP ratios, but high AP, really want another AP ratio, whether that's Luden's Echo or Lichbane. It just has a natural synergy with how their kit is structured. One ratio is higher than the other, granted, one base damage is higher than the other, but yes, and also she moves around a lot, she casts a lot of spells, there's just a million synergies with this item. Problem is fitting it into the build is hard, and you're spending 3,400 gold on non-durability.
And jumping in real quick, an update. We've swapped out the PC, so hopefully we're only a couple minutes away from getting back in the game. The other thing I want to touch on here is, at the beginning of the show, we talked about jungle changes and seeing which junglers are going to, jump at the new opportunity and pick up those tank junglers. Notice we're seeing the Vi, right? We're seeing the Rek'Sai. These are picks we've seen all split long.
Yep.
I do wonder why we're not seeing Meteos go for a champion like Sejuani here, who still has a serious amount of lockdown in a comp like this, provides that front line. Is it because slightly more front-loaded damage from the Vi? Like
they last picked the Vi, right? So once they saw the Kalista, they saw the Cassiopeia, the two last picks for Team Liquid, the Vi looked like the best option for them to pick somebody off. The Sejuani's still open, but they were running relatively low damage overall. So if you do pick the Sejuani, you also fall in, you don't go front-loaded damage like the rest of your team, you go into more sustained overtime damage, and you're going to lose that fight against the Cassiopeia.
Okay. Yeah, there's also an extra synergy as well, or anti-synergy if you want to think about it, where you can cleanse Sejuani ult, you can't cleanse anything that Vi does. Like, literally anything that Vi does is uncleansable. So there's a couple of soft choices there as well, where you kind of expect the cleanse versus Lissandra, and you're like, well, I don't want to fall trapped with that either.
Yeah, right. So it's still very interesting, though, the prioritization, too, though, to contrast that we had the Rek'Sai first pick on the side of Team Liquid, right? So it's definitely still some priority being placed on those junglers that we've seen all split.
Well, we heard Kikis talk about that from Unicorns of Love, actually. He was interviewed post-game after his, I think it was the Fnatic game, I don't remember exactly. But, he was asked about the tier list of his various junglers. And, people are still adapting to 5.5. I think we're going to see different prioritization in the coming weeks now that we see all these Cinderhulk champions show up. But he still considered that Nidalee and Rek'Sai are these S-tier, top-tier junglers, even when Sejuani and Sion and Zac and all these guys are very good. And they are, but again, Jack talked about it in Primetime League, where you have to be able to adapt your team comps to now different styles of champions, right? And if you haven't been able to prep yet for all the Sejuani jungles, or just the fact that Rek'Sai is still good, if you get that comp, then that's fine. And especially with the fact that Meteos has been a carry jungler for the team, that's been actually one of his primary roles, is to get a bunch of farm and carry. That is easier to do on a champion like Rek'Sai that was picked away and Vi that he picked here. Right? This makes a lot of natural sense based on how the team plays out.
The Rek'Sai too is going to give Team Liquid a bit of an opportunity to pick up early gold with the pressure that she applies to the map. And as you said, given the fact that they need to be able to outlast that initial burst going into team fights, they're definitely going to be looking to come out ahead in the early game.
Yeah, and that's something I actually talked to when I was talking to some junglers about 5.5. I talked to Enemies Trashy, and I was like, so what about Sejuani? What about these picks? And he was like, I still think Rek'Sai and Nidalee are top tier right now. And I'm like, why is that? And he's like, because Sejuani takes over late game, but you have to let them get to late game for that to happen. So you just take the very early dominant junglers that have some trade-offs, because you still get tanky at the end of the game with a Vi, with a Jarvan, with these champions. So you still fall into that. You just aren't as tanky and as much damage as Cinderhulk then. And that's the trade-off, though. When you pick a Cinderhulk jungler, your early clear is kind of rough. Your first gank is really kind of lackluster. And then once you hit 6, you kind of fall into the Warwick trap, where you don't do a whole lot until 6.
It's true.
Easy to take advantage of.
Another interesting thing here, I'm just kind of looking at the stat sheet. This is yet another top laner coming out for Quas, has not played Mundo yet. This split, right?
Not a surprise per se, but more.
No. Yeah, I mean, it's not like, oh, wild pick. Somebody took Mundo in the top lane, but very interesting to see him yet again being versatile as a player.
I mean, it also speaks to the fact that he had all these champions without it being Mundo, one of the old meta picks anyway. So clearly continues to show that Quas obviously does a whole bunch of great stuff. And it's just fun to see, right, that he's able to adapt so easily to what Team Liquid needs from the team comp.
All right, fantastic. Well, it's exciting to have the opportunity to talk about this, and I'm definitely excited to see how it all plays out. So the team's all ready to head back into the game, so we're going to send it back over to the casters for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash, and we are ready to jump into the universe of Summoner's Rift. Once again, players are ready. We are as well. Kobe, no tease?
For real this time. Let's go.
All right, so we're going to get back into the match. Phoenix also feeling a bit of queasiness as well during this process, so some of the nerves getting to him a little bit. We actually know that to be something that plagued Dominate in the past, so having that teammate there to know the situation, know what's happening. Have a seat next to me. Have a seat next to me, buddy.
Again. Scrub.
Pause for game sound, not lag.
Perfect.
So it was just the fix on the sound. We see Donald as well taking to the Navy SEAL crawl to fix the computer.
Forgot to plug in one cable.
It happens.
That's it.
Seems to be all right. We have the translator on stage as well to make sure the communication goes smoothly back and forth between the refs when necessary. Make sure Phoenix getting everything that he requires throughout this game. Gonna get that tested up quite quickly. Once again, we heard about the frontline composition that Cloud9's bringing in here. The guys in the analyst desk were talking about. It's gonna be tough for Team Liquid to really do anything here. 7-7, 9-5. Let's see what these guys can get out of the
Tired of these refs, man. We gave them one spotlight, and now they just want the whole show to be about the refs. We're fixing stuff, guys. Oh, yeah.
Player needs a shoe tied. We will pause for a ref tie. Phoenix.
Do they, if they allow you to tie your own shoes, you have to get a ref to come tie it for you?
Most players don't even wear their shoes. You know that.
That's true.
Just look at baseball. All right, we start this one off. Cloud9's getting kicked where they don't want, and we're going to see if he can keep himself safe. 3 minutes into this game, nobody has too much of a lead, as expected.
All right, well, let's see how they play out the early game here. Supports begin to roam, and Lemonation makes his way down the river into the blue side jungle of Team Liquid.
So I like, usually we see like a Thresh, right, who can save other people, but now Elimination can anchor toss himself out of dangerous situations. We'll see how good he is at self anchor tossing.
Cloud9 are definitely looking to go forward. Pretty much everybody on the same page. But, as I said, they get all of their really big abilities at level 6. So Cloud9 will just try and farm probably for the early stages of the game to get to those level 6s. The Vi 6, the Lissandra 6, Nautilus, and we'll see if they can get there in a calm fashion without Rek'Sai really creating too much pressure is what Cloud9 are hoping for.
And allowing Meteos to really roll through the jungle by himself here. Balls went to the lane right by himself. They can see the sonar. He's got to be very careful. And he is. Pushed up to the lane, how they have to actually get here for the experience so they don't miss too much. Very nice job by Meteos to kind of just be right under their nose, and they can't do anything about it due to the positioning.
Special hiding in the brush to see if there's a dive, and then try and turn the dive around.
I think you saw
so they
that.
were actually hoping to sort of bait something in there and have Special show up as the unexpected third man for Team Liquid. But Cloud9, as we said, they're not going for those more risky dives. He turns his head towards middle, goes for the easy setup here with Cassiopeia. Flash burn, very successful gank. The beating on the exit doesn't hurt that much because Vi does not take that much damage in the jungle and has smite up. So Meteos should be able to at least clear off that side of the jungle. The real key there is the flash burn from Cassiopeia. She has no more escapes in the mid lane, and they will have to have Dominate come supply wards for her. Piglet going really aggro.
That's a lot of minion damage.
He knew that he had a special on the way, though, for the shield, so he wanted to punish balls as heavily as possible. Does have the wave pushing against him as well. So forces balls to chug potions, head back to base, and will be denied experience.
He's got the teleport, so he's always only going to lose a little bit.
Well, the lane is going to be frozen against him in Team Liquid territory, so it's going to be very dangerous for him to get out there. I think he will still be denied, even if he does decide to go back to lane. And man, Phoenix just pleading with the refs.
He will yet rise from the ashes this game. So we saw Dominic go back. He picked up Trailblazer after getting the CS in the top lane. It was a bit faster than Meteos's. So he's back to farming.
Trailblazer Rek'Sai. Yeah. This is one of the few champions where I'm actually shocked to see Trailblazer. Pretty much everybody else, especially North American junglers, I'm always like, oh yeah, Trailblazer, no big deal. It's pretty much everybody just goes back to time and again. But Rek'Sai, because her AoE is so good, and because she benefits so heavily from either the slow to close distance from a Chilling Smite, or even the late game power of skirmishers, which is really, really strong and underestimated, I think, by a lot of junglers outside of Europe, where Europe is like the mecca for skirmisher saber junglers. But Rek'Sai is one of the few junglers, especially because she does not need mana back in the jungle for using the Trailblazer
get a little bit of that heal.
Missing mana. I almost never see her Trailblazers. It's not a terrible item, though. Obviously, faster clears.
Are you sure? Because that's what it sounded like, Kobe.
It's not terrible. I feel like the merits of the other two late game smites are a bit definitely outweigh, especially since it's a lane swap. Outweigh it, but Dominate thinks otherwise. And
it's almost
it's not this
very quick. It's not the same thing with Vi. Obviously, you have mana and whatnot, so Trailblazer helps, but you still have the AOE. So what's the choice there, really? You stick with Trailblazer to clear and keep up, or do you just go chilling? You go skirmishers and try to go aggro.
Rek'Sai does not need the same things that Vi needs. Vi does need the mana back in the jungle. So no, I'm not surprised to see Meteos pick it up. Just Dominate.
Being strong. Played well in that Vi versus Liquid the last time, as we said before. So we'll see if it comes out again. The pink wards you can see from the junglers already when they're first backs.
Yeah, very, very heavy investments into vision for both teams. And of course, Phoenix, as expected, getting wards for himself on his back as well. The early tier, so he can stack it up with Cassiopeia. Wants to scale into late game. Early full Negatron cloak here for high in the mid lane. Just for the laning phase versus Cassiopeia. Very interesting there. Feels under pressure. Now, Cassiopeia, with the mana nerfs a couple patches back, did lose some of her aggressive laning power for the early stages, but especially once she's gotten the tier, not really that big of a nerf towards you know, the mid and late game. So now that Phoenix does have the tier, Hyde does have to be worried about the chain DPS that he can get in lane. Flash blown though, so I don't think Phoenix will be playing aggressively. Man, now they're gonna play charades. Because we're about to run out of pause time in this game, actually.
It will be. We have another 9 minutes to go through this one. Looking at what Team Liquid has, even with Cloud9 in this match today, you know, saying they're coming off of Katowice, a little weaker. You look at Team Liquid's schedule, and after this, they have Coast, WinterFox, and Team Dignitas, and they're 7-7. So if they win this, they go 8-7, and they can potentially climb really hard in these last 3 games because those are some of the easiest teams right now.
They are definitely looking towards the end of their schedule to not drop any games and quickly rise up the standings. So that means that if they do drop games later in their schedule, then it's going to be that much more disappointing for the team, though.
Piglet doesn't want to drop more games.
These so many technical difficulties. I feel like everybody's been having these. But the last couple weeks, I even have had these types of issues.
Quas taking a nap.
And so,
or rather, balls.
Just been plagued with packet loss, DCs.
Yeah, it happens.
It's just too much for Quas.
The internet is a crazy place. Crazy indeed. Elimination ready to play the support Nautilus this game. We talked about that.
No, stop.
110
We're done. We're
times
done.
before.
I'm done, Pip. I'm going to wait till he makes a play, and then I'll give you some more.
All right.
I'm not going to give it all now.
All right. I think that's fair.
I'm going to hold some secrets. But, man, yeah, one of the big things is, let's talk about the other side of the matchup. The Janna into the Nautilus.
Yeah.
There's so much pressure on Xpecial to pull off the Janna in this game because Cloud9 is so dive heavy and lacks so much sustained damage. If Xpecial can upset the Engage, you know, Xpecial and Phoenix obviously with the Petrify Engage, if they can actually upset the Engage and interrupt the chain of CC from Cloud9, bursting down one of the damage dealers from Team Liquid, then they will easily, you know, take command of the team fight here. So we'll watch for some huge plays from this all-star support. This guy who's been around the North American scene since the very beginning.
We'll see.
Inception of competitive League of Legends. Xpecial was there. And he is still here today as a top support.
Yep, the all-star support, if you will. I can't really say it too well. But he does have some plays to be made this game to stop Piglet from dying. The peel's going to be onto him. He chooses Janna on this one. Footwear is his focus, so we'll see if footwear is where he decides to go first, getting that vision out early. With the 2v1 swap, you expect to see him heading towards the blue buff quite early in this game. We're only 5.5 minutes in. Waiting on this one to continue here. Piglet on the screen. He wants to play. That guy has been back and forth, on the bench, off the bench, and now when he does get in the game,
Look at him, though. He's not flustered at all. This is a world champion. He's been in very high-pressure situations. Bigger stadiums than this. Just rolling with the punches.
No yawning.
Oh, now we're going to start. Now everyone's going to start. Phoenix. What are you talking about?
Still waiting to see. So it was a sound issue most recently with Phoenix's computer. There was a lag issue previously that we got fixed up with the computer swap. So we're just waiting on that right now. Definitely apologize for the technical difficulties throughout the day so far. And we hope to be back in the game quite soon here.
Yeah. Get on with our day.
Indeed. Looking at some of the player statistics coming out of this one. Not too bad in the jungle. Meteos right now at 10 holds number 1 in the jungler at CS with 41. And he's actually +5 over anybody else. So he's getting a few more camps in before his ganks. And it's been somewhat making an impact for the team. 9 and 5.
Yeah, he was playing a lot in Italy, which definitely helps your
farm
jungle CS numbers.
Everything.
You just feel like you have carte blanche when you're on Italy in the jungle, and you have your blue buff. There's so many things you can do anything you want.
Yeah.
It truly is one of those moments where it's like some kid who just graduated high school and everyone's telling them you can be whatever you want when you grow up. You have so much potential. And Italy can literally do whatever she wants. She can hard farm. She can go gank. She can go attack the enemy jungler.
Yep. Well, you got Dominate on the other side. He's only at number 3, but that's 36. CS at 10. So
well,
like
Rek'Sai,
right
very similar situation, especially since he has gone for the Trailblazer. Can make use of the early ultimates, get across the map that much quicker and make use of the tunnel network for Farmville 2000.
Farmville forever.
He's already 3 CS up on Meteos. Dun, dun, dun.
Meteos is going to hit the jungle hard, though. This is like workout time for the next 10 minutes. He's just hitting the gym. There. Good math, Kobe. Fast math. Always it's impressive to people who can't do math. High, ready, and raring to go. Really enjoyed his Kennen play recently. He has been able to branch out into a few more champions. As we spoke to him in interviews, he was saying, High, was it your choice or kind of hindering your play that you've had to play passive, or is it kind of a team thing? He's like, I don't like to play passive at all. I like to go in. I like to be the guy to fight. Yeah, High.
Yeah.
He was not enjoying that early part of the split where he's like, stay back, do this. Everybody wants him to do this.
High is such a controversial person in the League of Legends community because he's such a good player.
Yeah.
And he can climb the solo queue ladder very quickly. He's also an amazing shot caller, and he has a great mind for the strategy of the game. But he gets so much flack from the community for the deaths that he accrues during the course of Cloud9 games because he's not afraid to trade deaths for any sort of advantage, objectives, or even just map position. But he also, there's this other side where High is one of the most aggressive laning mid laners. Like he even taught Bjergsen a lot when Bjergsen first came over here.
That's a really good point, Kobe.
Really early, aggressive, all-in lane.
Don't cheer just yet. You're scaring me.
Hey, we made it further than we've made the last 2 pauses.
I like
10 seconds, baby. All right, so Balls, remember, he did not actually get to recall because Xpecial stopped his back before. And again, zoned out completely. Great job here, Team Liquid, freezing the lane right in front of their turret. So this is going to be a very difficult situation for Balls to, get back in there. Looks like now maybe they decide to, oh, what a good ward there from Team Liquid. Outside the tri-bush, Minos does not know that he was seen previously. And Elimination really tried to force the issue and bait in Quas there, but just took a bunch of damage instead. Dominating the area for the counter.
Oh, the pre-6 Mundo game. Dominate comes in. Elimination goes down. The Flash and Ignite have been burned on that one, and a beautiful counter gank by Dominate.
That is going to give Cloud9 flashbacks. Katowice, failed dive top. What a perfect play from Team Liquid. They had the ward outside of the tri-bush. Oh, Dominate's in position once again, but Meteos now wants to take advantage of his Gromp greed.
Gets himself out safely. Only has to use the tunnel, no flash.
They got the first blood. They'll give up the Gromp for it.
Yeah, good call. They have the wards to clear as well. Their pinks are in place, so they can start to deny that early vision that Cloud9 has tried to get in. They didn't get much out of the gank, so they're going to be looking for more.
That's something I do want to see from a lot more teams as well, is the early pink wards on your side of the jungle that you were just lane swapped on. Wow.
That would have been dead.
Flash out of Balls. That is going to unfreeze the lane, though. Because Balls distracted them, he was unable to keep the freeze at his turret, and it cost him his flash, but the lane will be pushing back towards his turret now. But yeah, the early pink wards in your own side of the jungle after you reset a lane swap. Because the enemy just left a ton of wards on your side of the jungle. Meteos, though, returning back to his pink ward that he placed. And still, there's another ward outside the tri-bush. Quas constantly placing these. So he will not be caught.
Nicely done, whether it's his trinket, which is that one, or he has the vision ward as well to be placed when it runs out. Keeping himself very safe. And we see that Liquid may be kind of taking a back foot or a back seat here as their flashes are all down. Nothing crazy for the next few minutes. They're just happy to farm it up. BF Sword already onto Piglet in the bottom lane. You can see the pressure they've been putting on the balls. Like you said, they blew his flash, and it looks like the turret's going to be theirs as well. See how this is responded to.
That's actually a good point. The Kalista build not going for attack speed early because he is in a lane swap. It will enable him, to get take down the turret that much quicker. But delaying the Runons. It is a very high damage build to go with the BF into Bloodthirster first, but the mobility will take a hit.
And that's one of the things we're maybe he's just considering, if I do get locked down, I'm dead, right? So he might want that shield. He might want a bit of that ability to
that's true as
hopefully get out of the lockdown with some health on the way out. Only a 700 gold lead here for Team Liquid as they kind of mope around the map, waiting for those flashes to come back up, as we said. Happy with their first blood, first dragon, and first turret.
And Phoenix's flash is back up. One of the big things that we saw 20 minutes ago at the beginning of the game was the early flash blown by Phoenix because of an early gank from Meteos. But they were unable to get back to a Lissandra lane versus a Cassiopeia who has her flash blown. So Phoenix able to wait it out with good warding on the mid lane and playing safe and a bit far back in the mid lane. And Cloud9 were unable to capitalize on that early summoner blown on the very low mobility champion, Cassiopeia. Now though, Meteos has hit that level 6, High is level 6. They have all of the CC that they're looking for with that combo. They almost even have the depth charge ready from Nautilus from Lemon Nation level 6.
And there's a really big spike from High. The Abyssal Scepter already created here just at the 10-minute mark for him. So if he decides to get a roam on, somebody's going to get exploded. Phoenix to pick up blue. This will help him charge that Cassiopeia passive very nicely for himself.
Well, lanes do shake out post level 6, meeting back up. And the solos up top is probably the big difference because there's not that much warding there. Jungler down bottom though right now. Meteos looking to use first Vi ultimate. And Nautilus almost level 6. Lemon Nation needs 2 more minions to get that depth charge. Depth charge
over
into
the wall.
Assault Battery. Oh, Lemon Nation didn't get the minion.
Gets the flash out of it. That's right, Kobe. There's now the 6 for Lemon Nation. That's going to be the depth charge. They rock it out, but they also call balls down for this here.
Yeah, they don't. And with all the hard CC that they use, they still have depth charge and Lissandra ultimate still ready for the dragon fight. All right, dragon's already gone.
Dragon's gone, yeah.
Dominate took it earlier.
Didn't hurt too bad. Quas wasn't pushing the top lane there. I believe he actually stopped his teleport, it looks like, from
he had to.
base.
Piglet and Expresswell were both already dead. So we see the mid game here. As soon as they hit their level 6 with the CC, successful gank onto Piglet, focusing him already. There's nothing that you can do. And it's only going to get worse because that was only, teleport in from Maokai and Assault and Battery. They didn't even have to use the other 2 point and clicks. They can use those on Phoenix.
Right, and you saw the distance that Piglet was able to create. He won't be able to do that for another 5 minutes, so it's only going to get easier here for Cloud9 and the rest of the team to press R. 2-1 now as Cloud9 made their first move towards the bottom lane. It looks like that will cause these AD carries to now match up, possibly towards the top side. It looks like Sneaky may actually head back towards the bottom himself, though.
Phoenix inflating his numbers, also stacking up, taking down the babies from Meteos.
Yeah, why not? Get all those stacks for yourself, charge it.
You've got blue buff. Kill everything that you see as Cassiopeia. Bunch of wards as well for the top side here for Team Liquid. So Phoenix should be hugging that side of the river. Very safe for him in the mid lane to hug the top side. Lemon Nation does land his chain of CC, but of course it is Mundo.
Yeah, little bump of
also
damage
has magic resist early here. Now that might come back to bite him if Sneaky's able to focus him. But for the Nautilus damage, pays off.
Couldn't help it, Kobe. It comes out of a ruby crystal. He just wanted it so bad. Love those rubies. This is going to be dangerous. Doing what he can to hold out. They are going to grab the turret. The fight will continue after shield on to Quas is already broken. He gets hit. The Ignite is completely killing the ultimate. He gets hit by Sneaky. They turn it around once again. And
I thought Dominate was coming as well. I think Dominate finished up a camp.
Whoa. Hey, yo. Because the top side here is Phoenix. Will he hit a good ultimate? They were staring right at him, but now he's just left to get shredded apart here. They couldn't have thought that this was going to go well for them.
Is this just the week of chaos?
I think.
Because that was a really, really uncharacteristic lapse in judgment from Team Liquid. Not calling everybody into position at the right time, and Cloud9 with the CC advantage to make them pay for it. Didn't expect the Ignite from Nautilus, I think. I think that Quas expected
to be big, yeah.
Nautilus to have Exhaust instead, but Lemonation pops the Ignite. As we said, there was no armor, so Sneaky just...
Ooh, that was nice.
And it continues.
A good job by Team Liquid here to start. Wow, did he really just get out alive? No way. From a Janna as well? That's crazy. Great job by Sneaky to avoid dying there. Elimination goes down for his buddy to get out alive.
Now, it was very chaotic. And all that said, though, Cloud9 do come out with a huge lead here for the early game.
Oh, God, yeah.
And once again, they're able to hate when that happens. All right, gonna go to his red buff instead, though. Early Sightstone as well. So it's a double early Sightstone here for Team Liquid. Whereas look at Meteos. He's going for extra damage because they really, really count on killing the target. When they go all in, they have to make sure they have enough damage to finish off either Piglet or Phoenix when they get in with Vi and Lissandra combo. If you get the early armor penetration, neither Phoenix nor Piglet are building early armor. So flat armor penetration is so much value for Meteos, especially since Vi also has percentage armor penetration with her W. This is a very, very damage-heavy build here from Meteos. Very early spike. As soon as you get the Brutalizer, a lot of burst damage here from Vi.
Also decided to go with those Ninja Toppies, figuring he'd get hit up by Piglet quite a bit. Cancel out Phoenix. Don't need to control the lockdown there. Or get out of the lockdown, I should say. You're already controlling it. Dragon going over to Cloud9. Nicely done by them. It's going to have to be a very, very carefully played game now by Team Liquid with them losing vision in the jungle. These picks
Secondary turret, though, could go down for Team Liquid. Now, they're making an exchange for Dragon for the first turret, but they have Rek'Sai ultimate and teleport for Quas, so they might try and teleport some people down to this secondary turret that Cloud9 are making to looking to make a move on. Sending 3 members down. Now, Balls does have teleport as well, and Team Liquid do not blow either of their teleports, so they just try and walk in here with special to shield it.
Yep.
That'll be enough.
See Sneaky breaking through that turret shield as it has been reduced a little bit on the inner turrets on the outside, but with some more HP.
Right. These secondary turrets taken down a notch in the new patch. The shield much weaker.
Thank you, Base Riot. But it doesn't look like it's going to stop Cloud9 from the push in the bottom lane, though. Too much pressure, too much vision. And Team Liquid may just have to give this one up here. Quant is actually going to approach.
They do not want to go for dives.
Looks like they don't.
Phoenix does have cleanse and ult available.
That was pretty ridiculous. Fate's Call saving especially immediately.
Wasted, teleport canceled. That will be an end to this encounter. Cloud9 blow some heavy cooldowns and need to back off after that.
Yeah.
That is what they're looking for, though. So we'll see them return once they do have cooldowns back available. Now, Phoenix is going to have to keep track of, or Cloud9 is going to have to keep track of Phoenix's cleanse, because there are 2 main point-and-click CCs that cannot be cleansed, the Vi or the Nautilus. Knockups, Phoenix cleanse will be useless against those. So those can be used for Phoenix, whereas Piglet, they will probably want to use the Maokai Lissandra combo on. Cloud9 have so many point-click hard CCs that they can afford to split them.
We'll see where they decide to go from here. We have Elimination on the roam towards the mid lane. Looks like he's just going to try to get some deep wards in behind the red of Liquid to make sure they can't start to come back in this matchup, knowing they have the double sight stone. Cloud9 is going to have to do some sweeping and ward killing quite often. We'll see where they decide to go from here. We have Elimination on the roam towards the mid lane. Looks like he's just going to try to get some deep wards in behind the red of Liquid to make sure they can't start to come back in this matchup, knowing they have the double sight stone. Cloud9 is going to have to do some sweeping and ward killing quite often. Special with the setup of their own security line towards the back part of their map as well. These pink wards being laid down nicely in areas that they can protect them. They know they can't lay them too far forward.
Yeah.
Be immediately lost.
Already, though, the vision's so heavily in Cloud9's favor. This is a dragon control team. This is how they want to win the game here, is control the neutral objectives and bring the team fights out into the open where they have the distance that they can stack up all of their CCs. So plenty of vision for Cloud9 around the bottom area of the dragon. So if Team Liquid venture out too far, Cloud9 can look for those picks.
Starting to deny everything that Liquid has. A little crazy. Piglet trying to get some extra shots in here. See balls and Quas towards the top lane. That teleport is up for Quas still if they decide to try and engage here on the side from Team Liquid.
Oh, man. Meteos also with a Hex Drinker on top of the Brutalizer. So going so heavy with this damage build, full DPS build here from Meteos. This is very rare for him in competitive games. He does this all the time in solo queue for carrying solo queue. However, in most competitive games, we see him build tanky. But because they have a support Nautilus who can fill the secondary tank role, he's freed up to go damage once again. And we will get to see him in his natural habitat. As we
go a few style times.
In solo queue.
Wasn't he the full build 80 Nocturne as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
he likes
beautiful to watch.
Style when he can.
When he can, exactly. Since they do have the secondary support tank, he's freed up to do it. And with Mundo having them, it keeps Mundo honest, basically. He can't fully itemize against the sort of Maokai Lissandra AP threat. Because there's such a heavy AD threat from Vi as well. And, he's going to be doing percentage health damage with Vi, so Meteos doesn't always want to just dive the backline first. Lemonation gets the flash with just the hook, and they'll take the turret.
Hello.
But this is a Dominate classic. He's one of the junglers that's really, really sneaky about stealing Barons. A lot of the calls for early Barons are from Dominate. They've got it down to half. Meteos is there, though.
Oh, boy. Now it's a 50-50. This is not going to be good for Team Liquid. They aren't even going to go for Baron on the side of Cloud9 either. It's right into the fight. Phoenix gets the Vault or Assault Battery into the Vault Breaker. The knockup comes in, but is it enough? No, it is not across the board. Piglet's the only one left alive to farm the bot lane.
Well, that's the downside of the early sneaky Barons. If they do come over and check it,
they don't have that much damage either.
Much boned.
You're looking at Dominate, who built the Locker of the Iron Solari as well. Obviously not going to have tons of damage items there, but they're not crushing that Baron down immediately, so that was very risky. But I guess when you go for broke, you go for broke.
Piglet the hero. Yeah, Piglet.
Baron goes down, depth charge in, bounced up, bounced down, ping-ponged around, but he finally gets taken down in the end. And Cloud9 start to put their stamp on this game. 8,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
And Baron now.
It's so hard to go for that if you do not have blue buff for Phoenix. Look at Phoenix. He drained all of his mana trying to DPS Baron down. Now, Cassiopeia is one of the best at killing Baron with a blue buff, but she ran dry, had nothing left for the team fight, and Meteos ultimately her full damage build. They were easily able to take him out. High starting it off was really nice because he got into the Baron pit, got AoE damage down with a self-ultimate, so he still was very healthy after getting out of it, and a clean sweep here from Cloud9. That one move from Team Liquid made this game go from, a disadvantage to a huge drop-off for Team Liquid, and complete control for Cloud9 now. Because they also have this very, very CC-heavy team, it's easy for Cloud9 to bully with their advantage. If you get this kind of lead on a team that can go all in like this, then it's very easy to just steamroll ahead.
Able to just flex their muscles. Meteos charging the Q makes everybody back off. That was enough for it. And the grab on a Dominate should be able to get into that tunnel and get through. He may just have to crawl through the gate. Gets out alive as the team is offering a little bit of help from over the wall. Cloud9 isn't afraid. They're just toying with him right now. Righteous Glory was used there to try and get in and get everything they could. But imagine if that Baron had gone onto Liquid, Kobe. They would have nicely pushed lanes, even more than the bot lane right now. But it's always easy to say what if.
So risky.
Yeah.
to go for one of those. And only seeing a couple people down bottom. But yeah, can't live in the past now. Got to deal with what's on the board. And that is Cloud9 with a 9K gold lead and Baron buff still ticking away. Looks like they won't make a final push with the Baron buff. They're just happy to go back and purchase with all the money that they just got. Maybe they'll head towards bottom here, but man, they just have full vision coverage. And they can pretty much pick off anybody that they find. Meteos also is going to go with Blade of the Ruin King last. He's just buying all of the pocket swords here. The sort of tier and a half offensive items. Hex Drinker, Brutalizer, and Cutlass are all kind of in the same tier of offensive items, half completed here. And that will be enough to take out whichever target he decides to go for. At least Phoenix has fully stacked up his tier, so it's transformed. He's got the shield ready, the full Seraph Embrace. But it's going to be a lot turtling for Team Liquid. Cloud9, maybe they can bait Cloud9 into a dive and try to outplay. They still have very good disengage tools, counter-engage with the Cassiopeia and the Janna. Cloud9 overplayed their hand. Team Liquid can grab back into this one. These tanks, though, they are itching to dive.
You can see it.
Maul's almost fully stacked on his rod. Lemonation already even stacking up with his health. The increased health on the Righteous Glory as well. 650 now compared to 500. Such a huge buff to the item. It's going to buff up his shield as well, which is percentage health based.
Not much Liquid can do but watch and wait right now for what Cloud9 wants to dictate here around the map. I think it's going to be this last turret. If they can get around the bottom side, it may be something for him. But Cloud9's actually playing this one pretty safe. No dives for them, even though they'd love to.
Yeah.
And they get out of this one.
I mean, they basically have the win of controlling the entire neutral map and stacking up the dragons and barons as long as they want, and just making pushes with barons. Just because they have the tools to dive does not mean that they have to end it that way. And as we said, the one turnaround for Team Liquid is the counter engage under a turret. So Cloud9 not wanting to take that chance, and they're going to play it safe, controlling the map instead.
Well, they came into the game with the idea, probably once Quants picked Mundo, that we can hit Mundo before 6. Didn't work once. They stuck with it towards the bottom lane.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
Able able to pretty much even out the game there, but they didn't go crazy after losing that first top lane game.
The bottom lane shenanigans, sticking around the dying turret.
Right.
The Nautilus with Ignite, no armor versus Sneaky, and sort of a late collapse there from Team Liquid. That put them behind, but really what was the nail in the coffin was that Baron. Maybe Team Liquid felt a little bit desperate after
that's a good point.
It had all gone wrong down bottom. Let's see though. Nautilus is huge now. He's been able to get the old Elixir of Iron. Yeah, it doesn't look that big actually.
It's because he's already gigantic.
I would have expected him to be larger. I think that might be a visual bug. I'm disappointed. It looks like
whoa!
Looks like regular.
Merry Christmas, gentlemen.
Get two more! Get two more! It's an Easter egg hunt now, actually, not Christmas.
It's changing. It's whatever you want it to be.
Oh, those were their awards.
It's your holiday.
Well, we are going to have one of those lulls then. The customary.
Yeah.
This is the new season where teams do not want to risk it since there's the stacking mechanic and the turrets are so difficult to knock down. Play safe.
We're getting the split push on right now. Definitely from Maokai. It's going to take a little bit longer. He's trying to push that bottom lane out. He'll get it somewhat. Looks like he's going to meet with the team after this or use that teleport if necessary.
Interesting how they're hovering around Baron rather than grabbing Dragon before, because it would be ridiculously risky for Team Liquid to trade or to try and go for Baron while Cloud9 do Dragon. But they could theoretically steal away Dragon while Cloud9 take Baron. Let's see if it happens. Oh! Mid lane, they might just fight.
So many wards right now on the left side of that jungle for Liquid that Cloud9 has placed, so they can pretty much not leave this mid lane, or they are seen everywhere. Cloud9, however, not putting themselves in any dangerous situation or only waiting for the waves to connect as they continue to cover that Baron up. They don't want to make any mistakes here. They also realize
base check.
Oh, the scrying orb. Who's going to get it first? Death charge onto Piglet. It is going to be a deep dive for him. Dominate, making sure that he's peeled on the back line, but everybody goes in. Phoenix gets locked up and knocked down. That was the ultimate coming in from high. Now they get the focus back on to Piglet. He goes down. The double kill coming in for Sneaky. It was a back and forth fight as Cloud9 was trying to find the targets they wanted, but once they did, wiped out.
It was mostly a fourth fight. No back there from Team Liquid.
Back and forth clicking, not damage dealing.
That's true. They did get banged around. There's some knockback.
Yeah, exactly. The back and forth positioning into the fight win.
Man, you just get banged up. It's just because Cloud9, with this comp, they're so far ahead as well. There is nothing you can do if you get caught out in the open there. Righteous Glory ensures the engage. Elimination charging straight for the back line, leading the way with his Elixir of Iron, speeding up the rest of the team. And yeah, you're just going to get banged around facing this squad.
That's tough. Every one of them was immediately in the middle of that pile, that fight. You didn't even know how to disengage one of the guys because each one of them flashed or just used the gap. But watch this.
Yeah, just look at how hard it is for Team Liquid to play this team fight. Piglet has to flash all the way back or he's immediately dead. Phoenix tries to go in to get any damage. He casts one spell and he's toast. Elimination soaks him up. There's immediate ultimate from high. As soon as Piglet tries to get one auto attack in, they're all over him. This is the new way of team fights. When you have support jungler or tank junglers and tank supports as well. It's even so hard to click on the target that you want. Focus targeting is very difficult when you have these giant character models of Maokai and Nautilus sitting around that are the full tanks and they're just bum rushing your face. Not to mention, you know, Expressal tried to get his ultimate off, tried his best there, but that one knockback is not going to stop the 10,000 ways that Cloud9 have to engage. So,
well, that was the pinnacle of press R for them. That's pretty much what the press R comp is. Cloud9 coming out very strong there. You talked a little bit about it, Kobe, that the Monsoon may just kind of not even work if there's enough control by the other team. And Cloud9 has gotten there.
Shanna's like this counter to hard engage, but it's what degree of hard engage do you have?
The hardest engage indeed. Quas getting hit up. The Ignite's not going to be there for Lemonation, so they just bide their time until the wave pushes up a bit more. Lemonation, rather Dominate, and the rest of the team there to help stop this one. Sneaky's not really given any care to the world as he steps in for a few shots. Trying to smite and do everything they can to the cannon minion here that's sieged up, or rather super minioned up by the Baron. They go in for the fight. That's a good Monsoon there, but he is going to get exploded. That's what it only buys time for the team to reassess the fight. 3 are now down for Team Liquid as Cloud9 looks to take the base. Support Nautilus, Kobe. Made it happen in NA.
Made it happen. It is here to stay as well. Oh man, another good hook from Lemon.
Right by the side of the Nexus. That's going to be a 32-minute game on the clock. 20-3. Cloud9 take down Team Liquid.
Well then.
Well then, indeed. That went from...
Another Baron gone wrong.
Yeah, that went from close to not very close at all. A very quick amount of time.
Yes, it did.
That's what happens when you go for broke, though. That high risk, high reward, right? That's what they were looking for. They knew the consequences. It's not like they didn't know.
They felt very pressured.
That's what they did.
Yeah.
So we do see that Team Liquid move to 7-8. Cloud9 now 10-5. With Team 8 and Gravity coming up. Teams that have actually been showing quite well. Team 8 and both Gravity pulling out some wins lately. And then they face Team Solo Mid as their final matchup. So not sure that there's going to be a straight line of victories here coming in for Cloud9. Going to be a lot of work to do, but that's got to feel nice after Kettings.
That definitely feels nice. Winning a game like that, you can even see after the game.
Yeah.
Elimination's up there with balls. Yeah, man, I love being on the front line. Feels so good.
It was good indeed. He didn't get any kills this game. So now Lemonation has one game to get 4 kills for 100 kills in 100 games. We'll see if he can do it. Jack chatting with the team, talking to Sneaky. He's like, you guys crushed. Great job. Look up there. Everything was fantastic. That's probably not at all what he said. Phoenix, pressure, some troubles with the PC in the early game. Still played quite well throughout. Was able to try and make an impact for going from lane to lane, dominate with the good early ganks. Meteos and his jungle is just one in the other. They go together like peas in a pod. It is his. So far, the king of NA, and he continues to hold that. Rush making a good case for it, though.
That's going to be a fun matchup. Cloud9 versus TIP. Rush versus Meteos. See if they go hard farm or actually decide to throw down and fight. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that 1v1 Meteos versus Rush.
Let's do it.
In the jungle.
Let's just hold it. We'll go into Monday. We'll commentate it, Kobe.
Yeah. No laners.
No laners.
Only jungle camps.
None of that extra stuff. Get it out of here. Then nobody can blame them, right? Nobody can blame you, Kobe. So Cloud9 come up with actually a very nice win there. It's good to see that they got their composure back after IM Katowice. You know, maybe they went into that without the preparation, and we just saw a Cloud9 that wasn't ready. Back on North American soil, they're kind of at home.
It definitely was a fairly uncharacteristic Cloud9. I'm not used to seeing them like that. However, they did make one of the same mistakes. They went for, again, the top lane dive, turned around on them really nicely. That was one of the really good plays from Liquid that we saw early in the game. Yeah. Turning around that dive, Quas was able to outplay.
And we also saw that Liquid had a little bit more time to play on this, while Cloud9 came back and had to kind of dive right into it. So good on them for that as well, to keep up on the play. Let's right now throw it down to Jat, who's on stage with Cloud9's Jungle Enforcer.
Thank you very much, Riv. And yes, I'm with Meteos, who just took a victory on Vi. I want to go back in time a little bit, though. Unfortunate showing at IM Katowice, but how did you guys turn it around in time with the fatigue and the jet lag to take down Team Liquid here today?
Well, IM Katowice was a pretty sad event for us. The first game, I played terribly. In the second game, I played pretty well, but we couldn't win. And so I sort of reevaluated, because I was super fed, but I did a support tanky build and it didn't really work out. So I was like, all right, I'll just try going full solo queue next time I get fed, and it worked out.
Well, kind of speaking of that, you had Warrior Enchantment, Hex Drinker, a Brutalizer, and then a Bilgewater. I mean, that's a lot of offensive items. Talk me a bit more through that mindset. Why was this the game to just go full damage on Vi?
Well, they buffed the yellow trinket, so it's more efficient than a sweeper in my opinion right now. So basically, I don't have to buy as many wards, so I just have a lot more money for items. The Bilgewater might have been a little overkill, but I just wanted damage. They had like a Mundo and Rek'Sai, so if the game prolonged, I could have switched to a Bork and just done a ton of damage. And I really just wanted to kill him. Like, at the end of the game, I always did 800 damage to Phoenix, so it's just like a lot of damage.
Yeah, you were a rather large Vi in that game. Just talk a little bit more about IM Katowice and the team morale. How is that doing now? Because that was what looked like a pretty big setback, and how are you guys going to kind of retool for the end of this LCS season? You guys are now 10-5, looking towards the playoffs.
Well, IM Katowice was rough for us. We were sort of in a slump going into that week, and then we had to deal with jet lag, not having our normal setup for practicing. So it was really hard for us, and we just weren't a good team for the event. And so we came home still kind of jet lagged. We're all sort of a little sick from all the travel, but we just buckled down and we're like, okay, we really don't want to lose. So we tried really hard and it worked out.
Yeah, and now that you guys are in third place in the LCS standings, there's a TSM for CLG matchup coming up tomorrow, and the loser of that game, you guys may have a chance to overtake in the standings. Who would you rather lose that game, as the final question?
I don't really have that strong of an opinion about it. I think just whichever team loses isn't going to be as strong, so, I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
Fair enough. Just going to see where the cards fall. Thank you very much, Meteos. Congratulations on the victory. Let's send it back to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Jat. A very quick win there for Cloud9, and really it boils down to two major things. One was the interaction between the team comps, and the second was the botched Baron attempt by Team Liquid. And that's where I want to start with the Barons, Irene.
Yeah, it looked like Team Liquid felt a ton of pressure because of the bottom lane ganks, that they wanted to do a Baron that was kind of like a desperation Baron very early on. So I want to pull that replay up on you guys' screen here, because this was something that they could have aborted at any time. It's a 4v3 that ends up happening, and Cassiopeia runs out of mana trying to get the Baron down as fast as possible. So start rolling the clip here, and you can see that Cloud9 actually has vision coverage on the top side with a pink ward, so they know that this approach isn't seen from part of it, and then they just go full on, all in. Mundo is already half HP, blowing the ultimate, and this is just the engage comp. You have to force the issue immediately, and they have the front-loaded burst to get high-priority targets off the field immediately. Kallista's bottom has nothing to say in this, and even if this fight had just straggled off in Cloud9's favor, Sneaky's mid, and Lemonation also shows up to that fight at the very end. So that would have been a 5-on-4 in even the best-case scenario.
Mm-hmm. I think it was potentially doable if you disengage as soon as you see them. They have enough vision to see the approach. I think there's a chance that Baron does pay off, and when they get it, they just get to scale into the late game, but obviously that did not happen. Cloud9 got a big lead, and then we got to see C9 play the game they wanted to. And they got to play the hard engage comp, where you dive on a people, you press R at a bunch of guys, and in fact, the way that C9 played the team fights was really good overall. They actually properly spaced out their ultimates. They properly locked up the right targets, and that's actually a fight I want to share with you guys because it was very well executed. If you botch the engage, C9 loses the team fight and they'll lose the game. So if we can get that clip up, I want to kind of explain the really important things here. The main ones are the fact that this is played perfectly. The Nautilus ult goes onto Kalista, forcing her to back off, which then lets the team just dogpile Phoenix. And when that happens, the most important thing is when he uses his cleanse. So it's just, all right, let's go for the hard dive. Here's Nautilus ulti, and now Kalista's backing up. So instead, watch Phoenix, watch the Cassiopeia, because they're going to go right for her. And the question is, when does she get pushed on? There we go, Locket Shield is on, and right there, rooted by Maokai. And that's when she decides, okay, I've got to stop, I've got to cleanse, I've got to go and counter-engage with my ultimate. So let's roll the rest of the clip out and watch what happens now for the rest of this, because she gets locked up like everything else. Immediate Lissandra ult that she can't react to. Didn't even have time to put down the Petrifying Gaze in the back half. And now there's no damage left. Cassiopeia is gone. Kalista's just now fighting back, but Maokai's W's back. Get the root again, get the burst damage down. And okay, Quas is the last one alive. Okay, good job, C9. You didn't focus the tank. That was what you're supposed to do. They let him stay for the last point. And then at that point, any 5-man team will kill a Mundo at 25 minutes in. So congratulations, C9 playing the comp right.
Yeah, we talked about C9 at the start, or at least you said that they kind of lack the damage. It's all front-loaded, and Meteos just went damage on top of his damage.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, all right, this game is not going to go past 40 minutes if we have our say in it. We're not going to let Cassiopeia scale up. And when he got the double brutalizer, he's really just putting insurance on that. And then as they got the Baron, he's like, Hex Drinker, Bilgewater Cutlass. He's really just banking on them ending it, because Cloud9, if they had messed up 1 or 2 times after that, his build is extremely punishable. So it's one of those things that he was like, we just have to kill them every time, and this game is not going to go over 40 minutes.
Yep, not much more to it than that. Cloud9 coming back strong, rebounding after their poor showing at IEM Katowice. Got to feel good. Now keep it tuned right here, because when we come back, we'll see if TSM can keep their winning momentum rolling on, or if gravity will bring them back down to earth. The action continues in just 3.5.
Brings them back down to earth.
Yeah? Are you cop?
Someone asked if he was cop?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, yo, you're high, right? And that's cop?
I was like,
Yeah,
we're done here.
Cops there.
We're done here. We're rolling out.
Your shield onto Quas is already broken. He gets hit. The Ignite is completely killing the ultimate. He gets hit by Sneaky. They turn it around once again. Boy, now it's a 50-50. This is not going to be good for Team Liquid. They aren't even going to go for Baron on the side of Cloud9 either.
Careful. Kalista.
Kalista flash.
Kill frontline. Kill frontline. Frontline. I'm going Cassio. Okay. Cassio. Okay, Quas. Can we get Quas? Get the piglet. Anyone get the piglet? Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Okay, kill this guy. Good. Phantom? Oh, no. Sorry.
They going for the fight. That's a good Monsoon there, but he is going to get exploded. Cloud9 take down Team Liquid.
Welcome back to week 8 of our spring split coverage. It's time for our third match, Team Solo Mid versus Gravity. Last week, TSM once and for all settled the question of who is the greatest region with their first place win at IM Katowice. NA, baby. Feels good.
Yeah, they did it with 2 European players and a Korean. NA is the best. Man, we are amazing. Dyrus and Wild Turtle are the best players on planet Earth. Absolutely. No, but overall, like TSM, they knew they were coming into the back half of the regular season. First 9 games, played every team once, went 8-1. They said, great, guys, we conquered NA. Let's move on. But they decided they needed to practice and rehearse for international competition. They did so rather well. A couple of rocky points, but they got the practice out. They figured what doesn't work, what does. Lysandra does work, Cassiopeia doesn't. Okay, find out more new things. So far, TSM look very good. But now it's 5.5. They're a bit late to the party. They just came back from Poland. How quickly are they going to adapt? And, you know, can they keep this running? Can they make sure they get themselves that playoff bye?
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of their first international tournament wins in a very long time, since 2012. So we don't know what this is going to do for them, and maybe it'll probably bolster them. But this is the thing: is you can't be complacent with that. And I expect them to continue their work towards international tournaments. They can't be caught just taking playoffs for granted. So I feel like this is going to be them using this time in the regular season to experiment even more. And I want to see that diversified playbook just continue to have more variance to it. Like you said, Lysandra works, Cassiopeia doesn't. But is there a world where that Cassiopeia does work for Bjergsen if he practices it enough, and if the team can figure out on 5.5 how to just pick the champions that'll work around it?
Now, on the other side of this matchup, Gravity has also been expanding their play style and champion pool so far with mixed results, but the 5.5 patch may benefit St. Vicious here.
Oh yeah, Saint is very adaptable with new patches, and the swing towards the tanky-style junglers is really kind of his forte there, because he loves those champions, and every time that a patch comes out, he's always the guy who's like, here's the tier list of what's really good, and he identifies it very quickly.
Yeah, but I want to see how that fits in the grand scheme of Gravity comps overall, because they are actually winning a whole bunch this split with like Zed, Vi, Cassid, and Vi, these backline diving, heavy assassination teams where you go ham, but you don't take any prisoners, and that worked really well for them. Now, is that going to happen now in the last 4 games in a new patch? Gravity right now, they're in the prime position to make a move and figure out what their postseason is. They were in that 5th place tie. They actually still are right now. Team Liquid half a game behind. Team 8, the same record as them right now. 7th is a disappointment. You don't get to do anything at all in the postseason. 5th or 6th is awesome. You get to play in the playoffs, and that's really where they've got to figure out what they're doing in the last 4 games. TSM, Diggs, C9, and Team 8. Like, they're playing some of their contemporaries here.
Yeah, absolutely. Being that they're playing some of the top teams here, absolutely crucial for them to pick up these wins. Be also a huge boon to their confidence. Now, we are going to throw it over to our guys on the caster desk to get the game underway. But as we go, Dyrus shared some of his thoughts on St. Vicious and how his performance has changed throughout the split.
The very big differences I see from Curse St. Vicious to Gravity St. Vicious was at the start, Saint was actually really, really good. And back then, Curse with Saint, he had the confidence to carry the team, you know, lead the team. But after All-Stars, I felt like he lost confidence or motivation. So when he came back, he had all that confidence and motivation at the start of Gravity. But as time went on, it feels like he's gotten weaker as a player.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Shots fired. That is towards St. Vicious, who he's been hitting his smites lately. He's been doing everything he has to.
He's just matured over
and he's
time.
also one of
calmer.
He's also one of the guys that tries out like every jungler on a new patch. So I'm excited to see.
He also stopped drinking.
Got it. Haircut, he's good to go. Let's check in. Let's get into the game rather with a quick roster rundown. On the blue side, it's Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, Santorin in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Wild Turtle at AD carry, Lustboy at support, and Coach Loco Doco.
And on the red side, it's Team Gravity. Up top is Haunser. In the jungle was St. Vicious. Mid Keen, AD carry Cop, and support Bunny Fufu.
That's right. Bunny Fufu on support, trying to make plays for the team all the time. Him and Cop have actually been quite impressive this year, really putting up some good games. Cop's Graves has been quite something to be reckoned with throughout these games. 7-0-7 last week against Winter Fox, and even in the loss versus CLG, 1-0-2.
All right, so heading into this, let's see if Team Solo Mid continue to ban more. Oh, there it is. Well, Morgana bans.
Let's see, Kobe.
Let's see. You don't have to wait long. They are not shy about their Morgana ban. They're not trying to hide it. Every single game here, especially against somebody like Bunny Fufu. All right, so that will deny some of the protection against hard engage. Let's see what else we're going to chalk up. Sivir has been one of TSM's most successful champions.
Yeah,
this may shove Wild Turtle more towards the Jinx area of his champion pool, with Nidalee being banned as well against Santorin. And there's just the OP Sejuani taken down a notch.
Gotta love it. And he gets banned as well.
I think that's a reaction to the. I think that's a reaction to the Morgana ban.
Yeah, good call. Good call. Because we haven't seen it too much today, so very nicely played.
Yeah, and when Let's Play doesn't play Annie, he's pretty much just played Janna.
So the Rek'Sai is first pick for Santorin. He went for his first game in Nidalee last week, but with this open and Nidalee banned, it seems according.
Rek'Sai, just probably the most well-rounded jungler in the current meta. You do not have to switch over to tank junglers just because tank junglers have a new option.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai still vastly outperforms them in the early game, plus has way more mobility for the late game, provides you with way more cross-map plays that you can create. And with that, also provides a lot of even early dragon control, because you can back after a fight and then teleport back out onto the map to pick up an objective after a fight with full health.
So the Thresh and Maokai are picked up. Bjergsen, pretty much everything open for him in mid lane.
Shout out to Keen there, the God. Bunny Fufu gets his Thresh as well.
Yeah.
We don't talk about this every time, but this guy came into the professional scene as a Thresh-only main and absolutely destroyed many a team just with Thresh. So,
gotta pay it respect.
You deny the Morgana, but he's got the playmaking kit available to him now. Here we go. I was expecting a Nunu from Dominate, but St. Vicious, basically the mentor, the original Nunu lover here, definitely going to be very happy with the Nunu on the current patch.
Lust Boys support Rengar. I like it. We'll see what he does.
Yeah.
Bolus,
I like
Bolus
it. I like
from the
it.
brush.
Works great with this Lulu to speed him up.
Throw the shield on. Cats love picks.
But seriously, the Nunu, I like the champion here for Saint, especially because he wants to go more towards supporty style jungling. But the only thing is, locking in a Corki with a Nunu always just kind of rubs me the wrong way. I love more auto attack based
you're missing
AD
that
carries.
synergy.
If you've got this great playmaking front line of Nunu, Thresh, and Maokai, just bring a little bit more late game firepower, just in case you guys go late game. But comp with the Corki is going to be a huge mid game.
A great spot for a Jinx. Even you have the Thresh, right? You have your safety.
Yeah.
So maybe to each his own. Cop goes Corki. He is still very, very good on Corki. It's one of his high tier picks for himself in comfort. And the Mundo gets played again. Dyrus is going to be on that one.
And I asked Dyrus specifically about Mundo. I saw him in solo queue playing some Mundo, and I asked him specifically about it. If he was going to play, and he was like, Mundo's just kind of there. He's just another tank. He's all right.
So he didn't say no.
He did not say no. That's
what you're telling me.
And with a low damage comp that he's looking at, it's going to be, you will be hard pressed to kill this Mundo in the late game.
That's true. Corki doesn't tank bust. You're not getting that.
If Grabby does not kill.
No, it's in the middle.
Don't say anything. Yeah, well, of course it's in the middle. This is Keen. But I'm just stunned they let him play it.
Oh, dear.
They finally unleashed the Urgot. Holy
the machine.
moly. I'm so happy with this entire week of League of Legends. I can stand up if I want to stand up, man. This is going to be... Oh, my God. I actually never even asked Keen about his mid lane Urgot, just because I knew the team would never let him play it. All right. Yeah, I'm going to open up Urgot in the LoL wiki real quick. No, but seriously, this is something, if people, follow the streamers in their off time, Keen plays mid Urgot all the time in solo queue. It's banned against him, even people in solo queue, if they get him in back-to-back games. I'm so excited for this.
All right, I definitely want to dive deep as we get into the mid lane on this one.
Yeah.
Coaches, going to get their handshakes in. I'm sure everybody at home maybe swing their vote right now. It might be changing. This is the first time we're going to see Keen actually breaking out the machine, breaking out his Urgot.
I'm actually really curious of what build he goes with too, because Urgot got some interesting buffs, towards the mana itemization.
We will see. So now that you've gotten to look at the team comp, start sharing your picks. Tweet hashtag TSM win or hashtag GV win to @LOL Esports, and we'll see if we get any hashtag LCS big plays with some hyper-kinetic position reversers. As we get into the matchup, we are getting into game 3 of the day, and we'll see what they can do. It's going to be Team Solo Mid versus Gravity.
All right. So the mana buffs I was talking about are the 8% of your mana has been added to your shield strength. While the base was taken down a little bit, late game, if he does go, Muramana and get that transform, it's going to help out with his sustainability. Also, his ultimate cooldown taken down at lower ranks, if I remember correctly. The crowd booing Bjergsen for taking pot shots at Keen already. Keen just wants to have the dance off. It's really hard to outdance someone with 4 legs, though.
Yeah.
I feel like the edge already going to Keen just because the missed shurikens from Bjergsen.
Kobe, he has 4 legs as well.
Oh, snap. Another miss. Keen is on top of his game. He doesn't even have to try and fire rockets at Bjergsen. All right. Well, let's take a look at the early game here, though, because it looks like it will be standard lanes. Maokai probably will start a camp. Looks like it will be Wraith camp. Mundo can do the same. Nunu starting top side. Interesting. Nunu, by the way, especially with the new jungle item here, Cinderhulk gives you bonus HP, 25%. Nunu already gets bonus HP from chomping down on any minion in a buff camp. So the location that you get your buffs from changed on Nunu. You get your 10% HP and your size from actually the little ones or the main monster from the buff camps. And with that, with all of that HP that he gets so early now, it's super hard to push him out of the jungle. So Nunu is really free to get deep wards in the enemy jungle, even early on in the game. Now, Rek'Sai is one of the hardest champions to keep track of because she has a global teleport at level 6, but Nunu, a great champion to do that with. We'll see how well Saint can control the early vision. Should be rushing into an early Sightstone. I don't know if it'll be after the jungle item completion or even before. You can easily go either item path. But really, everything we got to talk about is coming from the mid lane here. The Urgot versus Zed matchup.
It's going to be good. Not one that I've really ever seen professional play, so it's going to be a learning process all around for the viewers, and if not, players for Solo.
I think the main thing to remember is a lot of people forget about the passive Urgot. Everybody knows about, the heat-seeking missiles, and landing the acid hunters, but really the passive from Urgot is the unsung hero, because his basic attacks will actually reduce all damage that your target deals by 15%. Now, you have to keep hitting them because it only lasts like 2.5 seconds or something. But if Bjergsen goes for an all-in after being hit by that, greatly reduces Zed's all-in potential on Urgot.
It doesn't match the calculation you're thinking about once you get hit.
Yeah.
So that kill potential, hopefully coming from the Ignite after the fact. 81% to 19. The Urgot maybe not flowing too many votes their way. Bjergsen taking the shadow. Get another E-strike in. Very nicely done. And he knows with Santorin just on the backside, he would be all right if he were to get ganked.
Yeah. Well, it looks like the fan vote, is heavily in favor of TSM. That's one of the lower votes for TSM because they're always up by like 90%. So the Urgot taking him down a little bit. Get some extra fan support. And Keen already massive CS lead here. Looking to bully Bjergsen. Once he gets his shield, he can get the slow and just knocks him out of lane. Those are the heat-seeking acid hunters that we're talking about. After landing your corrosive charge, you can just run him out of lane. You can see as soon as he hit level 4 there, turn on that Terra Capacitor and run him out of lane.
So we just saw Saint spending quite a bit of time down here throughout that engagement. He walked, saw the Scuttle Crab was gone, all the way back to Wolves, and then again back to River. Now Gromp has spawned. So didn't have too much else to do. Krugs was on the top of the map spawn, but it was quite a long walk to get nothing out of it, and the bottom lane is pushed. So hovering this for now. Maybe he will go back down again. He needs to relieve that pressure, but it looks like he's going to back. Cop and Bunny Fufu say they can stay safe. And Santorin doing a great job at cleaning everything up around the map.
Saint cancels his back. He goes for a gank. He does
So
have.
he did.
He's got all 3 buffs from the camps.
Huzzah! Ah!
Flash for flash traded. Good flash there from Lustboy. Does not want to let Saint even get into range. The early ganks from Nunu are pretty much just for side lanes because that's where you can really take advantage of the slow and chase people down.
Yeah.
The mid lane is a lot less impactful. However, if Bjergsen goes aggressive, then he can turn it around. We'll see here though. Deep ward from Quas. I actually really like the ward up by Krugs. You can see where when St. Vicious goes to grab that camp because Saint is such a hard farming jungler. Crab control by Santorin has been superb so far. Keeping both of those locked down. And he has started out with the slow, the chilling smite. Woo! So much more conventional start here from Santorin on the Rex side. Saint trying to play the vision game. Control around mid. Doesn't want to let Bjergsen get off to a strong start. Keen already keeping him down by himself, and Saint just wants to supply the vision so that Keen can continue his reign.
Nicely done by Bjergsen to get out, and it looks like Santorin's going to do a little tracking here. He'll keep an eye on St. Vicious. This is information for all the lanes if they do choose to go aggressive or choose to play passive, but he will be spotted out eventually by the ward. Good, safe play here by Team Solo Mid. They're getting everything they want out of just a little bit of info. Nobody with too much of a lead yet. Keen playing it safe as he charges up his tier in the mid lane. Won't expect too much from him until we really see the fights, unless he continues to just tag Bjergsen. But it seems like Bjergsen has been able to get himself out of that range now. Oh, not that time.
Doesn't pop his shield yet. He is with the early tier though, so the classic Urgot build, and he will benefit from the changes where you get the magic, or the extra 8% when your mana added onto your shield. Also, Urgot is actually fairly decent towards late game. The Corrosive Charge does give you armor penetration, percentage armor penetration, so they won't be terribly underarmed towards the late game, but I still feel like Gravity have to make use of the mid game here. With their squad, they really need to make a 30-minute or so win happen.
Right.
They can do it by controlling objectives pretty easily. They do have the Nunu. They have a very good mid-game fighting team. Their mid-game will spike pretty hard. Haunts are going to try and go for early Rod, though, so they will wait a little bit for him to charge that up. And, of course, the tier stacking.
Hopefully they can find those fights. TSM, we know as well, once they know the fights are going to be coming, they'll position so they don't have to fight, or they'll be able to push the lanes. It's going to be a very tough task for Gravity here. Looking at the junglers as we're about to get a dragon going. We do have the Chilling Smite on Santorin this time for Rek'Sai. St. Vicious with the
Rek'Sai is top, but he's got his ultimate available. I think that they're going to give it up just because they just had a base from Bjergsen. All right, well, he popped it. They might go for a steal. It's so difficult to steal from Nunu. All right, so it's so early in the game. Having a rough time tanking it. Bottom lane advantage as well. Good ultimate there from Santorin to scare Saint off of the dragon. He had to pull back because Keen was the one to base second there from the mid lane, and they lost all control of mid lane. So, safer play from St. Vicious. And that's actually a very big moment in the game to actually delay the objective control from Nunu. And even though, you know, TSM not taking that dragon, delaying the first dragon being taken, quite big.
Whew.
For this
Take
squad.
axe for Keen coming out here. Throw down a bit of damage onto Bjergsen. He has his cutlass, bit of sustain, so he should be able to stay safe on this. 70 to 65 in that lane, keeping it clean. Cop and Wild Turtle just about the same as well. This will be over to Keen. We'll see how much pressure he can start to put on Bjergsen with his blue buff now. Bjerg, no roam for the Zed yet. Unfortunate for him. He's usually making some plays by now. But no kills altogether. Means both teams are, I would say both teams, but TSM not really knowing what to expect from this composition of Gravity. Yeah. TSM in the bot lane have consistently been pushing this up to the turret, now waiting, knowing they have the advantage, while Turtle stops putting the piercing lights through all the minions and holds it off. So far, so good.
Yeah. Ever since Lesboy started going back to his Lulu roots, the duo bottom lane from TSM has looked quite good in the lane phase. Doing a good job against Corki. This is post level 6 Corki, by the way. Cop has been able to hit the level 6. Been beaten up during the lane phase, though, and hasn't been able to base, so not much mana left in the reserves for poking.
Ooh.
Another good hook here from Bunny.
It's a good shield and the knowledge of being up to keep going on that. And yeah, like you were saying, I like the Lustboy Lulu. He always a big proponent of Janna as well, and it's kind of just like a Janna with a Glitter Lance, right? Almost the same type of champion with a bit more to offer. Top lane, red buff for Dyrus. Looks like he's not really using that to his advantage too much. Just something he decided to go and grab.
The classic Mundo versus Maokai matchup. I thought we were done with this, but it has returned.
We were for a while.
Tanky tank in the top lane.
Is that what you're calling it?
That's all they do, is just tank things.
The hooks from
bottom
Bunny.
lane, though, here we go.
We talk about that Thresh. Can he make the plays that count for first blood? And the trade here, that initial burst of both of these AD carries.
Another fight here. Saints got Santorin on the run. He would have to pop his passive to get another snowball, though, because he ran out of mana. I'm surprised there's been no teleport bottom from either of these dank tanks from the top lane to turn it around, because there were some very low duos down there. I guess they're consumed with their battle up here. Too much attention being paid to the micro of Maokai versus Mundo.
Yeah, very intricate stuff you're looking at. 12 minutes on the clock. Keen continues to push into the turret. He's only got a few shots on it. Will Bjergsen go hard? He was walking right towards it. That's the hit. That's the shield. Position reverser as well.
Wrecked.
One more. One more. No, Keen, no. No. First blood.
Keen, you had the advantage.
Oh.
No.
Oh. That's one of those things where you're like, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do that. Oh, I did it.
It was a great instant ulti to get the extra bonus armor from his.
Right. You gotta remember that.
Oh, but then he just went a little bit too far. I don't know. Got to keep track of that flash, Keen. Also, his the corrosive charge. Haha! It fell off just as he flashed in to try and get another
shot.
Seeking missile, but with the corrosive charge falling off, missile went wide.
Just so sad. It's like seeing
I know.
Shock blast. Not
then again, though, Bjergsen with another outplay. You always have to give credit to Bjergsen, especially on Zed.
We saw it at IM as well.
Time and time again.
Previous week of LCS.
This guy.
Here we go.
All right, so immediate ultimate there. Not only to delay
I like the timing of the fall off.
Damage during ultimate. Yeah, let's see when corrosive charge is still on him right here. Right when he flashes in and the flash goes. Corrosive charge. Maybe he even flashed out of range, because it looked like it stayed on a little bit longer. But regardless, the flash from Bjergsen got him way out of range, and that was just an ill-fated move from Keen from the get-go. Not keeping track of the old flash there.
So we'll see how that.
Very deep.
See how that changes things.
It'll just slow him down a little bit.
Right.
I feel like
it's not gigantic. The Manamune still finished on one side. We have the Blade of the Ruin King on the other, but a Santorin in the pocket of the Bjergsen. That is an item that Keen does not have. Teleport stopped very nicely by Hanser, but that's also a teleport gained here from TSM.
Everybody's sad.
Let it
God
begin.
has fallen in the mid lane. What a play, though.
Yeah. Strong back and forth. Whoa, the burst from Cobb. There's the ultimate from Lustboy. The wild growth is what you're just not expecting.
Oh, what? And the
turtle flashes in. Oh, it was just, that was a high-class bait. We'll call it that.
He knew. All right, well, we won't try to justify that one. That was
misinterpreting their damage today.
Yeah, he thought he needed a little bit extra on it, but LessBoy had his back with the immediate polymorph there. Turtle almost got himself too deep, but LessBoy had his back. I really don't. I just want to call out once again the Bjergsen-Santorin communication there. After the exchange where they both blew flashes, he immediately calls Santorin. He's like, come over here and kill this guy again. Urgot's going to continue to try to bully me in this lane. He has no flash now, and there's no dashes on Urgot. He's a sitting duck. Santorin immediately goes, flashes on him. Easy kill for TSM in the mid lane, punishing enemy mid laners for blowing their flashes for years.
No Rek'Sai ultimate to stop this one. And after a bit of a hit, they do get Dragon back. This is good for Gravity.
But again, that's so late for them. For a new team to get their first Dragon at 15 minutes. It'll be so. It might be too long for them to try and stack up 5 now with this squad. They lost a lot of momentum, and I think they really needed to take the early momentum. But we'll see how they can work this one out. Rek'Sai gonna be a problem, as Santorin was actually the one who got the killing blow here. So he has not only been able to get the Sightstone pretty early, but also full Giant's Belt on top of that, and ultimate ready up again. Looks like they are headed towards top to try and shove Haunter off the turret and trade top turret for bottom turret here, as Gravity have already grouped up down bottom.
Dyrus is just taking Polaroids. Guys, bot's going down. Was hoping Krugs were up, but he's not going to be able to get anything off of that, and there's no Void Rush here. 3 strong for TSM in the top lane. Turtles? Same thing for Gravity in the bot. Turtle's trying to defend mid, finds out that Keen hurts.
Yeah, you got to be careful there, especially AD carry walking into Keen's territory. Keen does have Ignite up. If he can grab hold of him with his really short range ultimate, then Turtle could be in for a hurtin', since he burned all of his summoners down bottom.
See another reason for the Sivir ban as well there with the spell shield. So obviously take it away from Turtle, but hopefully make the Urgot more impactful. Unfortunate that Bjergsen got the better of that in the early game for Keen. Still looking to make an impact after being 0-2 now with a bit of focus from Santorin as well. So Team Solo mid with the lead now. Start to slow things down, but then once they start to put their foot down, they will get what they want. See Wild Turtle just hanging out in mid here, but with no support, they're not taking mid yet. They're just hanging back.
And it's nothing against Bjergsen. It's just that everybody loves Urgot. So that's why everybody wants to see Urgot succeed so bad. Tough break, though.
Well, if Keen beat him, he'd be the #1 mid lane in the world, right? Staying up there at 162 to 144, put back in CS due to those kills, but TSM just kind of hanging back until they get what they want. Top lane, now bottom lane, instantly, turret.
The other thing is that this Gravity squad does not have anyone who can answer a Bjergsen split push. So Bjergsen can split push all day, every day. Dyrus, though, caught out with 3.
Oh, lots of slow. The final grab, and he will go down eventually. That's what you get for eating your wheat.
Just Mundo things. All right, Bjergsen got the kill again.
See how much he can stay alive from this one. So the Deathmark actually didn't crush Keen too hard. The follow-up of the team did. And TSM showing their strength now. It was only a matter of time before they put their foot down real quick. 5-1 on the scoreboard, and they have a 4,000 gold lead to work with here. Items abound. Wild Turtle looking to finish up the Infinity Edge quite soon. Cop is on that spike, but we haven't really seen him participate yet. He's still out in the side lanes farming up.
Yeah.
We'll see what Gravity can do in this composition. What is their choice once they fall behind for really anything?
Yeah, gonna have to get a 5-on-4 or something like that.
Yeah.
Right now.
Maybe
in order to get that, they would have to get down some better wards. Bunny's trying his best to get those out there. St. Vicious assisting him in the Vision Wars, but TSM, just because of that split push bottom from Zed, they littered this jungle side from Gravity that's leading up to the Dragon, so a lot of vision for Bjergsen to pull off this split push. And nobody can 1v1 him since he's got complete vision. He shouldn't have any problem with people collapsing on him either.
Yep.
And TSM can pull pressure in all 3 lanes. Dyrus heading right back up top. And the 1-3-1 commences. Plus, They have Rek'Sai as their jungler, which is always a huge asset in any late game 1-3-1. An extra teleport from your jungler to be able to turn around any sort of collapse. Oh, the ward's all timed out, though, actually. The deep ward's timed out, at least, for TSM.
We were talking about wards for Gravity and how with the Nunu they might be able to push some forward, but that double Sightstone is really just being relied on as wards for their jungle since they're being pushed in so hard here.
Yeah, they have no pressure for lanes, so it's you cannot get deep wards when you have no pressure in lanes. Gravity should be concentrating their efforts on defensive warding inside their own jungles, both sides.
But apparently there was a sale on Glacial Shrouds that Gravity went after. They now have
3 for 1.
3 of those in their inventory, so lots of armor here to start dealing with Wild Turtle and Bjergsen.
One of those Frozen Hearts would go a long ways towards reducing damage output from almost every member of
true,
TSM.
actually.
Plus the Nunu attack speed slow. Let's see how it works out inside the jungle.
Quite a good choke point there for St. Vicious's Nunu, but he gets popped up immediately. Lustboy and Santorin quite low. Gravity's getting the fight they want. Wild Turtle right into the middle of the fight. Once again, he gets popped. Dyrus is just... he's big, though. Dyrus is big, but it's going to be too many members of Gravity now to focus the fight. We wondered what would happen, Kobe, and they got the 4v5 they wanted, pushing out Lustboy to end the fight. That was more of a 5v5 scattered, but Gravity, Gravity
going
made
for
it what they
Baron.
wanted.
How much do you want to bet that Saint gets one shot by a Baron spell?
Oh, man.
Nah, he's going to consume the crab. All right, he'll be safe.
I don't know about safe.
He's still living on the edge.
This is like one Glitter Lance or one Santorin hit. If they going big, Lustboy actually doesn't have that much AP in his build. He's going for the Righteous Glory. Santorin smites Bunny Fufu. He does not have smite for the Baron now, and it is going to be going over to Cobb. That was actually missed still by St. Vicious, but they get it. They could be able to clean up Lustboy here, but they ping each other back, so they have time to recoup. They have time to get their health, and TSM doesn't take too much as they come back.
Kopp got the kill on Baron with both junglers there, and one of the junglers being Nunu.
Yeah.
All right, so anyway, let's take a look at this, because this is a very good spot for Gravity to fight. Look at the defense they put up. Thresh Box and Nunu Ultimate just rebuff the full initiation from TSM. Bjergsen and Santorin taken out of the fight so early. And then Dyrus comes in a bit late on
teleport.
And if your tank comes in that late and all of your damage output has already been taken low, it's a huge comeback there for Gravity. Plus, this is the mid game where they have the Corki spike. Corki does not fall off until much later. At this point, Corki is still really, really, really strong DPS source for Gravity, and they've completed all 3 Frozen Hearts at the same time.
My God.
They're gonna make sure they cover every inch of the battlefield when they get into a team fight.
So it's basically also Bjergsen has to like focus Kopp or Bunny Fufu here going in. He's not going to kill either of those 3. This is going to be a tough choice.
The aura there for Frozen Hearts is fairly short, 600, but if you have 3 of them, then you can cover all distance, no matter how spread out everybody is.
Well, Gravity being cold as ice. Move down the mid lane. It looks like they're going to throw down the Absolute Zero as well. They want to fight in front of the turret. This is not necessary. Good to see Gravity pull back off of that one instead of try and take the fight there.
All right, they've been able to clear out another set of minions, though. Wave clear from TSM working out. And Dyrus just pops his ultimate back to full health, which is going to deter Gravity. Cops down to half life and running out of mana, so they got to back off. But a huge stepping stone back into the game for Gravity.
That was
back on even gold footing, at least. All right, TSM, IEM champions. Bjergsen's 2-1-1 on Zed. Very, very powerful still. They can return to their split push as long as they don't force another one of those jungle fights and, box themselves into the Thresh and Nunu peeling ultimates. TSM is still in a very good position. Wild Turtle eventually is going to outscale Kopp. He's got crit multipliers coming in with his Infinity Edge. Kopp, though, still riding the high of the Trinity Force.
He's trying.
Right into Blade of the Ruin King to help him with, tank busting versus Mundo. But he will eventually run into the problem of armor penetration. Right now, though, very, very strong. He's got Blood Boil as well on top of everything.
That's one thing they're not too worried about. If they do take down TSM and they get to these turrets, those will also start to fall fast. But you got to get to those turrets. They're pretty short range before they get there. We saw the fight in jungle being the only thing Gravity was able to make happen. So you have to assume TSM is also not going to do that again. They're not a team to make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, they definitely need to put redistribute their wards that we saw them have. They had really good vision coverage for a second. But as soon as it lapsed, a little bit of a missed call.
Yeah, slowly splitting out to the 1-3-1 every so often. We saw it just a second ago. Now as they clean up the camps, looks like they may try again.
Yes.
Dyrus is just hanging out, waiting for the wave to come up.
The other thing is, you know, TSM, they can continue to go to that strategy because the pick for punishing 1-3-1 really just comes, you know, if you let Maokai get too close, or it comes from, you know, Thresh hooks out of the Fog of War.
Yep.
There's not a huge scare of being punished. So let's see if TSM are able to regain control of side lanes. At this point, the front line super tanky here for Gravity. Very difficult for TSM to get back there to the Blood Boil AD carry. So let's see if Gravity can control the neutral zones.
Odds are trying to back in the bottom lane. Dyrus actually stopping him a few times, getting the push on. So there's the pressure. Both teleports are up for those laners. Dyrus makes sure to back off from Haunter because it can't be stopped from that twisted advance or arcane smash. And TSM rotating accordingly here, assessing what Gravity is trying to do as they get the lanes pushed, which is good as well because Gravity has not been letting the 1-3-1 put them into their own turrets.
Yeah, Gravity are really hoping that TSM try to go all in because their counter engage is magnificent. Keen with the poke though. This Urgot poke under turret, if he lands one Acid Hunter, it forces Turtle to completely give all ground around the turret and awards Gravity with another objective.
Yeah, that's very timely Muramana for him as well. So it's going to be added.
I mean, this is the super hard mid-game spike that we said Gravity would have to make use of. They've got the 2-item Corki spike, the 2-item Urgot, and the ridiculously beefy front line with not quite enough crit multipliers yet on Turtle.
Well, hopefully they can work within this window.
Looks like he's rushing into Last Whisper right after this so that he can try and take down these Frozen Heart builders.
It's like Gravity has to know that they are warded out here with the positional movement of Team Solo mid. They're still trying to grab the fight. Held in the top lane, Haunter and Bjergsen going back and forth on some wave clearing as well. It looks like TSM gives up, or rather Gravity gives up, but TSM knows it, so they go back to fanning out. But within this last little back and forth, Gravity has gotten some great wards so deep within the jungle of Team Solo.
Yeah, and they're going to return to controlling the dragon. You know, that's why I was a little bit deterred when they had their first dragon delayed till 15 minutes, but they are still stacking them. You know, on cooldown or on respawn here for the dragon. So this will be number 3, well on their way to number 5, and this one should be another uncontested one. So this should be pretty easy number 3 for Gravity, and TSM should not be contesting these. They should be giving these up, trying to split push to buy more time for Turtle to get up to his Last Whisper and maybe another crit item.
Number 3 over 7-6 now, 28 minutes in. Team Solo mid, as they hover around Baron, it looks like they were trying to get somewhat of an engage.
Yeah.
Seeing Dragon go down maybe alerted them that the cavalry was just off on the wing for Gravity, so not much can be done.
Yeah, once again, Gravity going to try and use the neutral objectives to bait TSM in. They would love for TSM to pull an engage once again. This team is all about the counter engage.
I don't know how much they're going to get on this one. Dyrus is backing before teleporting. Actually, he stopped back now. He instantly teleports, realizing there wasn't enough time.
Active.
Instant hit on that.
That's coming from behind, though.
In. Can St. Vicious get in the fight? Bjergsen is trying to get into the fight, only getting 1 Q off. That means the W is down as well. Deathmark won't follow up with a lot of damage. He's waiting for the cooldowns. Gravity's pushing off TSM now. St. Vicious has Lustboy. He can't offer peel for the rest of the team. Nobody's even worried about Bjergsen yet. Will he be able to change the fight now? Coming in, that kill goes to Wild Turtle, but it's a 1-for-1 with Saint going down. And now they focus the fight. TSM's very low to take this one on. Haunts are not in range for the twisted advance, and they finally peel each other off. Back out of the fight.
Great ult there from Keen. As soon as Bjergsen tries to go for a death mark, Keen always immediately ults him with Urgot so that there's no follow-up damage on the death mark, saves Cop, and they almost grab another kill for it. But wow, what a play. You can see that TSM definitely learned their lesson. They are not diving into this squad anymore. No. They're not trying to run through the Nunu and Thresh to blow up the backline because Urgot is extremely difficult to blow up. So, TSM handling this Gravity squad with care. They're trying to keep their distance, keep them surrounded, but avoid the full hard engage. There's Righteous Glory active, and Bunny Fufu with the immaculate timing on his hook. They're initially able to get the engage. Lustboy also, the Glitter Lances go a long way with the slows deterring this full engage from Gravity. There are multiple times here where Hunter is almost in range. He finally does get a snare here onto Turtle, but there's no follow-up because Santorin just went in for a knock-up on both Cop and Keen. So he got a knock-up on the DPS at the exact moment Hanser got the snare onto Turtle, which is what they were looking for. And there was the immediate ult from Keen to stop Bjergsen's assassination attempt, and they get another flash out of it. So very good, cautious play.
I'm surprised Bjergsen got out of that, but after the chase a few weeks ago, I guess I should be. 30 minutes on the clock, and not too much of a gold lead here coming in. Gold's practically even. Yep. Ward's now around the Baron as we're going to get another go for broke here, I believe, from both teams.
Interesting. Cop has also gone with Quicksilver. So Cop rushing for the Quicksilver for the next death mark. If he does, and Keen's not in the area to try and ultimate Bjergsen, Cop now has another answer for the death mark.
Where you can see what the consideration by Bjergsen was there, right? Going into the fight. He didn't want
back to
anybody.
There's the ultimate. This time there are no flashes. So TSM have to be extremely careful.
Gotta watch out. That's Righteous Glory on top of the Speed Shrine as well. You are not going to get away from that. Dyrus can't be helped by the team.
No flashes this time. They can't get out.
Unfortunate. The mobility of Speed plus Righteous Glory. Too much for any kind of follow-up here from Team Solo Mid. They're going to watch this one go down, trying their damnedest now to take down that middle turret to get to the inhibitor. And they have to peel off before they can get that much damage.
Yeah, they trade one secondary turret for the Baron. Huge win there for Gravity.
Crush this? No. Okay, they're backing up.
Now, I feel like TSM should have tried to press their split push harder when Gravity kept trying to group up. Because Gravity, they're looking to group up and force TSM to come to them so that you have to wade your way through all these tanks. And the mid-game spike Urgot and mid-game spike Corky get to take advantage of all the damage that they can drop out right now.
You have to be kidding me. Bunny Fufu is also building a Frozen Heart. Wow. All right. So now it's on Cop.
That's pretty...
The final say of authority for 5 Frozen Hearts.
Corky get that cooldown reduction, man.
Absolutely. So they're moving in. Gravity, they're going to see what they can do, putting a dent on this base. Nobody looks to put any final touches on the game.
A lot of damage for no gain.
His ultimate's up. He's going to be able to use it out.
But you don't want to
range. Oh, no, of course.
Lose that.
Free damage is still free damage.
They got an ignite on him.
He gets hit and crushed by Keen and the Muramana damage. Right through everything.
He's got Muramana plus the Flat Pen Brutalizer plus Last Whisper and his Corrosive Charge penetration. So Urgot late game doing almost true damage with the transformation, and they're just going to run into the base.
Right on a Team Solo Mid. That's the position reverser. Turtle gets thrown to the back line. Two members of Team Solo Mid have now been taken down 20 seconds apart as they can't defend their inhibitor, and Gravity is making some great ground.
They are making such a good case for the Corki pick over a later game AD carry because they want to make the spikes coincide. The Corki spike with the Urgot spike.
Yeah.
And it's worked out brilliantly for them. What a mid-game run. TSM looking to make up for it though right now.
Go for broke here. Very risky play by TSM. Santorin is at half HP. Bjergsen down as soon as he comes back. That's going to be the lockdown. Double kill for Cop. Santorin has to dive out. Dyrus just gets back from being dead and may find himself in the same situation. The turret's going to go down second tier on the top lane. Team Solo Mid is losing ground, and they're losing it fast here as Gravity has taken every advantage that they can. Gotta be careful, guys. Don't play around with this one now.
The age of tanks is upon us. Oh, Hanser gets slowed. Can he
what
chain
happens?
Them? Yes,
Dyrus
flash.
is going to try to give him the business now.
They both have flash.
More business. File this. Oh, come on.
Oh, he's got more where that came from.
Oh, what is that? You can't close your eyes when you throw cleavers.
Wasting paper, throwing them at Maokai.
I know. It's all right. He's disgruntled.
Man,
I would be too after that.
The age of tanks is truly upon us, though, Riv. Even the mid laner is a tank for Gravity. With Urgot getting so beefy, really hard to assassinate him, man.
The black cleaver now.
Yeah, in the late game,
fun.
The late game shield is ridiculous for him. Yeah, you cannot. It doesn't matter how much armor you have. Keen is going to take you down to 0 with this build.
See this again. Saint doing off to the side
All
here.
right, so Keen on the back line, even with exhaust. Cop and Keen just blow up Bjergsen. Shield saves him, and they continue the roll.
So looking at the composition, Kobe, I mean, this patch definitely rolling in favor of Gravity.
Massive tanks with mid-game power spike.
Definitely rolling in favor of Gravity. There's the grab onto Lost Boy. That Wild Growth ultimate is up. They do not have exhaust for the damage that's about to come in. That could be quite painful. And they might brute force this turret. They have to be careful.
Ooh,
no, they're not
turtle.
losing any ground. I was thinking once the minions go,
USS down, though.
He's just eating that turret alive. All the shots from it. Dyrus gets hooked once again. They are toying with Team Solo Mid, but also taking a bit of damage. They have to be careful for it. Bjergsen out of energy, won't be able to provide too much. Gravity's doing a very great job. They got minions pouring in the mid lane.
Every time a hook lands, Keen tanks about 3,000 HP out of Dyrus. Oh, here's the engaged Santorin!
They're gonna lock it down. Remember, they got the minions in the mid lane. Bunny Fufu will get hit here. That death mark's gonna lock it down. Bjergsen in the back. The rocket finds its way through the entire team. Cobb nails that one with the eagle eye. They're finishing him off. That's gonna be TSM going down to their base. These super minions were already doing the job that Gravity was about to continue, and it's gonna be the Nexus going down. Gravity with a fantastic matchup versus Team Solo Mid off of Katowice. Come up with a win.
All right, so things we've learned. Late game Urgot actually has a ridiculous amount of damage output.
That's a good word, I guess.
Keen and the rest of Gravity able to take down #1 North American LCS team. IEM winners, TSM, with his favorite solo queue pick. And man, that one mistake from TSM going for a fight in the mid game instead of continuing for the split push. And Gravity just took it and ran with it, forcing fight after fight out on the neutral objectives. And the thing is, with this team, even though they're really mid-game focused, like their late game is secured by their massive amount of dragon control, because they are about to stack up to 5 dragons. If they weren't able to finish it there, then they would get 5th dragon shortly after.
Well, you know what they do get, Kobe? The linear belt. It's theirs. Champions of the world. No, but Kev, what a fantastic play. Keen coming out, even with 2 kills on him in the early game. Cop, you can even see him sighing there. Whew. Feeling good about it. Bunny Fufu on his Thresh. And Kobe, looking at the compositions, you know, we questioned how many teams would kind of not have a lot of time coming out of Katowice, and we see still pretty much a 5.4 patch team, besides the Mundo coming from Team Solo Mid.
This may be my favorite patch so far, just because we've seen so many crazy, like the entire world, every region around the world.
I like it.
All right.
Every region around the world what, Kobe?
There's pulling out crazy tricks.
I know.
Now, the thing
especially
is, I feel like Keen was one of the ones who started the Hecarim craze as well, bringing Hecarim over as a solo laner, and a lot of people started playing him top lane now, and now it's standard top lane. Is Urgot the new solo
You know what?
laner?
You know what? There have been some Urgot top lanes that crush people. Like it actually works if you just play. It's a long lane, so it's hard, but that works.
It definitely worked in the mid lane. He had one blunder early because he wanted to get the kill on Bjergsen.
Oh, man.
Slight miscalculation there. But, man, did it look so good in the late game with the beefy front line where no one could take down Keen, the sustained damage. And he literally ripped through any armor that anyone had. You could not – it doesn't matter how much armor you have versus that late game.
It was a little – there's really one thing I'm sad about in that game is that Money Fufu did not finish the 4th Frozen Heart.
Well, he had about 5,000 hooks that
I don't
landed.
think he had a chance to go back. He probably had 5,000 gold, too. Those guys were up in the face of Team Solo Mid for a long time. Even without minions, it was Urgot taking the turret. Then who else? Maokai taking the turret. They were absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. And as we said, the team fights are going to trend more and more towards really long team fights. So it's all about who can sustain during the team fights and your target selection during those team fights. Can you actually stop a damage source? And a lot of the time that just comes from chunking out one of the damage sources to make them play more defensively.
Right.
But they were
hooking the damage source
There's no
over
way
and over.
that they could get to either of those damage sources.
All right. Well, what a win they had there. Obviously, super big to win over Team Solo Mid coming up in their final games of the split. Freak and Cyrene are now standing by at the telestrator to break down that huge upset by Gravity.
Thank you very much. We have a great cast so far in the day, and I'm here with Aiden to talk about a giant upset, first of all. And on top of that, a great adaptation. First game of 5.5 for both these teams. Gravity clearly adapting way better to it.
Yeah, and TSM really didn't try anything new, right? I thought they were going to try something new after Katowice, and they're like, all right, we're going to keep innovating on 5.5. Instead, they go back to put Bjergsen on a carry middle and try to have him run away with the game. And Gravity played exactly the way they should have against that. Keen, he overdived at one point, but Urgot, I think, is a fantastic pick against Zed. Like, as soon as he ulties in, Noxian Corrosive Charge your feet and R him so that he will eat that Noxian Corrosive Charge. And then you just Acid Hunter, and you have extra resistances, you have a shield. It's just a great counter pick.
Yeah, and it's cool to see sort of these stylistic team comp as well. Like, Assassins, as a class, tend to be weak to Bruisers. Mages and big AoE sources and good consistent damage tends to be good against Bruisers. Well, guess what happens? You've got Zed, you've got Mundo low damage threat in the top lane up there. Rek'Sai who's building tank items second. Like, at a certain point, just Urgot and co stop dying. 3 ninja tabbies on the top lane of the
all
jungle
AD against them, yeah.
Right, all AD as well, except for Mundo trying to throw cleavers at people. But compositionally, we're now seeing teams able to pick champions that work well against, hey, let's go blind pick an assassin mid. Well, guess what? There's stuff out there that beats it now.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited about that. Kobe was talking about, he's like, I'm just in love with this week of League of Legends, and I can't agree more.
Yeah.
There's actually a replay I want to pull up on the telestrator here for you guys. This was kind of the fight that turned it all around for Gravity, and we'll just start rolling it out here at the start, because this is just the setup for it. Bjergsen uses his shadow over the wall, and then he ulties Bunny Fufu, and that's where Bunny Fufu flashes away. Saint immediately zones them, and this is very crucial right here, because if you look at the minimap, Dyrus has... Hauntzer is actually starting his TP. Dyrus isn't there yet. Dyrus hasn't even started his, and Hauntzer going to arrive way before him. By the time that Hauntzer actually comes in, Dyrus starts his TP, and Dyrus is the person who had the lane push advantage in top. Also, this Absolute Zero keeps Lustboy from going off to this side with Bjergsen, and Bjergsen has no support here. They immediately focus down Santorin, and this is funny, too, because everybody's trying to get on St. Vicious at the same time. Now, keep rolling the clip out here, because Keen is going to use his Hyperkinetic Position Reverser right there, and it gets immediately polymorphed, but he still keeps the extra bonuses, and he gets double crit by Turtle. So he actually takes reverse damage while still moving at the same time, or reduced damage. Bjergsen jumps back in, and he doesn't get that final kill. We end up seeing that Keen is able to back off, Bunny Fufu is able to back off, and they just clean that up very, very neatly with Hauntzer coming in to zone the back line. Cop was not a target in that fight. They were like, let's go after St. Vicious, get Saint. And then he gets out just by the skin of his teeth, and then they overextend to try to pick him up afterward. Meanwhile, Cop and Keen are just unloading damage.
Yeah, and that's really good by them to be able to position themselves properly, be ranged, put the damage output down, ruin King second for Corki. Of course,
He actually had Bilgewater Cutlass at that point, and as soon as
but
Zed
in the general
jumped
composition sense,
he was able to slow him at the same time, though, which was great, because we saw Bjergsen jump in, Blade of the Rune King, just like, no, Bilgewater Cutlass, and then he couldn't close that tiny distance, and it forced him to snap back.
Yeah, so obviously a lot of great play by Gravity. Gravity, the team overall, playing amazingly. You got to hand them a lot of credit for now being in sole possession of 5th place right now, heading into the last 3 games of Split for them. But we're now going to hand it over to Dash for an interview.
Thank you, gentlemen, here with Saint and Bunny Fufu. You guys just defeated the IEM World Champions 1 week after they come back from that. So, Bunny Fufu, how does that feel to know that you can take a game off of someone who performs so well internationally?
Just knowing that they can beat other top teams in the world and we can compete head-to-head with them, it's really nice to know that.
And Saint, I mean, you're a person who's had experience internationally. How do you feel TSM performed when they went to that tournament? And do you feel that this was an accurate representation of your ability to compete worldwide as well?
To be honest, I don't know. Like, the GE Tigers never played against TSM, so it's really too hard to tell. And I mean, granted, the LPL as a whole region is really strong, so I mean, it kind of showed that. Like, the bottom-ranked team managed to go head-to-head and like come up through the tournament. But I think TSM kind of almost overperformed at that tournament, and I think they kind of messed up really bad in bans and picks today, because we had like a team comp that all counters AD, and then they just like picked right into it. So I feel like they kind of underperformed today.
So let's talk about Champion Select a little bit. Obviously, Urgot being a big thing here, just everyone's excited to see it. Was Urgot something that you guys have specifically been holding on to, like waiting for that opportunity to play it against Zed, as that is a pretty nice lane matchup for him?
Well, like, Keen just likes playing troll stuff in solo queue just for the fun of it, and like none of it makes sense. I don't take any of it serious. But then, you know, last patch, it's like, the Urgot buff, like, this is the moment we've been waiting for, and Keen's like eyes get all bright.
But it was back in January. He tweeted out that he was going to prove that Urgot is a viable champion, and I guess he finally had that opportunity.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Well, fantastic. I mean, and it seemed to pay off. Unfortunately, he actually did have that unfortunate 1v1 kill in the mid lane, and things looked like they were kind of tipping into TSM's favor there. Bunny Fufu, just team comp-wise, or comms-wise, you guys were able to kind of pull yourselves back into it through the mid game. What do you think you attribute that to?
Just like on LCS stage, whatever, if someone makes a bad play, no one gets down, we just keep going forward and talk about what we have to do and stuff. So, and we knew we had the right comp to do it. So like, even when the score was 1-5, Keen was like, easy game, we won. They're all AD or something like that. So.
I agree. The positivity there definitely helpful with the mindset and things like that. You know, as well with this new patch, you decided to take Nunu, which a little bit of criticism was thrown out immediately because of the fact that you had Urgot and Corki, and there was kind of this question around, well, where's the attack speed benefit, you know, really going to fall? But you guys didn't really seem to need that. So what purpose was Nunu serving then, if not so much for buffing a hyper carry?
Well, Nunu's like, I'd say like 20% of Nunu's job is to buff hyper carry. Like, even Corki with Blade of the Rune King, you W that, and that's hitting Mundo over and over again, you're going to kill him. And Urgot, he just stacks flat attack damage, and he has a ton of attack damage, but he has no attack speed to back it up. And since Zed's diving in on us, their whole comp's just diving at us, the attack range doesn't really matter. So if you have like a 480 Urgot that has, you know, really high attack speed, it's going to do some damage. But Nunu's main job is to act as like a buffer, like keep the fight split apart to where they can't come in. And he's really good at kiting melees like Rek'Sai and Mundo and Zed. So really good melee counter.
Now, in this 5.5 jungle patch, how do you feel that's benefited you as a player? Do you feel like this plays more to your play style of having those tanky champions available to you?
I actually don't really like tank jungles that much in like solo queue, but in competitive play, I think it's fantastic just because you actually have a role. It's like, I locked him up, get him, boys. But in solo queue, it's like, right, where's my team at?
Right. I went in. Where are you guys? Yeah. Fantastic. Okay. You, Bunny Fufu, managed to, you know, we've mentioned time and time again how fantastic your Thresh is. And, you know, this time you pulled a ban, you pulled the Morgana ban here, leaving the Thresh open. You snagged that up. Talk to me a little bit about that.
The Thresh pick, I think I played a different playstyle almost, just because I focused CDR if like the laning phase stalls out, because mobility and like roaming is not that important in a 2v2 standard. So just going CDR, I knew we could like siege with Thresh just because the hooks are on like a 3-second, 4-second cooldown.
if you're landing them.
Yeah.
Which you were. You were landing all of them there, but that's an important notation to make. You got to have that cooldown to begin with. But that is interesting. You guys ended up with almost 4 Frozen Hearts. You were on your way to the 4th.
I was just sitting on that. I wasn't going to finish.
You were never going to finish that? Okay, there you go. That answers Kobe's question. He was like, I wanted to see the finished 4th Frozen Heart. But you guys decided to go for, obviously, a lot of prioritization in armor, but the cooldown reduction is an interesting point in that you guys were looking for team fights more so than looking for this kind of individual roams. You know, the final thing I want to touch on here is the fact that at the beginning of the show, we mentioned you guys are in a 3-way tie for 5th. Well, Team Liquid lost earlier today. You've now won that game, so you've separated yourselves a game from them. Team 8 will be playing later. You know, moving into the last 3 games of the split, what are you guys looking to do to make sure you make it at least into that top 6 and secure a playoff spot?
I think the dig match is super important just because they're one of the people that can creep up through the standings. And I think once we win that match, I'm pretty sure we're locked in for playoffs just because we won the TSM game. I don't want to beat 7. Like, 7's just like you just sit at home and you're like, well, see you guys next split. I definitely want to play in playoffs because I think we've really turned around as a team and we're working really well together and we want to show the fans.
All right, fantastic. That's good to hear. Best of luck. Congratulations, first of all, again on this. You guys also now have that linear belt title that's been floating around the League of Legends community for years now. So just world champions, right? That's got to feel pretty good. Anyway, congratulations on that win. Best of luck in your game tomorrow. We are going to step away while Counterlogic Gaming load onto the stage to possibly claim a share of first place when they face off against Team Dignitas. And we'll be right back after this.
I was trolling. I'm trolling right now. Sarcasm.
That's not what trolling is, though.
Yeah, it is. I know what trolling is. I'm an OG.
And Santorin quite low. Gravity's getting the fight they want. Wild Turtle right into the middle of the fight once again.
Lulu's slowed here. Lulu's slowed here. Lulu's slowed here. See her?
Luna got caught.
I'm on Lucian.
All right, I'm on Luna again.
Careful Zed.
He's just no W. Zed has no W.
Oh, no.
I'm on Lulu. I'm chasing.
Very risky play by TSM. Santorin is at half HP. Bjergsen down as soon as he comes back. That's going to be the lockdown. Double kill for Cobb. Bunny Fufu will get hit here. That death mark's going to lock it down. Bjergsen in the back. The rocket finds its way through the entire team. Gravity with a fantastic matchup versus Team Solo Mid off of Katowice. Come up with a win.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American LCS. I'm David FLICKR, and joining me on the cast desk for our last 2 games is the one and only Joshua Jat Leesman. Welcome.
Thank you very much, David FLICKR. And honestly, 2 more games, and now with that TSM loss, there's a lot more on the line for this COG game.
Exactly. Counterlogic Gaming now, if they win here against Team Dignitas, have a chance to tie Team Solo Mid for first place if they can win.
Yeah, and COG now becomes a team in control of their own destiny because they face TSM tomorrow. If they win these 4 games in a row here, they will be guaranteed a playoff bye, and it all starts against Team Dignitas. This is honestly what we like to call a trap game. We bring it up a lot. They have this huge rivalry with TSM. They're looking for that game tomorrow, but they have to take care of business against Team Dignitas. So the other thing that COG has to worry about with IM Katowice going on, and because COG was somewhat exclusively scrim partners with Cloud9 and TSM, 2 teams that were across the world during this, they didn't have their usual scrim partners for this off time. And we'll have to see if that creates an element of rust from COG.
We'll see if CLG can keep themselves at a good spot here, but at the same time, Team Dignitas are at a crossroads themselves. Now, they started the day tied for 8th place. They are 2 games behind the teams that are fighting for the last playoff berth. Of course, Liquid lost 1, Gravity won 1, so that shakes up a little bit. But now they either move up in the standings, and maybe they can scrape into that bottom of the pack and maybe get 7th and stay in, or they go 6th place and make it to the playoffs, or they drop spots and they fall into the promotion tournament, which is where they are right now.
And so far, unfortunately for Dignitas, they are 1-3 with Azingi as their starting jungler. But they may have benefited here from the off week and having more time to develop coordination with Azingi. And it's kind of a recurring theme this week, but we'll have to see how Azingi adapts to that 5.5 jungle patch. If he shifts to tankier junglers, Amumu was one of Azingi's things. And we haven't seen it in any LCS region or any professional region, really, that I know of.
Yeah.
And it could be a solid pick if they can make it fit in the right team composition.
You know, that could work just in the fact that there are less fighter junglers who's going to be less invaded, and so Karthus and Fiddlesticks now have less to worry about. Yeah. And you never know, the team fights might just happen. But either way, while the jungle is seeing more champion diversity, Doublelift says something similar is happening to the bottom lane as well.
Before, I think there was the undisputed, like, these are the supports to play, when Thresh was OP, or Sona was OP, or Janna was OP. But nowadays, actually, there's so much more diversity in bottom lane. I feel like you can play almost every AD and almost every support and develop your own style. So Afro and I are very much about pressuring lane and making sure that our team is comfortable in making plays with us. That is very different from other teams who either focus on farming or late game, or they focus on controlling the first dragon or invading your buff.
Yeah, we'll see what style Doublelift picks up for himself here. I know he's outspoken about Vayne, used to be one of his favorite champions. With the tanks being more popular, I think the champion might be on the rise. That's what I want to see.
Yeah,
first.
I would love to see some more Vayne. Kog'Maw is one that's definitely going to be on the rise. COG has been a team this year that's willing to play everything. Afro scrims and practices like 12 different supports. You have no idea what COG is going to bring out in any lane.
That's true. It's going to be fun to watch. We're going to get ourselves into the starting lineups, though. On the blue side is Counterlogic Gaming. In the top lane, definitely not Zion Spartan. In the jungle, Xmithy. In the mid, Link, AD carry Afro, and, AD carry Doublelift, supporting Afro.
Who's supporting whom, Freak, is sometimes a question in that lane. But anyway, on the red side, it is Team Dignitas. We got Gamsu up in the top lane, high-performing top laner on Team Dignitas. Azingi, third week as the Dignitas jungler. Shifter in mid lane, CoreJJ on AD carry, and Kiwi Kid on support.
And now, as much as CLG talked about playing different things in the support role, there is one champion that still remains above the rest for Kiwi Kid, and that's his Annie.
Yep.
And I feel like every time we go on a champ select, I'm always like wondering, is it going to get banned? Will they take it first round? Because honestly, I still yet to see this Dignitas squad that's struggling to perform properly. Other things that work other than Sivir any bot lane, Shifter on something that's fairly aggressive to get him out of that overly passive shell, and then things start working finally.
And each team will have to kind of consider whether or not they ban off of individual players tier lists or overall champion tier lists. And I feel like overall, in pick and ban across all competitive leagues in League of Legends, we're in a very fresh and unexplored space right now. I'd say even before the 5.5 patch, I was hearing murmurs from a lot of teams that we were going to be seeing a lot of new stuff on the 5.4 patch. We saw a little bit of it out of the LCK. We saw mid lane Sion with Banner of Command. We've seen support Aurelia, support Maokai, Udyr in the jungle. And that was before we even had Cinderhawk.
True.
So you're kind of throwing a lot of preconceived notions out the window here, and teams are feeling more free to try stuff because they're getting rewarded, typically speaking, when they try.
That's true, absolutely, especially just when you consider the fact that when you bring out new stuff, no one's practiced against it before. How many games, seriously, has Bjergsen played against Midurgot as Zed? Maybe 2, like literally ever in solo queue, and good luck building a team comp if you don't know that's coming. First pick Sion does come through here for Zion Spartan, and the thing is that could very easily be jungle Sion.
Going mid lane, like honestly,
sure, or that.
Going support. Sion,
all 4 lanes.
He is actually capable of something like that. For those of you who don't know, there was a mid-game Banner of Command Sion in the LCK because they're against a heavily AP team composition, just kind of showing you how crazy some things are getting. I was even joking with Scar right before the game. I was like, you got anything special planned? He's like, no, just standard stuff. Top lane, Katarina. Mid lane, Sion, Banner of Command. Support Nautilus. I'm like, yeah, standard stuff.
Standard stuff, indeed. Well, it looks like the Dignitas have chosen to keep reading the same book from before as well. LeBlanc going to be there, I assume, for Shifter, but who knows? Could be crazy. Right now, the hover on Janna for Kiwi Kid. The, of course, Sivir Annie was banned away, so Dignitas going next things in their tier lists.
Yeah, I like those picks, honestly. Sion is such a tank presence that as soon as you see it picked that early, immediately Team Dignitas needs to find ways of working around it if they're not going to try and shred right through it. So LeBlanc and Janna, very good for that mobile game to both kite Sion out and work around him to get damage on other targets.
All right, we'll see then what those other damage dealers end up being, because LeBlanc one-shotting Sion ain't going to happen. So Core JJ and maybe Gamsu, what are they going to be doing for this one? Smithy so far, giving a shout-out to Udyr, just because you can.
SKT Tom played that last week, but it was on the 5.4 patch. He ended up building the Juggernaut item, which is no longer in the game.
Yeah, but that's okay. We're gonna
also, you should not pick that champion into Janna.
That's
a relative rule.
That'd be pretty rough, so instead the look is going to be towards Vi. No stranger to see her in champ select, but I think she's great against Janna just because you can't knock her back until after she's done the knockup. Thrash for Afrim, he wants to be a playmaker. No big surprise there either. So Double said you can play anything. So Thresh.
Yeah. All the talk of craziness and very standard fare from CLG. North America still showing some favoritism towards Vi. You can see North American LCS 19 wins there to very few losses. Whereas in the European LCS, Vi is barely ever seen, was not seen at all last week.
That's true.
Definitely some regional differences in the champion picks right there. Obviously, CLG going to be looking to lock down some singular targets with that pick.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, because this is after some actually specific nerfs to Vi in the last couple of patches as well. The ulti cooldown, I believe, or ulti base damage, rank 1 and 2, got lowered.
And base move speed as well.
Yeah, base move speed was the other one. That's the numbers I was looking for here. Dignitas, though, going to start putting in a couple more fun things for themselves. Let's get some magic damage dealers. Why the heck not? Zac looks like it will be picked up for, I assume, a Zingy, and I'm going to guess top Hecarim for Gamsu.
One jungle Zac game in the European LCS. A tank jungler some people think will make a comeback. It'll be interesting to see what type of early presence Vi can have on that guy. One special thing you get about Zac is you don't need a whole bunch of initiation on your team in order to run him, because he can always make a fight on his own. And they also get a lot of target selection freedom. Again, another person that can go over top of Sion, so to speak. All 3 of their damage dealers that Dignitas have picked so far can jump over Sion.
Well, we're going to see what happens now with the rest of this, because Counterlogic Gaming have locked in their full lineup. Link will be playing Assassin. I'm sorry, that is not mid Sion. That is going to be top Sion after all. But
you don't know that, freak.
All right, Zion can play Ahri. We're going to have support Vi, mid Thrash, all these fun things coming on here. But now, Doublelift will get his Kalista, and the final pick will be Tristana here for Core JJ. Now, there are some small buffs in 5.5. Rapid Fire comes off cooldown a bit faster, but still not the hyper care we're used to seeing from the old Tristana. More of a mid-game champion.
I'm a little bit perplexed by that Tristana pick from Core JJ. I was not exactly sure what he would have picked in that. It's just I haven't seen him on much Trist. And with the Sivir band, he didn't have much left. Didn't want to pick Corki against Sion. And they want some heavy physical damage, so it makes sense in that context. Overall, though, the team composition's somewhat standard, versatile stuff from CLG, able to play multiple ways. And Team Dignitas definitely going for the hard engage.
All right, well, Dignitas going for a hard engage with a pretty safe AD carry on the back line. And worth noting, Triss, Janna definitely have plenty of siege power.
Yes.
One cool thing about explosive charge is that it doesn't count as auto attack, so it gets through that fortification bonus for the first 7 minutes. And you Janna shield that, it's a whole bunch of damage coming out. So turret sieging, definitely a real threat from these guys. Handshake comes out from Skara and Rico of CLG and Dignitas respectively. As the LCS logo blurs out, we're going to get ourselves into the game in a second. So, you guys, online, get on your phones, get on your computers. We want to know who you think is going to win the game. Tweet hashtag CLG win or hashtag DIG win to @LOL Esports on Twitter. We're going to tally up the votes once we're in game. You can show who you think is going to do better in their first game of 5.5.
Absolutely. We get ourselves into this CLG versus Team Dignitas game. Freak, I'm also wondering how Team Dignitas will be. Not only do they have more time with Azingi, they have more time with their late season acquisition as a coach in Rico. I'm really wondering here. This is a hard game for Team Dignitas to win when you're looking at the schedule against a team that is right in the conversation for best team in North America.
Well, you could say that about Gravity versus TSM, and they sure turned that one pretty impressively. So you always got to give a thought that maybe the underdogs can make it happen here. One upset so far on the day. We'll see if Dignitas can make it 2 here in Game 4 of Week 8. Counter-Logic Gaming, early aggressive invade. I've actually seen them do this one multiple times. Trinket on front of the base gate usually, one between the 2 turrets, one in front of Raptors. And now if they want to camp in this jungle, they can. And they can take a buff, or they can just hop right back out and know what the enemy team's up to.
I absolutely feel like COG is just going to play the lane swap game. Even if they could win the lanes, Sion versus Hecarim, or Kalista Thresh versus Tristana Janna, COG has just been so dominant in early game lane swap matches.
True, but
that it makes them want to do that. But that ward vision that just spotted out COG is not something that they would necessarily plan for.
It's definitely a big unknown.
Yeah. It's a very rare ward spot.
Yeah.
The Team Dignitas managed to place to catch COG a little bit off guard. Doublelift did just see the ward die.
Okay.
In the top lane, so he pinged it. So COG will at least know that they were spotted.
But at the same time, looks like nothing new going to be done anyway. Jungler and support are going to be going ahead and taking down the Krugs by themselves. Doublelift pulls the leash. Yeah, there we go. Once they all aggro him, into the brush he goes. That's how you build the freeze, guys. Just wait till the last caster minion sees you, then just hop in the brush. You don't have to do much else than that. Just wait for all 6. Freeze is there. After he shows back to top lane, he can last hit one of those for Doublelift. Smithy will be safe to solo jungle, as Zion Spartan will die to the Raptor camp and get himself some bonus gold. So CLG already taking 3 camps out of the top side.
Zion Spartan.
Wait, no, he didn't die. He just took it.
He cleared it without dying.
Link knocked back down to half health already just from Gamsu with a shield. All right, yeah, I was misinformed. Okay, Zion could just take the camp down. Who needs executes?
Yeah, I mean, I guess with the buffed Q on the base AD, he did enough damage to just clear it away.
He's got 76 attack damage. I think he's just stacking attack damage runes for that purpose.
Yeah. That's a safer way of taking rates as Sion, that's for sure.
Not dying for it. Shows up to lane at level 2. Core JJ already there himself, and with the shield is able to try to poke down his opponents. Now, Dignitas, they're still trying to build the freeze. You can see Kiwi Kid and Core JJ doing that. No explosive charge learned for Core JJ, so no automatic pushing either, but Zion just harassing Kiwi Kid.
Zion is a brick in 1v2 lanes. Especially once he's able to get level 3, he'll be able to throw minions at people as well. It's a little bit suboptimal for him right now, because normally when Sion is level 2, he has his W and E in a lane swap, but because he did the Deathless Wraith start, needed to delay on this last spell. But if you look at this, because of the level disparity, even though he's in a 1v2, he's able to generally not get denied much minion experience.
Yeah, the freeze isn't very far away from the CLG turret just yet because of how you tend to freeze these things. So showing up early, Keith's in a decent spot. Kiwi Kid is farming plenty of gold off of his Spell Thief's Edge, but it's not like it's going to be game-breaking here, so Zion Spartan kind of ignoring that income stream. Now on the same side, though, Gamsu actually getting very little for himself. 3 CS, only level 2, definitely farther behind of Zion Spartan here, which could become a concern when the lanes eventually swap back.
And incredibly early pink wards coming out on the map. For COG, they already have one in the left side of the mid lane for some link safety. This game very quickly becomes about where the supports roam, since we do just have Doublelift trying to solo away in that top lane.
Yeah. Mazingi with one defensive ward for himself is able to get through his jungle and watch some of the gank routes. In fact, he will see that Thresh is coming right now to stop him, but of course similar wards from CLG know that Mazingi is there. Shifter goes for a trade into Link. Pretty good amount of damage, actually.
Really aggressive move there by Shifter because he doesn't have proper vision control for that.
Oh.
I mean, that's why it was an aggressive move. There's
Right.
so much roaming in these lane swaps. Knowing COG has pink ward control on that side and then still going in for an aggressive move. He ended up winning the trade, but because COG provided backup, he lost his flash. Kind of lucky to not lose his life.
Yeah, well, overall, though, good play by Logic Gaming and a required flash by Shifter. A predicted hook by Afro. Corjay looks for the rocket jump, misses it thanks to Zion Spartan's Q. And it's just Zion happily. He's not getting farm, but he's certainly not getting pushed around here. Level 4 on himself, close to 5, I imagine. And now he is getting to wave 3. Now he is getting some money in.
He might be changing his skill order as well. We've seen Lane Sion so frequently max the E, but he is definitely maxing that decimating smash Sion Q, which already, at level 5, if he max charges it, does 350 physical damage. How's that for wave clear?
Yeah, pretty good. He practically one-shots the casters at level 5 himself, and that's going to be nice and happy. Poor JJ still not with explosive charge, but he's the one who gets pushed in overall. How's that for a lane freeze? Under your turret now. Go ahead, Dignitas, have fun with that one. Gamsu only level 3. Not far from leveling up, I imagine, but you can see just a very deep freeze by CLG, denying him all this gold.
Yeah, it's in the experience right now that Team Dignitas is down. It's a 2-level discrepancy on the top lane champions. Outside of that, though, I would say that CLG is not dominating this lane phase as well as we would normally see. We'll have to see how the transition happens here. Team Dignitas will have to do some magic in this transition to not let this Sion take over.
Doesn't quite land it. Kiwi Kid will be allowed to recall for a couple more potions and a Sight Stone. Okay. So first Sight Stone of the game comes in for Janna. And we'll see if Dignitas can get some decent wards down for themselves. Maybe they can make something happen off Superior Vision, as Aframu is making his own recall for probably a similar item.
The CS has been actually fairly heavily denied. Zion Spartan only at 20 to the 53, but it's all about in comparison to the other top laner. Watching Zion Spartan,
he's up 300 gold.
Really just, yeah, stare in the face of two players, whereas Gamsu has severely struggled, is the reason for this lane swap.
Nice hook, but Kiwi Kid's already here. And by the way, Azingi's not far. Gamsu tanks the Ignite. He's going to ult in, Thresh with a knockup. Gamsu might survive, because here comes Azingi. Zephyr Slow comes in, Doublelift unafraid. Actually wants to chase this down. Forces Dig back in a 2v3.
That's trouble. Janna roams up. They're giving Zion Spartan even more farm because of that roam. And now the experience advantage very quickly turns into a gold advantage because the CS is growing in difference.
It is indeed. It was actually a gold lead for Dignitas not long ago, but no longer is this the case. Core JJ under threat, but only level 5 on Vi means Rocket Jump is all he needs to escape right now, but he's now out of wards, and his Janna went top lane. It's dark for Core JJ. He can't reliably stay in this lane and feel safe about it.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to pick up this wave, though, just because he knows Zion Spartan is yet to shop.
Thankfully under turret, but Vi had hit 6 there, so now if he doesn't get any wards after this recall, he's under, again, just a lot of threat. That there is a chance of Vi.
There really is. I mean, COD biding their time in this early game, for the most part, but they're honestly taking a multitude of small victories, mainly to do with that top lane, but even the mid lane is doing fairly well. Link, 10 CS advantage onto Shifter. We're really going to have to see how the jungle ends up playing out here.
Ooh, Chain's going to land, dodges back. No skill shots really dodged, but Link's still at half HP here. Same items in the mid laners. Small CS lead, and actually a lot of people coming now to show up near this mid lane. Support top laner for one side, support on the other. Shifter gets blue buff, though, unimpeded by Aframu and Smithy. They were a few seconds late to stop that. They get the wards down afterwards. And Shifter looks like he's going to be back to being safe. They can toss his own gank crew. Quick knock up on Link. Janna was here. Out they go.
thinking about the team fights in this game as well, there's going to be some difficulty for Team Dignitas to get the right target selection. Typically speaking, Callista is weak against things that can just point and click on her to kill. LeBlanc is the only one of those really, depending on Doubleless reaction time and the cooldown of his flash. The Hecarim and Zac are somewhat dodgeable, which puts a lot of pressure on Doublelift to dodge properly. It also puts pressure on Team Dignitas to flank around this Scion, because they will not be able to fight this Scion. They have to go around him.
Yeah, this is pretty rough right now. 2-level lead over the enemy top laner. Of course, it's a fairly escapeless Gamsu as well. Shifter just getting the poke down repeatedly. Yeah, I want to see how they do navigate around this gigantic tank who's also bullying his lane very heavily. So not only in teamfights, but just in the laning phase. Eventually that turret's going to have a chance to die.
And they just got TP advantage as well. Hecarim had to teleport back into that lane. Shifter, again. This time he has his ultimate and flash, so he could have easily just mimicked his distortion back. Again.
I think Dignitas, though, playing for the bottom side of the map. Now they are, again, at a TP disadvantage, so Zion can show up. Gamsu cannot. Smithy's going to lose his Raptor buff off a cute word by Kiwi Kid. Oh, they don't stop him. He's going to get it. Darn.
Well, the thing is they have to respect the Scion teleport now.
It's true.
They know there's a teleport disadvantage, so COG is free to try and get vision control here and really try and put some pressure on these lanes. It almost feels like COG's lane swapping is so good every game that they're just winning off of that sometimes. Zion Spartan absolutely crushing that top side of the map, and because of the teleport advantage, can maybe now let the COG guys go wherever they want. There they go!
Oh, they choose to go mid lane, jump on in, they catch Shifter, who he dashes over the second Q. But here comes Zion out the juke back! He's gonna dodge the Q! Shifter with the outplay! He's gonna get away from Zion Spartan! Yes, he does! The minion throw! The flash Q! First blood, Zion Spartan!
But that's quickly traded back. That took so long. Hecarim could run down, and now Zion's gone too deep.
Oh man, he is surrounded by everyone else. What can he do for this one? His flash is down. There's the auto attacks. CoreJJ to put the explosive charge on, knock him back in. Why the heck not? And he is now a zombie. Is Zingy forced to run away? Gamsu unafraid.
Dignitas comes out the beneficiary of that because Shifter was a god on LeBlanc there, dodging pretty much everything that he could. He doesn't get any credit. 0-1-0 on the LeBlanc now, but he is the one who created those 2 kills for Team Dignitas, and that keeps them in the game after that horrendous lane swap phase.
Hold on, it might get even worse. Smithy very low on health. Zingy with the completed Cinderhulk. Ulti, of course, was already down. Could have used that to kill Smithy, maybe, but just an escaping vibe. But this gives Zingy time to get deep wards as well. He's got wards in inventory for this.
So, to start this off, nothing Shifter can do about the ult into Charm. But Ennie's low, he still had his initial W up. That jump back was incredible. Flash dodges the spell, and then Zion comes for him. He jukes in so many amazing ways, and then they get the kill in mid lane.
Wow, that was without a Zingy's ultimate as well, so just great Charm utilization, great ultis by Shifter. And Dignitas now 3-1. They are still not up in gold just yet because of the laning phase, but certainly showing they can fight back.
If Zac and LeBlanc do get going, though, that could be so potent for Team Dignitas here. Jumping around and over top of Zion Spartan Scion. Zac also escaping the early game now, 1-0-2 for Zingy. Puts him in a very comfortable situation. There was no, the first ultimate from X Smithy actually results in deaths for the team, when normally that Vi ultimate is like money in the bank for your first gank.
True.
This game just became very dangerous for Counterlogic Gaming.
Yeah, turns out taking down Dignitas ain't easy. Doublelift. Be afraid of this one. Gets knocked up by a Howling Gale. He's going to win the 1v1, but it's just about buying time. So Gratz Kiwi Kid earned himself 18 gold. Smithy, though, on a nice play. Looks for the Dragon to Zingy. Check it! Oh!
He doesn't have smite, but he wants to...
well played.
Super well played by X Smithy. Very calm, cool, and collected, finishing that one up.
Zingy now, not only did he miss the Dragon, missed the brush. Poor Zac. Double Ruby Crystal, still no boots, surprises me slightly. But either way, CoreJJ, still some free time to push the bot lane down. Doublelift, delayed recall because of Kiwi Kid gives CoreJJ the time to hit this turret. He's even got backup if someone does show.
Yeah, they're going to try and go for this. This is went a little bit early.
Really over-aggressive by CoreJJ. They should have waited for Zingy.
CoreJJ definitely gave that one away. I feel like Doublelift from Nafamu would have exposed themselves. Bit of a missed opportunity there for sure.
Well, all that said and done, though, now equal to gold. Finally, Dignitas clawing their way back into this game. They're down a Dragon, but that's not worth too terribly much just yet. And we go back to the holding phase of the lanes. Now, we've seen much worse top lanes than this for Zion Spartan getting ahead of a duo lane. When CLG played Gravity, it was like 200 to 70, practically.
And Zion Spartan was on Hecarim at the time.
Yeah.
This one, because of the early home guard boots by Gamsu, but more importantly because of the kill and assist he was able to pick up in that mid lane. Make it somewhat close. The turret going down now, though, is COG kind of cashing in on the big advantage they had earlier.
All right, so a 40 minion lead for the top lane, of course, still a sizable lead. We'll see how the lane dynamics play out later on in this game. Shifter still trying to push around Link, but these guys trading basically equal.
Yeah. Well, when Team Dignitas had the mini resurgence around week 4 and 5, it was on the back of Shifter's Kassadin. So getting him onto champions that he can assassinate with, not just long-range damage deal pokers, pushes him into a almost level of forced aggression.
Yeah.
Shifter has an issue sometimes of getting too passive, but when he's on a champion that has that ability to go in and out, it really plays to his strengths.
And you can see it here. He's doing well against one of the best mid laners in the North American LCS with Link. So far, maybe so good for gotta look control, because why not? Instead, we should look for maybe what else could be going on the map. What are the wards looking like? What else can these players go for? No deep vision at all for Counterlogic Gaming. Dignitas actually have a fair bit. The South Jungle is host to a couple of these red-colored wards here. They don't have any specific intrinsic value, but it does allow you to make plays if something good does happen. Smithy sees one of them.
I would definitely say that Team Dignitas has a lot of wards, but they're definitely not playmaking wards. Those are defensive wards. With the Dragon down, the bottom lane turret killed, the only thing that those river wards will spot are impending ganks to the mid or bottom lane. Dignitas can't make any aggressive moves off of those, which is kind of what they would need to do with the LeBlanc going toe-to-toe with Link in the mid lane. This pink ward is, I guess, a bridge to trying to get mid lane pressure, but they can't even get that because the back timings were off. COG, I think, is winning the ward game a little bit, spending, I'd say, maybe even a little bit less on wards early, but getting about the same amount of payoff for him.
Well, then well done by Counterlogic Gaming. Kind of less money wasted in a certain way of bringing it up, as Ziggy now does have his Sightstone. Weirdly, he is wearing double Ruby Crystal, which could have just been a Sightstone, but buys it now later on.
Gotta get those tank stats.
Yeah, sure, I guess.
Still no boots. Still no boots.
Still no boots.
He flies through the air real fast. He better land on someone, otherwise he's not doing much.
I think slow him with Q, maybe something will happen where he'll get, he's gonna move faster because of Janna. Easy, right? Just walk at her and you'll be fine. Maybe. We'll see. Charm will pull him in, who knows. Overall, though, Counterlogic Gaming looking a bit more aggressive now themselves. 50 setting up camp in the bottom lane for Doublelift and Afro move. Doublelift says, you know, we're looking to play pretty aggressive in this lane. I'm sad to not see the skin coordination, though, after wearing the wrong skin to pair up with this Kalista. But
we have to watch teleports here if something ends up happening. I was expecting maybe a COG dive, but nope. They're going to end up defending that turret. Team Dignitas managed to make the rotation there and prevent the vast majority of turret damage.
All right, so turret stays afloat. CLG, though, still wanting to pressure this one. They've got that same combo here. A Zingy near that side of the map. Top lane just holding equal, 30 CS difference still, only one level apart though.
Yeah, they've lost river control here, and they're getting pushed in across every dimension there. A Ziggy, great ult though!
Wow, they really caught up Doublelift. He's trying to get out. He's gonna die to Corey JJ. Trade on ults, after there for the knockup, but guess what? Janna pulls him right back into the turret. Smithy now getting jumped on. That's gonna be a second kill. Dig going 2 for 0 so far. Corey JJ shows back up 3 for 0 as Afro falls down. Dignitas looking great.
Yeah, CLG was trying to push in from every avenue. Team Dignitas picked one decisively and get 3 kills. To be honest, though, that's exactly what they need to go a little bit ahead in this trade. Their side turrets are going down pretty fast. Gamsu, though, with home guards. Shifter with rotation. Dignitas wins across all fronts.
And so there we go. Bottom lane, tier 2, under fire. Janna's shielded. Tristana gonna take those
Sion
down
teleporting
fast.
in behind Team Dignitas.
And he looks for right where the red buff steal is happening. Slows down as Zingy goes for the Q, lands a bit, and here comes Link. Here's the engage as Zingy gets locked up, has to burn 2 flashes to get out. Charm means a little bit. He's gonna pop the passive, but Shifter's here on the backside. Zion flashes in. Link is low. Shifter tries to get the kill, but a Lantern, no, it's gonna be the kill anyway. Zion Spartan comes back as Ziggy does fall, but Zion's got literally nowhere to go, so Afro shows up. In comes everyone else. Smithy gets a kill into Core JJ. CLG still wants to battle. Gamsu forced to gallop out of this one. Advantage CLG of all things.
Even the Dragon wanted back in the pit for that fight. Everybody decided to just go, what a hook!
Oh my god, the play, the Q, Doublelift gets the kill. CLG back in the board, 5-7.
Yeah, well, Dignitas threw a nice punch. CLG got right back up and threw an even better one. It didn't look pretty for Zion Spartan when he was ulting in, but because of the respawn timers and because the fight was extended so long, CLG was able to come out of that one just a little bit ahead. But that is a lot more chaos than we were expecting.
That is a lot more chaos, absolutely. But here's the fight again.
Chaos. Yeah, so this is the second part of the fight when CLG was trying to come back here. And the important thing we gotta mention there is the fact that A, Link lands the charm, but B, Zion Spartan is willing to flash over that wall. And the max charge Q here is really important. Look how he pretty much kills every single Zac blob, minus the one that he has to shout for. Afromoon doesn't have his Lantern in. Initially, he was hoping to get Zion Spartan out. He says, nah, let's go in, guys. Everyone else backs him up. Doublelift from the back of the pit, Smithy over the top. And because Team Dignitas had spent so much there on Ahri, by the time the rest of the CLG cavalry arrived, they could take him out for the team fight, winning the second dragon.
Well, really nice things been. Counterlogic Gaming put themselves back within a lead, actually. They're up 2,000 gold here and 2 dragons to nothing, so good things overall. Bot lane tier 2, of course, did not die from Core JJ's siege. Dig going for the red buff slowed them down, but now it's a dragon, Baron attempt here. But Dig is nearby. They seem to know about this. You're seeing Gamsu.
Yeah. They seem to know. There's a pink ward in the back of the pit that just got placed.
Yeah.
So they had to bail out, and they definitely didn't want to spend 5 hits on that pink ward. That was definitely a sneak attempt, which has its costs. They lose that mid lane turret because they were trying for the Baron.
Well, nice attempt there by CLG, but Baron sneak will not happen here early on in the game. Good heads-up play by Dignitas to see that one coming. Doublelift still some time to go before his own Hurricane. Just kidding. He bought it. That time was 2 seconds. I wasn't completely wrong in this one. Link also with a lot of magic resist to his name, maybe can survive Shifter's plays.
Interestingly, that's a slightly different Ahri build than we ended up seeing cropping up a lot of IM Katowice. I've seen a lot of Athene's Unholy Grail to Abyssal, just the full MR stack against another magic damage dealer, but both these guys decided to go a little bit more team fight focused and a little bit more dangerous in the lane. More damage overall from those Morellonomicons. But we could see them assassinate each other for sure.
Well, he's facing 2 healers, keep in mind. It's a Hecarim and a Zac. And even a Janna ultimate. Getting Grievous wounds down is actually a pretty substantial damage increase in a team fight. Zion missed the cannon, what a scrub. Worst Scion NA. Yeah, that's right, you know your shame. He's angry now.
He's gonna clear
missed half of them as well. Zion not learning his lessons at all.
He's gotta respect that red buff, man.
That's true.
Team Dignitas definitely sticking around in this one, and Zingy finally picking up boots, getting pretty tanky on that Zac. I can't wait for these team fights to see if CLG can execute properly and whether or not Team Dignitas can jump around.
Well, that's the funny about CLG. They don't like
Sometimes they don't.
fights.
Sometimes they win without team fights.
Yeah, they just take Baron without a jungler. Because who needs that, right? They have Ren. Zingy puts the ward down. He's like, wait a second, guys. Ren's at like 60 stacks right now. That's an exaggeration, but it's probably like a 2,400 point Ren here.
Yeah, it's going down. Any second now. The fight has to be now.
And they push out him in time as Zingy hopping around. Shifter kills off Afro. 2 kills at the start. Core JJ goes on in. Zion's already low from Baron. He's going to charge away.
Oh,
he died to the Ignite anyway, and now can't help the team. Guess what? Now Dignitas get the Baron. There's the smite, and guess what? Dignitas in the lead.
Oh, how the tables have turned. CLG not wanting to find a team fight, despite having an incredibly fed frontline Scion try a second Baron that is again spotted out by Team Dignitas, but this time the retreat was too late for CLG. Team Dignitas take the fight and the Baron.
And DJ Baron in this game turning the tables better than Sona ever could, and Dignitas now with Baron buff looking to push down as many lanes as possible.
There's no DJ Sona in this game, Freak, no need. But honestly, right here, CLG just had the timing wrong. There's a Hecarim in the bottom lane. They did not successfully stop the jungler. And then they end up getting split up. CLG is in a position where they actually could have team fought, but they're outsmarting themselves, trying to take the game without conflict. Conflict comes to their doorstep right there. Zac finding fights wherever he wants. Hecarim being able to initiate onto anyone, not taking the benefit of having a strong frontline Scion, and Team Dignitas using their target selection benefits to their benefit.
Yeah.
And really coming ahead in this game. Now CoreJJ with 2 big-time items will be a very scary Tristana.
Oh, that is a very real Tristana, and Smithy and Zion's Spartan have to be afraid, especially with Zion dipping in for a little bit of MR. That Spectre's Cowl not going to help him much against Tristana's decent sustained output here. So now, Counterlogic Gaming forced to play the defensive game. How much do you want to split push against a Baroned up team, knowing those minion waves don't die very fast and the champions themselves powered up as well? Now, Dragon will be up during this Baron buff of Dignitas. It's about a 30-second overlap here. CLG still not wanting to play too defensively, though they're down in gold and that Baron buff. The bottom is, this is a dead turret.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, I really wonder if Counterlogic Gaming can actually win the team fights. You have the Janna for disengage, you have all the guys that can jump around the Scion to get onto the squishy targets. CLG might be trying to win this one in the rotations, but that Janna Trist killed turrets a little bit fast.
Well, we mentioned how good this combo was at taking turrets down. CoreJJ has to respect Scion. Rocket jumped over a wall. It's a pretty good way to do it.
And now the Dragon's up. No Scion ultimate to stop.
And that red buff goes down. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Dignitas now ready to continue their global objective control. Thanks to this great Baron buff they managed to get for themselves. Sion's part, I guess he can flash the wall if he wanted to.
Round 2. No, definitely not. Definitely not. Team Dignitas taking control of this game.
Wow. Well, people were always concerned, saying, you know, why not go back to Cloud Win? They had a 3-3 record with him. That's not too bad. That's pretty all right. But Azingi showing that this extra time to prepare, Dignitas looking pretty good overall as a unit. They came into this game sitting at 8th place, not a spot they really wanted to be. They are in that playoff run.
Yeah, and to look back at this game, Team Dignitas withstood the impeccable lane swapping of CLG early. Gamsu did have that level and experience discrepancy, but the others were sticking in there, and then they needed a little bit of help, something to break their way. To be fair, Team Dignitas didn't make any extraordinary play here. CLG kept trying Baron again and again, and Team Dignitas correctly punished that move, and now it's all about them, Team Dignitas, executing and trying to close out this game, which has become very close, and with Team Dignitas in the lead.
Dignitas in the lead by 2,000 gold, their first Dragon on the books finally for themselves. What else can they pick up? Of course, 5.5, the mid-tier 2 no longer has that shielding turret at all. Top lane tier 2 only has a 30-point shield, that one's pretty easy. And top lane outer, in fact, is still up for the taking. There's actually a lot of gold on the map that Dig, I would assume, could take reasonably easy, given just one good quick rotation. So,
well, they're just
willing to play aggressive.
They're just using Tristana as a turret destructor wherever they go on the map. So CoreJJ and Kiwi Kid, I think, are going to stay together as well because they do want a little bit of safety for him. They're hoping that Gamsu's teleport comes up soon as well so that they can match any type of split pushing that CLG tries to do. Well, this is the smart move for Team Dignitas to make right now. Kiwi Kid even going in for a little bit of advanced vision. That was an incredibly aggressive ward, walking through pinks without vision to get that type of deep ward, but now that they have it, Team Dignitas can take out that outer turret, I think, without much conflict.
Yeah, well, a bit of conflict as these wards go down, but not a big concern. CoreJJ getting plenty of damage on this guy. That turret's going to almost drop just to the explosive charge. About 300 health left on top outer. Dignitas already moving most of their forces down. The TP up for Hecarim, and by the way, that is a naked inhibitor. He can take that down if no one stops him.
People need to respond, which means pretty much on the next wave, without conflict, Team Dignitas will get that top lane turret.
There we go.
See ya.
Easy. Janna shield helps, and CoreJJ knocks it down. 5 turrets to 3. Dignitas winning by pretty much every major metric in this game, except for minion farm, but they're playing without it.
Yeah.
Every single member actually down in CS to their opposite member of CLG, but Dig playing much better as a team. All said and done, are getting a lead out of this.
Well, to be fair, they are the only ones with team in their name. It's kind of like a game again, Team Dignitas. So, I mean, got to keep that in mind.
In this game, you're saying?
In this game.
Okay.
This is true. There are many teams.
In the North American
North
LCS.
American LCS. Yeah. This one, though, will be very critical around this next Baron fight. A lot of times, when teams have mobility like they do on Team Dignitas, when they start trying to force objectives, they can lose the battle lines in the fight, because that is one thing that CLG kind of has that is better than Team Dignitas, is a front line and clear mid and back line threats. Team Dignitas has the Janna Trist that run around, kill turrets, stick at the back of the fight, and then the 3 dudes that dive people. Therefore, if Team Dignitas takes a fight in a confined area where they cannot flank around the Scion properly, they would still lose that fight, despite the 3,000 gold advantage. So Team Dignitas, if they decide to force that Baron, need to have people positioned to get around the Scion. Yes, they can kind of go over top, but depending on the corridors they choose, if Thresh is also there to help, it becomes an impossibility.
Playing out of Zac is something I haven't seen outside of solo queue in a really long time, but Aframu got to kind of remember those tendencies and stop the engages in here. Gamsu, of course, with the ulti can bypass that, but if he's the only one in, maybe life goes okay. Zion Spartan wants to pressure bottom outer turret. That one actually still hasn't gone down yet in this game, surprisingly. CLG, though, seems to be the team that wants to play aggressively. Mid lane, getting attacked with no recourse just yet. Shifter does not threaten them. Mid lane tier 2 goes down. CLG earning mid turret off of good play.
Just trying to rotate Team Dignitas right now. But now that CLG has shown their hand, it's on TSM to respond. It looks like, sorry, it's on Dignitas to respond. It looks like Team Dignitas has some happy feet right now going back and forth there. I think they're hoping to catch an initiation on CLG here, but they don't have Trist. This is getting dicey. CLG might try and get this. These turrets are so strong, though.
They recall Scion. Tristana going to come back as well. A momentary time of 5v4 if they bring in CoreJJ. The hook onto a Zingy. A lot of damage comes out from Devil if the Ren to add insult to injury. That's a forced heal. Scion ult comes in. They want CoreJJ. The knockup lands. I don't know if he's going to win this duel. He doesn't ult him back just yet, so no
his shield
real damage being done. Finally knocks him back, but through a Thornmail Frozen Heart. The flash. Zion Spartan, CoreJJ, you're going to die anyway. Why even bother? Kill some minions. Okay, maybe he's not. He's just trying to heal. Minion gets shouted at. Rocket jumped up in a few seconds, right? Flashes. But he's surrounded now. Smithy's here.
He's got his ultimate and his flash, but the question is, does he have to burn it? I think he can take his time. Team Dignitas needs to get into a position to counter this right now.
Yeah, here comes Vi. Doesn't need either. Doesn't need either. Smithy takes down CoreJJ. Now time was bought to push down the mid lane. Dignitas get mid back under their own control, but CLG, can't say it was bad for them.
No, that was a pretty good trade by CLG. Dragon is up. They traded middle tier turrets, and they got a very important kill, plus an even more important death time.
Yeah,
Baron try number 3 here for CLG. No way to carry on Team Dignitas. Can a Zingy force this? Can Team Dignitas win a fight without an 80 care?
7,000 health. Are they willing to battle this one? Gamsu's nearby, Smithy on the wings, knocks around Gamsu, forces him to ult out, but in comes Vi anyway. The lockdown, Hecarim, very low on health. They turn around with Kiwi Kid. Then goes a Zingy, but it's a 1-0 to CLG's lead. A Zingy locked up for basically ever. The charm hits. Smithy comes over the top. 2-0. Zac will fall down. And the Baron bait this time goes CLG's way.
Yeah, but they didn't get the Baron. They got low enough off of that. 2 kills onto Team Dignitas, making this game even closer, and CLG does it their way as well. They got those fights because they had more people on that side of the map. An outplay from Zion Spartan, a team fight for CLG, but they all
unwilling to stop Dragon.
Ooh.
I know a couple were injured, but you gotta feel like CLG has the
But do
chance.
they get Baron? Do they trade Baron for this? This is a game of trading for CLG. They are so set on not meeting Team Dignitas straight up in a 5v5, but instead trying to out-rotate them. Dragons are
Well,
2-2.
guess what?
They don't have many people here.
There's wards here, and Gumsu's alive with teleport right now. They know
stacks-
how low it is.
How many spears does Callista
It's at
have
30.
with that Baron right
20,
now?
sorry.
20 right now. That's a lot of execute damage. Let's see if they go for it.
About 2,500 is the magic
Teleport
number.
from Gamsu. He's home guard.
All right, let's go. If you can CC double, if he can't rend, they go for Smithy first. Double's got to be a target. He puts an Afro move, but the kills are coming in. Vi's down, LeBlanc is down. The fight continues. CoreJJ Kiwi get forced to get away. There's the Howling Gale knockup, so now no jungler. This is low enough that you can't guarantee the rend beats Smite, but CLG wants to stay all the same. Will the battle continue as Zingy's still on the side, looking for something to do, looks for the back line. His passive's down. Easy kill for Doublelift. Back on the Baron one more time. CoreJJ once again retreats, and this will be Counter Logic Gaming's Baron.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. And CLG just kept going back to that Baron play, something that had been so disastrous earlier on that got rid of CLG's lead, is ultimately something that reacquires that lead. Double actually giving some farm to Smithy, if you can believe it.
Well, he's going for the double lifesteal build. You're pretty much done except for QSS at this point. So saying, you know what, I've hit my power spike. I'm 4-item Callista. I can break down tanks and lifesteal them to the end of days. So okay, Smithy. Let's see, going towards the Randuins. Yeah, he gets the giant spelled off of it.
I don't even know where to look for analysis during this game because it has been so back and forth. I think mainly CLG has just tried to rely on their superior communication and map movements, as well as the incredible strength of Zion Spartan Sion. He really caught CoreJJ off guard with that Thornmail in the top lane. That's what began that series of trades. Team Dignitas never had their entire team together for a series of 3 or 4 minutes, I would have to say. Whereas CLG had control and they were forcing Team Dignitas to make really quick decisions. This time, Dignitas didn't get the right ones, and they try and fight. Not a good initiation.
Zingy chain stun before he can do anything. A 1-for-0. Zion goes in but misses the unstoppable onslaught, but it's just going to buy them some time for the inhibitor to go down. It is a 5v4 with Baron after all, and CLG, they're not done.
They're going to force Team Dignitas to initiate on them right now. There's no Zac, so it's just a lonely Hecarim trying to jump in there. CLG could win on the next minion wave.
Well, turret number 1 goes down. Dick's still unwilling to battle. The Baroned up cannon minion becoming the artillery. Slow onto Shifter. No wave for a while. Now here it is right at this time. There's the engage. They find Gamsu. What a great charm! Doublelift is godlike, and turret number 2 is the attack of opportunity. Shifter half health, forced to get away just in case he wanted to go back in. You see a Scion slam, and that might be the game. Shifter goes in but can't find enough to do. That's the game. CLG in 37 minutes.
It was a little rough in the middle of the game, but ultimately CLG avoids the upset and sets up another showdown for first place with TSM tomorrow.
And that's going to be an absolutely great game. Dignitas had the game in their sights for a while. Their mid-game better than CLG's. How many teams can we say have played mid-game better than Counter Logic Game? And you can say that it was CLG being over-ambitious, and I'll agree with you to a certain extent, but getting a turret lead, getting a kill lead, Dignitas have looked so rough for so long.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, CLG's playstyle is often just forcing the opponent to make more decisions than they are comfortable making in a very short time frame. So whenever a team actually makes those decisions properly, it makes it look like CLG is making a mistake, but that's because CLG is aggressing so frequently. So Team Dignitas in that mid game, we're playing it very well. And it just came down that they could not maintain that pace of decision making throughout the match, and eventually CLG overtook them.
Yeah, it was nice to see Counter Logic Gaming playing aggressively. Like, they were down a Baron buff, they were down 4,000 gold, but they kept trying to make aggressive moves themselves. Sometimes it bit them. We saw Tristana take down basically 2 turrets in the bot lane, open up an inhibitor by herself. I mean, CoreJJ had a pretty darn good game. The Kiwi Kid CoreJJ Siege combo was strong. we saw bright spots from Dignitas with Shifter running around, making some pretty good plays himself on the losing end of the game, but 4-4-1, holding up against Link, making some good plays himself. I mean, there were so many good things happening here, but Dignitas are now sitting at least 2 games out of a 6th place spot.
They needed this win so much. It would have done wonders for them to move to 6-9 instead of 5-10, especially with Team Liquid dropping a game earlier. But Gravity winning the game, kind of lowering the number of teams that Team Dignitas may be able to overtake for avoiding that promotion tournament later on.
Yeah.
And CLG, with this win, you know, they set their sights on 1st place, quite honestly.
That's true, and CLG tied with that now, 3 games to go, including a fight against TSM specifically tomorrow. Of course, TSM 1-0 up against Counter Logic Gaming, but we'll see how that playoff structure ends up. First, top 2 are a bye regardless. I mean, keep in mind Team Impulse and C9 are on your heels as well, so there's still a bit of a playoff race, but that showdown's the one to be exciting for certain, and CLG having so many missteps against Dignitas maybe has to make them really think deeply about their gameplay tonight.
Yeah.
And hey, what can you turn around for Sunday's match?
It's going to be a good question. I mean, TSM might have to turn around a little bit more.
That's true.
This was almost a day of double upsets from the top 2 teams. Team Solo Mid definitely did not expect the Urgot mid. I don't honestly think that CLG was really ready for the Zac either.
Yeah,
a lot of the fights that Team Dignitas were able to win were because of really good initiations by a Zingy. The often maligned new jungler on Team Dignitas. Near the end of the game, it looked a little bit rough because in order for him to go in on Zac, he needed Hecarim with him.
Yeah.
Since he was not a super tank by any stretch of the imagination, going, you know, with the Sightstone jungler. A really entertaining game overall.
Definitely entertaining. A bit of encouragement to Dignitas, but they're 3 games out of 5th. 2.5 games away from Team 8 in 6th right now. We're going to see them up next. We'll see if Dignitas can make that playoff race or if they're stuck hoping for a 7th or 8th place finish just to kind of help their chance of staying in the LCS, if not playoffs themselves. But for now, we're going to check in with Riv, who's on stage with CLG's top laner.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I was supposed to be interviewing Zion Spartan, but this is definitely not Zion Spartan, apparently. But no, fantastic win on the game. I heard Doublelift just saying that you did more damage to enemies than he did in that game. Is that true?
Yeah, I actually thought that was hilarious. I did more damage to champions than he did, and I was like, I'm playing Sion. That's like the type of champion where it's like, oh, he's a full tank, he does no damage. But no, I actually did more damage than him in like team fights, so that's pretty crazy to me.
So coming into this game, you've kind of been switching up top laners, play on Sion now. Is this kind of along with the new patch? How is CLG feeling about that?
I just think Sion is dumb. He's just like one of those champions I feel like I can play, and I literally don't even have to try. Like, you're just so strong, I feel. Like,
what were you thinking? Sorry to stop you. What were you thinking in the bottom lane? You're just taking shots from Janna, taking shots from Triss, and you were farming your face off. Like, was it just too easy?
yeah, it literally is. Like, I was 2v1ing the Janna and the Trist without any help in the 2v1, and Sion's the champion that can do that. So, TSM, please ban Sion tomorrow.
So, everything looked good up until the part where you guys started to lose. What was going on with the communication when Dig started to come back?
I don't know. I think part of the team was like, hey, guys, let's role play Dignitas and throw a Baron, you know? But, like, back when I was on the team, we did it all the time. But then I was like, guys, come on. Like, we grew up from that. Like, I'm not on that team anymore. I'm on CLG now. We don't throw at Baron. And we did it right.
Well, you guys did come out right at the end of the game. Team Solo Mid tomorrow. How are you feeling about that game? Last question.
I'm extremely excited. I was surprised that they actually lost to Gravity today, but you know what? A lot of people said that, you know, TSM doesn't deal well with, like, cheese, and you saw, like, the Urgot coming out. Like, I'm sure nobody expected to play against, see an Urgot mid in LCS today. And I think those kind of surprise things work really well against TSM, and I'm not going to take them lightly. Obviously, we're tied with them now, and tomorrow we'll determine if we're the first place in the league, and I want to prove that we are.
Very good. Zion Spartan with the win. Coming up huge. Guys, we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down the rest of that game.
Thank you, Riv, and definitely not Zion Spartan. I mean, that game, he was not wrong in that he was just this massive tank. I mean, we saw that whole charade in the top lane of Core JJ trying to escape the Sion and doing no damage in the process.
Yeah, actually 0 damage with auto attacks. Yeah.
And I feel, you know, like that's one of those things where they weren't necessarily accounting for the evolution of that tank. They had been winning team fights, finding good initiates, but then there was a point at which they couldn't break through that CLG front line, and they weren't acknowledging that and changing their game plan.
Yeah, and I like the way that Zion built too. Full armor, just because The AP threat is a LeBlanc, which is generally single target. You have a little bit of AoE, but LeBlanc should not be targeting a Scion. And so he got to build basically the first 3 armor items, and nobody else could take him down at all. If LeBlanc wasn't going to kill him, like, nobody would, and it would take her multiple rotations of spells to actually do it. So not only did he have Scion, basically the best tank in the game, but he also had a pretty easy build path.
Yeah, and also he's just going to get bonus health all the time from farming, so he actually has a way to soak up some of that damage from the burst. Like you said, extra rotations on that. And I thought he was actually going to run away with the game by himself very early on off of the lane swap. Because, like you said, he was 2v1ing, and we've seen Zion Spartan before just crush somebody top lane. It's like, oh, we lane swapped, I come back with double your CS, and now you have to deal with me. And then he's chunking people out, maxing Q first on the Scion on this patch. And
then the shenanigans break out.
Oh, man. Like, I thought he was just going to kill him in lane right there. Like, it's like, hit R, hit Q, he's going to be gone. He just kept shoving him out. The fights that they did win, though, on Dignitas' side, were when Zion Spartan wasn't there.
Very true. I want to point out something that Jat said, which was that the normally mal-aligned jungler in Azingi and just Dignitas been struggling with that jungle role up till today, actually performed and stepped up a bit on Zach with some great engages, which is how I kind of want to get into our replay, which is 18 minutes into the game. The crazy, chaotic fight that started with a Zach jump over the wall in the bot lane. So we're going to pull that up on your screens right now. Zareen, let's go.
Yeah, it starts at 18 minutes, but it ends at 21. And we're going to see here, Azingi actually sets up for this way in advance. They see that Zion Spartan is top. Now start rolling this clip out because he's going to engage. He's immediately going to use his ultimate to bounce double lift with the extended range of the knockup since we've last seen Zach. It shoves him back into the team. They end up getting a triple kill in this bottom lane and just cleaning house on the bottom lane of CLG. Gamsu has already TP'd in, and Zion Spartan says he's just going to go and stay top. He even has his TP up, but he's not going to join this fight. Then they clean up the 3. They see Gamsu back. They just continue to push this bottom wave out. And then Zion Spartan says, oh, Gamsu's back. I have TP advantage. Let's take this next fight. And he TPs behind them. And then all havoc just breaks out here. He actually thinks he's going to back, and he's like, no, there's an opportunity here.
Yeah, they've waited out the full death timers of all 3 people that died in the bottom lane, but they're not going to let them get away with this one. And this is where we see the hopscotch over the dragon wall. Link goes in, so Zion decides, you know what, I'm super fed. I got your back, Link. You know, no man left behind. And this is when, you know, after he throws the lantern initially to try and save Link, so he doesn't have it to get Zion out. Since he can't get Zion out, might as well go in, because double lift is back up as well. So he lands the flash hook onto Shifter. At the same time, Smithy lands his Vault Breaker and immediately kills the other target. So then they come out ahead of this one, and we're going to see another Afromu play here, which is what we've come to expect from him. Another hook lands, another kill lands, and they completely turn it around. Like, you barely get time to breathe after even pulling off a gank down bottom, as magnificent as that Dignitas play was. A full clean sweep, 3 kills. You feel like you have the run of the map, and CLG do not let you get out alive with it.
Yeah, and immediately the fact that Zion was like, all right, I'll let him go. I'll sacrifice the bottom lane. I'll get some turret damage. Gamsu comes back. Then he saves his TP for the play. I thought was really well orchestrated by Zion because he was like, all right, I'm going to back. No, I'm going to TP in, and this is a fight we should take. And he jumps in and he stays in. He's like, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me.
Yeah, and CLG really values those cross-map plays, always holding on to those resources really, really tightly until they have to use them. The one thing, though, that I was kind of disappointed is they did get outshoved a couple times. The Trist and Janna combination quickly shoved down quite a few turrets, which we don't usually see from CLG, you know, getting out-rotated.
Yeah, we saw that off of the back of the Baron, which may have thrown them a little bit off kilter. They were trying to get their legs back under them. Right.
Oh, God.
Now, in the last couple of minutes here, I want to talk about the matchup tomorrow, actually, because it is CLG controlling their own destiny for first place here. With that TSM loss earlier today, they're tied up going into tomorrow. I mean, it sets up that, you know, that rematch perfectly for us, but it really speaks to the fact that it's all on them, right? It's on them to take first place back.
It's really kind of strange, too, because both teams played their styles today, and they didn't have good showings on their styles, right? It's like Bjergsen carried classic TSM style, didn't work out. CLG map rotation, come out of laning phase, didn't work out. And so right now, it's really like more up in the air than it was last time that these two teams met.
Yeah, and I really do feel like it does have to do with, you know, TSM being overseas, concentrating so heavily on international competition, as we've said so many times, and then coming back, they're facing a week where they just came back from Katowice and they have a CLG matchup, which always takes up a lot of their attention. So there is a high likelihood that they overlook the first day. And they were obviously not expecting to fight, Team Urgot mid because it definitely trumped the Team Solo.
I don't think you ever are. It's just like you can't waste the brain power on the idea that you could one day play against an Urgot mid.
Well, the thing is, it wasn't even just Urgot, right? They also had pretty bad picks into it. They picked all AD into a Nunu. Already with Nunu showing is, kind of iffy going all AD because he has so many attack speed slows and he's so strong right now as a peeling tank for the front line. So maybe some questionable moves in the draft phase for TSM that they have to clean up before they face CLG.
Well, we'll look for TSM to regroup going into tomorrow. CLG to carry the momentum. It should be an exciting game regardless. There is still more league action coming your way, though. Up next, we've got Winter Fox versus Team 8. Stay with us. Week 8 of the NALCS Spring Split continues in just a few.
Okay, so what do we need, boys? We need communication, we need attention, we need focus, we need vision, and easy win.
Here comes Zion on the juke back. He's going to throw the Q. Shift with the outplay. He's going to get away from Zion Spartan. Yes, he does. The minion throw.
Yo, come back, come here. Back to the bait, back to the bait. You guys can do this, ready? You guys can do this. Go on the block, go on the block. The block. I'm going. The block, no lantern. No lantern. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. 1.
Oh, Baron. Baron. You can't? I can take. Nice. Yes. Baron. Go by. Yeah.
No throw.
Let's go! All right, let's go. You can see double. If he can't red, they go for Smithy first. Double's got to be a target. He puts an Afro move. That's the game. CLG in 37 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to keep the action moving with the next game. It is Winter Fox versus Team 8. Now, earlier this week, Winter Fox announced that they were going to change their lineup yet again, but it's back to an old and good one. Altec is back to AD carry. Taken over as support is Glebe, who actually won OP support in his last week of play.
Yeah.
So this lineup should be pretty good.
Glebe had some great Leona games, and Winter Fox, they spent a couple of weeks trying to tweak the team to find the most success. And obviously numbers don't tell the whole story, but you can't ignore them here. I mean, with Glebe's support, the team was 4-4. When Imagine was support, they were 1-3. And when Altec was support in last week, a very ill-fated week, they went 0-2. So really, this is the lineup that they need to run now with everything on the line.
Absolutely, and of course, Winter Fox are still chasing a playoff spot. They are only 2 games behind Team 8. If they win here, they're only 1 game behind them and only 1 game behind Team Liquid as well. So there's a real chance these guys can get themselves into that 6th place spot, or maybe even 5th place if all goes well.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's, though, a very familiar matchup for these 2 teams. Both specifically in how the teams play, in that it's the mid laners who tend to hard carry and the junglers seem to support them in that style.
Which is strange because we expected coming into the year that Cali Trolls was going to be the top lane carry, but Team 8 have really been playing well lately due to Porpoise and the incredible pressure he brings out of the jungle, specifically to the mid lane, where Slushy has had some spectacular games. You look at Porpoise, though, last 6 games, he's only died 7 times, especially with a very aggressive jungle style. It just shows how much success he's been finding in fights.
Yeah, I think overall this team is looking pretty decent. And actually, Team 8, they are confident. In fact, they're more than confident. According to Porpoise, they're not looking just to win this game. They want to send a message to the rest of the league with this match.
I think because we've won against Winter Fox, we have a lot more confidence going into the game. We I guess, assume that we'll win the game because we assume that we're the better team. But that doesn't mean we're going to relax at all. We want to crush them instead of just taking a free win, essentially. We want to assert our dominance in any way we can and play just our best game possible, no matter what team it is.
Wow. Free win, crush, dominate. This is... You give them a couple of wins, you give them an MVP or at least an OP spot, and suddenly Porpoise is like, we're better than so many of these teams now.
Well, 7-7. They're better than half of the teams at the moment. Complete 500 record in the LCS. It's good to play with confidence. I can't fault them for that.
Absolutely the case. So we're going to see how Team 8 can translate this confidence into a game and how Winter Fox can do with their new lineup. We're going to check out these starting lineups. On the blue side is Winter Fox, Avalon in the top lane, Helios in the jungle, Pavelter in mid, and back from basically forever, Altec and Glebe in the bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. On the red side now, we have the 7-7 Team 8. Calitros in the top lane, Porpoise in the jungle, Slushy in mid lane. Will we see that LeBlanc ban? And then Maple Street and Dodo in the bottom lane.
Well, we'll see what happens as we get ourselves in a champion select. All 10 players in the lobby. Now, it is worth mentioning that these teams did fight back in week 3. And this was with the full lineup for both teams. This was Winter Fox with Glebe and Altec. And that was a game that, as we heard Porpoise mention, Team 8 did win that one. They felt very secure in that one. But it's been a long time since then. It's been multiple patches as well. How have teams adapted? How have teams improved? Time to see. Right off the bat, LeBlanc ban, no big surprise.
I'm a little surprised by that, only because Pobelter would be a very good LeBlanc player as well. Last time these games happened between Winter Fox and Team 8, Pobelter played a Lulu mid lane, which was highly criticized, mainly because Pobelter needs to be on a carry-style champion, generally for Winter Fox to win, and that didn't bring them any of that. But they still banned away LeBlanc just to deny Slushy, meaning I wonder what Pobelter has up his sleeve to play.
Well, pretty much instant bans from Winter Fox the whole way through. Porpoise on an individual playmaker, the same for Cali Trolls and Slushy. Largely one-way bans, but you can see Team 8 trying to remove team-fighting, powerful top laners from Avalon. The Rek'Sai away from Helios. Lulu first pick for Winter Fox.
Will we see a return of Pobelter's mid lane Lulu, or is this going to be the top lane Lulu for Avalon, which would make the most sense?
I agree.
They keep trying to put Avalon on these big initiation tank champions, but he falls behind in a lot of his games, so it would be more ideal for him to just be able to build some CDR, AP, and support the carries of the team. I hope that's what they're doing.
I do too, for the sake of WinterFox here. It's what they're most successful at, is a supportive top laner who can just kind of show up in the team fights. What I also want to see is what style Team 8 plays. We talked at the beginning of the day about, will Calitrolls carry a little bit more now that we can play more tank junglers and feel comfortable for it? Porpoise, one of his most known champions, is Nocturne, and you can maybe build him a bit tankier. He got some buffs as well. But it looks like even with a Rek'Sai ban, he's still going to go back to a fighter here. Early pressure, early gank power, carry ability, Vi once again.
And we are on the 5.5 patch. Cinderhulk is in. Many tank junglers were buffed from their base stat perspective, and Vi was nerfed in 2 different areas, both the move speed and the base damage on the ultimate. Yet North America is standing strong. The level 6 ganks and the team fight target selection that Vi provides have shown up in the games today. Vi has been looking very good in the North American LCS.
Yeah. Well, looks like fighter jungler is still in vogue here, and with a Rek'Sai ban and an early Vi pick, they're certainly trying to get Helios off of that. Seems like Jarvan, the jungler from that pool that's most neglected, I suppose, and Helios says, yeah, okay, you have early pressure, I've got teamfight power. Sejuani is in here, and more teamfight power with Janna as well, so a lot of beef so far in the lineup and plenty of shielding.
Also pork from the pig, right?
Depends on what skin he picks.
That's true, he could be a bear, which I don't think you call beef.
Probably
There's
not.
A special name for bear meat. Someone will
Manly
know the
is.
answer to that. It is not that. I like this. There's no Sejuani ban, and it's not something we've gotten to see much of in North American LCS. It started to make its appearance in the last week of LCS play, but I think is really, really powerful here. As long as WinterFox makes sure to bring enough damage in their last 2 choices, they need a heavy damage dealer from the AD carry position. I'm hoping for something like Lucian to better synergize with the Lulu. And then Pobelter, whether it's on an AD mid to keep the resistance on the enemy team honest, or a heavily damaged dealer mid laner, otherwise Winterfox will be lacking in that department.
All right, well, teammate going to say, go ahead and pick your damaging mid laner. We're going to counter pick you. Lucian is the insta-lock here, in fact. It's commonly touted as a counter pick to Graves.
Damage.
Yeah, there you go, the Karthus. So, Victor disabled, by the way, this week due to bugs we saw in Europe yesterday. So Karthus being the go-to mid-range, high-damage, spitting-out team fighter. And WinterFox have their lineup. You know exactly where everyone's going in this one. It is Lulu top after all. In fact, only one swap required for WinterFox to lock in their lineup, so even less keystrokes.
Yeah, we're going to get to see the return of the Calitrolls AP Gragas. 3rd time he'll be bringing that out this year.
I mean, if you do it, I'm happy, but that's probably not happening.
Keen's not on this team that I know of.
Lock it in. It's the cheer from the audience. Well, teammate wants to send a message with this game. The message for Slushie is, what can you play other than LeBlanc?
True.
They pulled a LeBlanc ban. He played Orianna. They lost that game against teammate in week 7. It's going to be Orianna anyway.
He is definitely one of the better Oriannas I've seen in the LCS here. And Karthus is a champion that is not that great at avoiding the Orianna ultimates. Something that has kind of pushed Orianna down a little bit is the high mobility that a lot of these teams are bringing, and it's making it harder to land the ultimates. That aside from just the general wave clear potential of Orianna, Orianna was a champion that really heavily relied on the Athene's mana regen back last season, and with that being reduced, her lane presence is vastly diminished. Against Karthus, however, it is a bit of a farm lane, so Slushie should be able to power up quite well.
Looks like it might be a safe game for teammate, and the question is, with the top laner Avalon being fairly weak so far in the laning phase, this might actually allow Calitrolls to play the style he's wanted to most this season. Go be aggressive, go carry. We did see it backfire against TSM when he went 2-6 on Gragas. Dyrus able to withstand that pressure, the rest of the team able to gank him. This might work just a bit better for the teammate roster overall. But keep in mind, this is back to that, I think, very strong WinterFox lineup. I think they're much stronger than we're used to seeing them play.
That's the hope
in the last couple of weeks.
With WinterFox coming in with this. I mean, yes, they did find success with Glebe on their team last time, but they've been doing so many changes. It's not like Glebe's been there the whole time practicing. They now have to reestablish that amount of compatibility they have on the team.
True. Where the dual lanes played a lot together, but we're going to see how they do in this game. Once again, we're turning to you guys on Twitter to get your game predictions. Vote with hashtag WFXWin or hashtag T8Win to @LOL Esports with each twist and turn of the game. Guys, Game 5 is in front of us here. The battle to stay in the playoff race certainly on the line. WinterFox versus teammate.
And again, there's some anti-synergy built into that Team 8 composition because they're comboing Gragas with Orianna. You can't have the Gragas ultimate fly in with the Orianna ultimate or some bad things happen. It didn't work that well against Team Solo Mid.
It looks like it is Dodo who needs a little something from one of our highly lauded referees.
Hopefully the fix was that fast. He's like, oh, yeah, you just press that button.
Yeah. I don't know how to close my menu. Escape. Oh, yeah, it's gone now. Cool. But we'll see what ends up happening here. So, champ select is done. Gragas, Vi, Orianna, Graves, Morgana. One thing I do like with champions like Vi are picking a Morgana. I like Morgana especially against Janna, not in a lane matchup scenario where I actually think Janna has a slight edge, but in a team fight scenario where you are no longer able to blow back that really annoying frontliner who just dived your team. And oftentimes it's hard to break the black shield in time either. Lulu will low damage top laner. Karthus oftentimes not aiming for the front line with lay waste either. Sometimes that shield holds up long enough to let Vi do her job, for example.
Especially considering that Sejuani's Bole connects with the first target of the hit. So if you got a big tank with black shield in the front of your team, you can completely negate a Sejuani ultimate by doing that, which could be very important. There could potentially be a mastery bug for Dodo 8, so they are determining whether or not, right now, if it was player error or if it fits the reproduction steps for the bug.
Yeah, he's currently running something close to 21 offense. He's got 6% armor magic pen. So I don't even know why he has that page, except unless he's playing like Annie or Zyra or something hyper aggressive. But certainly not the style of pick we normally see from Morgana. Certainly not high utility either. Only has 3 potions. So
if it were to be a remake, Game of Record has not yet been established, so it would be remade with the same picks and bans.
Yep, same summoner spells.
See on that. I do want to talk a little bit more about the Orianna pick, though, into the Karthus, only because I touched on it briefly in picks and bans, but I can go a little bit more into that. I think Orianna, when she was a huge meta pick, in large part did it because of her ability to lane against pretty much everyone and win. Since then, there's been a couple of things that have happened to Ori to take her down to more of that team fight utility mage instead of a lane bully.
Yeah.
She lost 6 attack damage at one point, which hurt her trading. But beyond that, it was the mana cost, the mana regen of Athene's Unholy Grail changing with the reformation of that system.
Yeah.
So therefore, she can't use her shield as much as well as the wave clear. And if you want the same level of mana regen, you have to go Morellonomicon. But when you go Morellonomicon, you lose your trading potential. So Orianna can't have all those strengths together anymore. She can't shove the lane and roam, which honestly, even though you think of Orianna as that just strong laning champion, was all about the roaming and pressure you could get. Whereas now you're pretty much just trapped farming and hoping to get to team fight instead of impacting the game before then. But good players can still do it. Slushi, pick, and Ori.
Yeah, we'll see if Slushi can do that. And of course, with a lot of time to spend with Team 8 to practice the team fighting, practice the team comps, practice everything, Porpoise has been saying that last week's bye was actually invaluable. It gave them an opportunity to experiment and shake up the playbook.
Usually in the LCS season, I feel like teams don't get to try too much new stuff because you only have a week to practice, so you're kind of chipping away at new champions and things like that. So when you come to the end of the week, you're like, oh, I just need to practice these champions we're going to play for LCS. So you don't get that time to iron out these new champions or new play styles. So this week actually gives us extra time to try out these new combinations or champions that we want to bring out. So it's good.
Well, they said they want to bring out new things, but really a lot of the same kind of stuff for Team 8 here. Playing what's worked for them overall. And as an update onto the pause situation, it has been determined it was player error, not a bug, so the game will just be continuing as it is. Dodo heading in with 21 offense masteries, 2109, I believe, because he's got biscuits. So
not the most disastrous mastery page.
It's got ability power on it.
There. If you build a little AP on Morgana, it's not the end of the world. It will make him squishier in the laning phase, though, which means he's got to be a little bit more respectful of Altec if they end up having that 2v2 lane.
That's true. Dodo actually walking in the lane with 64 attack damage. I don't think that's normally what Morgana spawns with, so maybe twin an offense with physical damage on that page. But either way, small change. We'll see what happens here. Pobelter and Slushi trading looks in the mid lane. Callie and Avalon just going to dance. You know, they're going to be hanging out a lot together, and then one's going to leave and teleport out.
Break the truce.
Yeah.
Looks like they've actually been throwing some spells at each other in that top lane.
Yeah, Calitro's lost some health. Truce broken. The blood feud is on. Okay, so Glebe Tech back together. These guys have actually been playing together
There's
for
a
very
large
long
history
time.
behind these guys.
Yeah. They're back on the old Cloud9 Tempest lineup that nearly made it into the LCS on their own right. They got picked up here by Winter Fox, and it's
Well, not just that.
suited them pretty well.
They split up.
Yeah.
Alltech was on Evil Geniuses last year.
Well, yeah,
Glebe
yeah.
started the split on TSM. They've been together and separated so many times, but it's a touching story always getting to play back together with each other. But they need to be able to find success here so that they can maintain Winter Fox's spot in the LCS. They are safe from auto-relegation. Coast has, unfortunately, 1-14 record, meaning no one can have a worse record than Coast at the end of the year. So at the very worst, Winter Fox will get to play a best-of-5 against a challenger team to stay in.
And we'll see if it comes to
Cali
that. Cali Trolls. No, he's fine.
Buddy.
He's timing his Q coming up.
Yeah.
I think it's actually very well rehearsed. Yeah. No, that was easy. You saw that one coming.
Yeah.
Now, it is worth pointing out, though, Avalon actually stole the Gromp away from Helios, so they were actually both level 1 coming into the blue buff.
Really?
I don't know how on purpose that was, but it definitely happened here. And Avalon was not given the blue buff. That did go to Helios, all said and done.
Were they expecting a lane swap?
I think so. I mean, they didn't see anyone for a while.
Because that's one of the strangest things. If Avalon just pulled for Helios, ran to top lane, everything would have been A-okay, but because of the delay from Cali Trolls, I suppose, either way, that's just the continuation of a very troubling trend for Winter Fox. They've been doing so much double jungling with Helios and Avalon, and in many ways, Helios is one of the best players on Winter Fox. In every game, it feels like he is set behind because of the double jungling he's been doing with Avalon. And then to start with a double jungle Gromp in a match when there's not even a lane swap, immediately puts Porpoise ahead of Helios in the jungle.
And it's going to put things in an interesting perspective as we move on throughout this game. Porpoise going to spend some time to regenerate as he takes down the Scuttler, but Helios there to meet him.
Interesting.
Smite down for both. I think with a Q he's going to get it. Yep. Nice try, Helios.
Yeah, not the best right there. Unfortunately, the crab did not juke back towards the Sejuani, the very randomized pathing of the Scuttle Crab. Smart of Porpoise to finish that off, and then really good they didn't get hit by that Sejuani dash.
Yeah, would have been a pretty painful trade. Would have had to fight back down. And wow, Alltech going right into the face. The extra Gianna shield, though, makes those trades pretty easy. Not afraid of Dark Binding. Must have been on cooldown. And a re-engaged Porpoise pushes Helios out of the jungle.
To be fair, that actually hurts Team 8 in the long run. They did not steal the big camp. Helios did not burn a summoner, and he was going to shop anyways. It is just this one camp that Porpoise may be able to counter jungle. Glebe, though, sees him.
Hello.
Doesn't even let him get the big one. So Porpoise actually a little bit behind from that maneuver.
Glebe and Alltech's going to be like, hey, great, thanks for partnering for us. Have health, Krug, why not? 60 gold, 55, something like that? 60.
At this point in the game, for sure.
That's his first spawn. I don't think the gold changes till it respawns, right? I could be wrong. I don't remember
That
the
is some
anymore.
jungle specifics that I'm not completely up to date on.
That's fine.
Unfortunately.
Either way, though. Ooh, Poe Belzer. Taking a page out of Sion's book.
Yeah.
Oh, the flash is not going to land the knock-up, though, but Calitro's still forced to run. Ooh, that's a really good hit, though. He's got to be careful. No flash up, but Helios cannot quite reach. Flash trade, no kill.
If Helios executes a little bit better there, they get the kill on the Cali Trolls. You can do Q flash on Sejuani, much like you see it with a Shen, Taunt, Flash, or any of the other extend the range of the person's spells. But Helios just misses the knockup. Cali Trolls gets out with a small bit of health. And both junglers actually starting this game a little bit behind.
All right, well, right now it's actually overall ended up with a Team 8 minion lead here. The bot lane up by 5, the top lane up by 9. Calitro's, despite receiving a gank, is safe for now and slowly regenerating back up. Avalon did back for some new items. The second Doran's Ring is what his booty is going to be. Calitro's will be able to back significantly later and maybe get most of a sheen on his.
I mean, this early game from Winter Fox, just from the jungle start, automatically sets them back. Avalon didn't get a full camp, whereas Calitrolls did. And then Calitrolls actually beat Avalon to lane.
Yeah, you're right.
Start of the game, which you could see that CS advantage being 11 already. Like, that's not a surprise based on what happened at level 1. You're taking a player who already struggles in lane in Avalon,
yeah,
and then immediately putting him in a disadvantage with a really questionable start.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they both got to last hit like a full camp technically with Avalon stealing, and he like shared the blue buffs. But yeah, being late to lane and everything that's happened since then, the gank got a flash advantage, right? A repeat gank might work for Helios if he can get behind him and land the Q. But Porpoise right now controlling Scuttler. He's going to try to keep some more ward control for the top side of the map. Now only really a lane gank or a wall jump will let Helios in. See if that ends up mattering.
Honestly, Sejuani does have some early gank potential, but it's not that great. Helios pretty much needs to farm up to level 6 before he can make an impact, and I think Porpoise will do well if he can try and match that pace.
Let's see. Well, keeping track of jungler experience then.
Porpoise is pretty far behind too. Relative to each other, they're doing okay, but we're 7 minutes into the game, and Porpoise literally just hit level 5. Junglers should be getting close to level 6 around 7:30, 7:45, whereas I guess Porpoise is.
If they're 2 camps away, right? Oh, Altsec! Metagame in the normal puddle position and gets himself just out of reach of what that would be. So gets the safe recall for BF Sword. In fact, recall on 62 CS. Maple with a late one for himself, but will match the items either way. Dota should have sight. Oh!
What is
without vision. Glebe. Just way better with his skill shot accuracy.
Yeah. Total guess. Do another one.
I want to see it. Aww.
Jeez, that one got a recall sound.
Okay, Belter behind the wall. Slushi getting a little bit of a trade, but it's a blue buff tiered up Pole Belter. So Karthus able to farm. It will, by the way, be the Athene's build from Slushi. You mentioned, you know, the various strengths and weaknesses of Merlin Opcon versus Athene's, but Chalice means it's going to be Athene's.
It's the build that's needed against Karthus. Karthus will just do so much accidental damage in a team fight that without the Athenes, Orianna is going to end up just dying by mistake sometimes. Now, you add the Armored MR from the Orianna ball on top of the Athene's MR, and she can be quite safe in team fights.
All right, we'll see how Slushi can get himself around in these ones, getting ever so slightly out-farmed. The jungles have respawned, and 8.5 minutes in, both these junglers have reached level 6. Porpoise now with his red buff. The blue is up and available. Pelter, of course, was already handed over his blue. Dodo not yet 6, but only 2 waves away as we start getting ultimates on most of the players. The AD carries have theirs as well, so only the support's missing out. Never given all the experience.
Laning phase is holding quite even, though. Even that top lane for Avalon versus Calitrolls, it seems to be equalizing quite well. Slushi in a farm lane against Karthus. A lot of this will just be about the level 6 ganks of the junglers, whether they can meet up in the right spot.
Well, that spot right now looks to be topside for Helios, showing up for a lane gank up here. The flash still down for about 5 seconds on Calitrolls, and now it's up. So if they time it properly, they should know he can flash away from a glacial prison.
Yeah, very, very hard to gank Gragas, especially if he's in a farm mode and not using his body slam aggressively. The only reason you call this gank is if Calitrolls was trying to bully and use his body slam. If not, he has flash and body slam and ultimate and his Q slow to escape. It's a bit much.
Well, we'll see if he's forced to blow any of these cooldowns last hitting under the turret as Avalon is pushing in and letting Helios sneak all the way in. Binding will dodge. Glebe's going to be fine. Pretty color-coordinated lane overall, I got to say. Blue outfits for all of them, actually.
Well, Calitrolls ulted for Harass.
Wow, yep. So, hey, that's one cooldown down. It was worth asking, and actually the answer is yes, he does blow his ultimate.
But I still don't see this working. Oh, he body slams?
All right, he's out of mana, kind of. Now, this is the second wave in a row pushing a turret. Helios waited around and said, he was looking for a counter gank. He thought Corvus was showing up, and was like, if you show, I'll kill you.
Maybe. That has to be it, but that is a...
He didn't try to gank, certainly.
That is a big risk. They didn't have any information. Their ward coverage was low. If they'd spotted Porpoise maybe on that side of the map, they could have done something, but if you're literally just up there because you have a sense that there will be a counter gank 10.5 minutes into the game, you gotta reevaluate your strategy in League of Legends right there because that is way too chancy.
Yeah. Well, Certainly fans of Pokemon, they go for the Chansey move anyway, and Winter Fox, though, with the good ward, will stop the Dragon attempt by Porpoise. They realize that Glebe and Helios were on their way over, and Dragon will get some much-needed rest. He fought a Vi. It's hard work. So he sits on down, but Glebe back to the lane. 6 CS, right? Very, very close here in the bottom lane. Maple Street and Dodo, we don't talk about them much, but they seem to always get out of lane just fine.
Yeah.
And they're doing so once again against Glebe and Altec, who also kind of, we talk about them as like, well, you know, Altec shows up in team fights, he just farms, and then, you know, he gets the kills.
Especially when it's the Altec Glebe duo. When we saw Altec Crepo, there was a bit more aggression, but Altec Glebe is a passive lane a lot of the time as far as just their ability to farm. And here, even though he's aggressively dashing in, it's a lot harder.
Wow.
Whoa! Where did he come?
Flank on Pobelter without an assist either. Shockwave hits Avalon, but he lands the stun onto Cali Trolls. Out goes the Gragas, but there's no follow-up damage left. Winterfox forced to run away from this one.
I'll have to get a replay on that because Cali Trolls manages to make it to the mid lane. He does have... He must have just walked down there through an unwarded spot and killed Pobelter clean up.
No wards in that river.
Yeah.
He showed up. Wasn't even assisted, like he just bursted the guy out with a Sheen Gragas, so hey.
Way to do it. Yeah, he walks behind in the river. No lane pressure from the Lulu. Sejuani gank had failed earlier. And Pobelter is trying to shove up the lane, so he just straight up bursts him. Really late exhaust from Pobelter.
Yeah. And it kept Avalon like 40 seconds late, and nothing's going to be done for that one.
Not the best showing there early on from Winter Fox. They need to outscale this one, which in my opinion means Helios might want to change his strategy a little bit to farming, but he needs to be here to protect the bot lane. Vi ultimate, no Sej ultimate.
Wow,
Pretty
that
important.
tornado was more clutch than you even realized at first, Glebe, but dodges the binding from Fog and knocks up the Vi and Fog as well. Could have been a very quick kill picked up there after you layered the ulti.
I don't think Winter Fox necessarily wins this 3v3 with the ultimate disadvantage.
Nope.
They do have the Karthus ult though.
That's true.
So maybe it's not as much of a disadvantage as we'd be thinking.
Got to be careful about where Pobelter lands the ult from because Shockwave is now up for Slushy, so it requires a bit of premeditation. There's these like 20% windows where Shockwave will just pull you out of it and your team overextends for it. Pobelter is on top of a ward, so if he sneaks left to do that, he will be spotted out and maybe stopped. This turtle's losing a lot of health. The pressure lead that Orion has had this lane is actually seemingly working out quite well. Now stuck under his turret means Porpoise will try again for Dragon.
Yeah.
To top of a ward, Helios does not have flash. If he goes in, he can't get out. And he's not going to attempt the steal. Quick pick up. Dragon number 1 and First Blood have gone to Team 8. They're up 600 gold overall.
And pretty much, you know, 400 of that gold is actually on the junglers. Surprising because the CS numbers look really close, but Porpoise has just been getting much more valuable camps. He's had really good Scuttle Crab control the whole game.
Yeah, and Vi wants to take Gromp a lot more, so like the numbers deflate, but that's worth 90 gold itself, so junglers can lie to you, sure.
Helios has been incredibly ineffective and inefficient in this early game. It's typically okay on tank junglers like Sejuani because they scale so well off of base damage and W and E to not have an early game impact, but you need to at least be ensuring your late game. What Helios has been doing is spending a huge amount of time in lanes and getting nothing out of it while not keeping up his farm. He doesn't even have his completed jungle item right now.
Right.
Because he has gone Sightstone, yet where are the wards necessarily going here? The roam in the bottom lane, the roam to the mid lane already cost the mid laner his life, and Helios again trying to help out this top lane where the lane is always pushed beyond 2/3, so there's no real gank there.
It's the weird thing is like he's got a Sightstone and it's 3 of 3 wards placed. Like theoretically Vision is on the map, in fact it is, and yet it's so dark he's like, well I hope there's a gank coming because I'm counter-ganking the gank I don't see. Vi really nowhere to be seen. She's kind of on that side of the map, but Helios wasting time again. And losing out in gold as Porpoise gets, I want to say like his 5th consecutive Scuttle Crab at this point.
Yeah, as far as the jungle goes as well, time is money. Every time he's not there, it's jungle that he could be clearing. And yeah, that gold difference is now around 700 just in the jungle.
Avalon seems to sniff out that Vi was around somewhere. A couple of wards go down from him. He actually got the upgraded trinket, by the way. So Avalon also putting wards down to the top lane, and top turret is going to be pressured. So Porpoise, you know, Gets away from Helios like ships in the night and just pushes this top lane turret down. Never to be seen again. Gets it down to half HP. Slushi going to make the same play here in the mid lane. And for all of Helios' attempts, he's just not done anything at all this game and stopping these turrets from being pressured.
Finishes Cinderhulk. Needs to try and make an impact. Otherwise, it feels like teammates going to try and find a skirmish game. So, WinterFox also has a pretty strong late game here, which is why I'm so surprised that Helios is trying so hard to get an early game edge right here. But yeah, Avalon gets jumped on.
Couple of barrels flash in for both. Ulti's not going to mean much. Helios stuns him and says, never mind. I'll get some farm.
Great CC chain right there by Team 8. Porpoise and Calitroll showing superior synergy in that top lane. Helios at the very least can get a little bit of minion farm. He needs to just farm his jungle.
Yeah, to your point, it was... And by the way, he tried to counter gank twice, and eventually the gank did happen, just not at the time he was hoping.
What's a counter gank going to do at that point? It's a Vi Gragas. Their burst is so extraordinary.
Yeah.
That you almost need to preempt it. Yeah, okay.
I think he thought he was going to get bursted out and had to not die.
So, enough focusing on the junglers here. Let's look at the larger picture of this match. But actually, there's a teleport.
Hold on, yeah, this is actually a big knock around. The flash comes in, he's trying to get away. Karthus ult will secure, not much just yet. Nice dodge by Altec. It's going to be Dodo falling down. A slow from Calitrolls. Actually, Glitterlance misses. Can Dodo make the outplay happen? Altec's shield, though, makes him tanky. They're going to bring down Calitrolls, and now Dodo is the focus. It's a 2-for-0 fight so far. Dodo on the way out.
Goodbye.
Pobelter says, hello, thank you for the kill. 3-0 fight. Helios now forced to flash out from Slushi.
Yeah, and just like that, it looks like WinterFox might be in a good position this game because the larger picture of this game is everyone working around the carries of WinterFox, Pobelter, and Altec. This is going to keep going. Helios trying to get some revenge on Porpoise here. Level 9 on Sejuani. Is he going to get him?
The slow's got to be up on the cap. There it is.
W's
Sunfire
up really
cape
soon.
damage. Oh, has to Q on it. That could be the kill. One more shot. He put the challenging smite in, and it gave him enough damage reduction to live. Both smite charges were up for Porpoise. He used one when he killed the turret, one on the way out. The damage reduction keeps him alive, but it will mean top turret is traded.
And yeah, the turrets are going to be even here, and WinterFox is going to actually pull ahead in this game. Just, I feel like off the back of Pobelter and Altec's laning phase.
Ooh, speaking of Pobelter's landing phase, though, he exhausts a bit late. Ignite is on from Slushi. His flash is down, though, and he can't chase this one out.
This game is just starting to get a little bit crazy.
Speaking of crazy, Calitrolls takes a glacial prison to the face. Runs away, but that's an ulti down from Avalon and Helios.
All right, Freak. The larger picture of this game,
maybe,
the point I keep trying to make here as action explodes across the map, is because of the Gragas-Orianna combo on Team 8, and even with Vi as a jungler, it is a very pick-based, skirmish-based team. They're going to need to get split pushing opportunities, the roaming opportunities, and jungle opportunities in order to win. If we get straight up team fights, even with the gold differential, WinterFox could still end up winning this, and the gold is pretty close. That's a pick, though.
That is a pick, and it's going to be a dead Pobelter whose ulti is down, so it's a nice, easy stroll out. But here comes Altec. He's afraid of 3 people. Kills the ward and backs on out, but Team 8 get that pick.
Yeah, and they need to continue to make things like that happen, because Altec is going to be a very, very scary Lucian. He's going Infinity Edge and most likely Phantom Dancer for the max amount of auto attack damage, added with the Janus Shield, added with the AP Lulu Pix damage in potential team fights, plus all the Karthus AoE. There is just a ton of damage on that WinterFox that they locked in with those last 2 picks, and despite the slow early game and their inability to make much happen in the top lane, Altec has created an advantage for himself that may be enough to carry WinterFox through here.
That might be the case. He's certainly ahead of his opposite member, Maple Street, in item breakpoints here. But Team 8 choosing to try to buy this time with Pobelter just recently respawned. Avalon does not have teleport and shows in the top lane. There is no contest for this. Turret number 2 goes down. Sorry, Dragon number 2 goes down. All 3 turrets are already dropped. Helios trades the Dragon for a red buff steal. That's kind of nice to have. But all said and done, Team 8.
To me, the Pobelter has gone Rylak's second item on Karthus. I thought he was going to be going the Xiao of the tier Catalyst to Roa, slow building up, like that. But the Rylaks will give him a little bit more immediate power, and he shouldn't necessarily have mana concerns because he ended up starting tier, and may end up helping him as he walks into team fights stop teammate from kiting a little bit. I actually think this may be a better build than the Roa build because it's a little bit more immediate power and because of the slow.
Yeah. It's the build the jungle Karthus would use, actually. Not just speaking to a Zingy, but there were a couple of players who played it at the very beginning of the season. And it was Tyr into Ryleys. That was the standard build for the junglers out there. Obviously, Megas Enchant. And yeah, just the immediate power helps a little bit there. Bottom lane going to get pushed out pretty easily, but Altec clears him away.
He has 2 levels on Maple Street.
Yeah, and that turret's going to start taking some very real damage. With a Janna shield, just there's a lot that comes out there, and plenty of attack speed on the build means those turrets take big chunks out. Porpoise barely spots the ward in his own jungle, which lets him clear this away. Blue buff up for Team 8, and it will not be Winterfox trying to contest. So mid-game stalling out just a little bit. No one's been under pressure for the last couple of minutes.
And we need to take a look at the distribution of power on these teams. Altec has a 1,000 gold lead on Maple Street, whereas there is a 1,000 gold lead from Porpoise over Helios, and then a slight gold lead of Cali Trolls onto Avalon. Basically, if teammate can use their pick potential to take down Altec, I think they win this one. But if they continue to use this stuff on the people that are not farmed on Winterfox, Winterfox could end up winning the team fights based off of Altec's power. But he flashes out of that shockwave.
Good Black Shield means only Porpoise gets caught. The fight begins, and Altec loses a lot of health, but Porpoise will still be the one to fall down first. Dodo cannot land a lot of stuns, but maybe enough to pick up 1 kill. Shields come in time to keep him alive a few more seconds, but a double kill from Requiem. Solo kill in the meantime as Calitrolls picks 1 up, but it's a 3-for-2 in Winterfox's favor.
And teammate tried. They tried really hard to get Altec locked down right there, but because the initiation came in from Helios, no matter what happens a lot of times on Sejuani, you can still be effective in the mid-game because of the incredible power and base damages on those abilities. Landed the bola on 1, second target had a Black Shield, and Winterfox ends up winning the extended fight.
So Altec just going to play the wave clear game, and he's getting a lot of his team's farm. Strange to see a person who's not Karthus win in minion kills on the team. That's going to happen.
True. Take a look at this one. Very timely Black Shield. Otherwise, I feel like Ori would have been done for. But because Helios got so much damage on a Porpoise, it allowed Altec to peel him off for the most part. And one more hit from that Vi, I feel like Altec would have gone down and it would have been an even fight. Karthus ult, though, right at the end comes in as Cali Trolls. Ooh, really close to being able to clean up there, actually.
Burn his
Fascinating
flash.
game.
Oh, yeah.
Not the cleanest by any means. Definite errors from Helios. But Winterfox kind of getting back to basics. Pobelter and Altec on carry champions. I feel like they make a quick gameplay adjustment. Focus a little bit more on Sejuani farming and supporting the solo lanes and kind of leaving Avalon up there. And they'd be winning this game by quite a lot.
And so far, so good. Winterfox staunching the bleeding in a lot of places. They're getting farm on pretty much everyone. You're seeing the lanes close to parity overall. And it's Altec actually putting on split push pressure. One thing with Lucian showing back up is he's pretty mobile. He gets away from ganks decently. W into R, you can kite back. And with him being ahead, he's putting a lot of pressure on the side lanes that he's kind of the only champion position to do so. Pobelter kind of has to stay mid and just hold the minions there.
Yeah, and Altec's getting that level advantage because of his split pushing. You know, Maple Street's caught trying to catch up to him, but it's a level 14 Lucian versus a level 12 Graves.
And there's something to be said for actually about AD carry levels in the late game. We don't talk about it much anymore, but at the beginning of 2015, we changed how level ups work, where the later levels are actually worth more stats. A 2-level lead actually means more 14 to 12 than it does 6 to 8 in terms of stat value.
Yeah.
And as an AD carry, you care about a lot of the level ups. Attack speed gains, health gains, attack damage gains. Pretty big deal in terms of not getting one shot and then putting damage back out.
Not to mention just the straight up value of the skills.
Sure.
Right?
More dashes, why not? Maple Street.
Teammate a little bit stuck here. They seem to have such a smooth early game, but Porpoise on Vi hasn't been able to take the biggest of advantages, and it feels like they have a pretty inferior team fight at this point unless Lucian can land a really nice shockwave. Not to mention that Altec is creating all this split push pressure that normally a Vi would shut down, but Porpoise has gone Locket because of all the magic damage threats in the team fight. Therefore, his actual dueling on Altec is inferior, and if he tried to kill Altec, he'd would probably just die himself.
Yeah, he's trying to like supplement it with the challenging smite upgrade, being like, well, it's going to be a hard, but maybe this helps tip it over the edge. But you're right, no armor items still to boot on the inventory, making life difficult. Teammate mostly sharing farm, you can kind of see across their, or two of their carry lanes. They're 2 ranged carries. Gragas, Calitrolls, 3-1 and 0, going for a Zhonya's Hourglass next. Can be plenty disruptive here. If you can knock back Pobelter, that actually will be pretty big for him.
Yeah,
maybe they can solo out Altec.
I think the X factor in all this, though, is Slushy's Orianna. He's farmed so well. Out-farming the Karthus.
True.
Very impressive. And with Death Cap, close to Void Staff, if he lands an ultimate, it's huge. Plus, 3 Dragons to 0 is nothing to laugh off.
Absolutely true. It's a pretty big deal here. Calitrolls is in the front line. Black Shield on. Mid-turret low actually does go down. Nice play by Winter Fox. Tying up the turret door. Ult comes in. Only a slow. Only lands on 2. Big ulti down. Can teammate re-engage?
I think they want to, but it's just not there because Team Winter Fox is a little bit too kitey.
How confident are you in pressuring Baron right now?
Pretty confident.
There's no wards up at all for Winter Fox. Now, teammate can't guarantee that knowledge, but the fact still stands.
It's a giant wave the teammate wants to clear away. I feel like they're just going to continue farming the lanes out and send someone up there to get the massive amounts of gold.
Yeah, the more risk-averse style. Don't take a 50-50 on Baron when you can get the guaranteed farm top lane.
It's
Almost regardless
just too big of a wave.
Yep, it is. It's a bunch of gold you really care about here, and teammate will pick it up. Misses one. All right, blue buff will go over easily to Slushy. Of course, they did get a blue buff steal a second ago, so we are, with Pobelter, missing a blue buff. So relying just on his tier mana regen.
Slushy is going to be hitting a giant power spike as well with Void Staff complete as soon as he goes
afford
back
it.
to base.
Yeah. That's right now.
I wonder, did he... Yeah, alright. Just the Void Staff. Pobelter has a Void Staff as well, but no Death Cap, since he went for the tier Rylai's build. If Avalon can complete his Death Cap, that would be a large amount of picks damage. Altec, of course, with his Last Whisper as well. So some definite power spikes actually approaching and being completed by both teams. Just kind of re-upping the importance on individual players in this game.
Yeah, 2,000 gold disparity on the 80 carries.
It's an entire Last Whisper right now.
It's more than. He can't afford the item.
And a Vamp Scepter. Oh,
exactly. Yeah, Maple can get a BF sword or a pickaxe.
Yeah, BF sword
right
it is. There's not any armor on Winter Fox, so he doesn't need Last Whisper yet.
That's true.
Quite honestly, Altec didn't need the Last Whisper either. He probably should have gone for his Bloodthirster instead of the Last Whisper, especially since they're in this shieldy type team, just playing to that strength and building more of it. Might have been a little bit smarter.
Well, we'll make his spell damage go up, so his Q and R, if he's just trying to burst people out,
yeah,
it's still better with Last Whisper than Ruin King, or sorry, Bloodthirster, but I tend to agree. You're going to see their builds diverge for a bit here, and Winter Fox just staying grouped up in the mid lane. Graves far away right now. Maple Street not able to join his team just yet. Winter Fox have the inside track on Baron Vision, and in fact, they're getting that. The yellow trinket from Avalon helping to get wards down in this upper jungle. Teammate relying on just a few sweepers to try to get Vision back, but Winter Fox really controlling this. Maple Street forced to retreat.
Teammate is actually in a lot of trouble right now because they cannot safely force team fights against the counter engage of Sejuani and Karthus. So really, Teammate needs to find ways to stall this out and somehow get to 5 dragons, because they're at a point where they're losing team fights and don't have a superior split push threat. Maybe they get something down with Gragas. They're actually just trying to stall this one out and trying to get the dragon win condition.
Well, Calitrolls pushing mid in the meantime. He's got a Lich Bane and just slams that barrel into the building, throws one out for a Lich Bane proc. His turret might die on this wave. Calitrolls.
Well, there might be a fight during the collapse. They got to be really careful.
Got to be the attempt. He's not far away. 2-man ice barrier prison going in. Belter gets one shot, but down goes Dodo on the same side. Avalon a bit low. They're going to re-engage top of this one. They look for Helios of all players. Calitrolls putting the burst down, forced to get away though. Altec is huge and he hasn't died. Be careful of Lucian Slushy. The crits come in. They take him out.
There's Altec.
And now the chase. Glebe is fast, can lead his team to a fight. 3 versus 4 on the map. Maple Street forced to run away. Altec can reach him with the Whimsy. Looks for the crits. Smokescreen buys a bit more time. But Porpoise now on the wrong side of the fight. Helios able to grab that one. There's the permafrost. Jukes Helios' move. But there's still nowhere for Porpoise to go. He's on boots 1. He doesn't run very fast.
Yeah, I feel like it's only a matter of time. It's just...
New award.
How much time will this really be?
Well, mid's getting pushed right now by the other 2 members. Now, it's the duo lane versus the duo lane, actually.
Get away.
Gragas is flanking. They actually got to be careful for Altec right now. But he can dodge away from that.
Altec went pretty much untouched in that entire fight.
Yep. Vi ulted Sejuani. There's almost no world in which that's smart.
I agree. We'll watch this fight one more time. Remember, Gragas wasn't here at the start. It was really the Karthus wall that forced them into this. Great ultimate by Slushy. But Maple Street missed his buckshot, could only land his ultimate, and then teammate comes into this fight late. Notice how Altec is over the top of the wall, so the way Calitrolls entered the fight actually made it so he couldn't provide any backline threat. What teammate needs to do if they want to win these team fights is actually have Gragas become a bit of a Lucian assassin, because clearly speaking, if they don't get a large amount of damage on that guy with Janna, Lulu shields, he is going to kill everybody.
Absolutely the case, and you got to be very worried about this Altec, who's going for a fairly greedy build, but now adds Quicksilver's Sash to deal with no exhaust in the team, but he can remove challenging smite debuff, he can remove maybe some slows and whatnot. I guess Dark Binding being the big one if they can catch him out. Teammate won a game just like this one actually against Coast way back when. A Binding caught Mash and the game ended off of that one.
Oh wow. Maple Street picks up an Elixir.
Yeah, he needs the power spike now.
He needs the power spike. They know they need to be able to secure this dragon. Really, getting 5 dragons is maybe the only way teammate wins this game.
This is a very scary situation. 1,000 gold lead. Dodo takes a bit of damage, but not too terribly much. Dragon gets aggroed. Helios got to be maybe a bit careful. Still no armor on Sejuani. No one on this team, actually. Maple Street is in a position to carry these team fights. Binding does not catch Altec. Ulti misses. The Dragon resets one more time. Altec has to dodge the wall. This is actually great position for teammate to take Dragon. There's no way to carry. Dragon 4.
Dragons disengage.
Helios puts some damage in, but of course, there's no Glacial Prison. That could have been an Avalanche ulti to lock the team up. Shockwave on a 4! They catch Pelbelzer. Shouldn't be too much damage. It'll hurt, but teammate survives. Get out with their lives and a kill.
Some elite Orianna play right there by Slushy, catching a Shockwave onto 4 people when everyone was expecting to disengage. Oh boy. That's something Winter Fox can't have happen, and they do not successfully contest that dragon. A very poor ultimate by Helios' Sejuani prevented their ability to properly stop that dragon. Now, start the timer. 6 minutes until that dragon fight. I mean, look at this one more time. Oh my god, beautiful. Maple Street had already burned his collateral damage, so there wasn't much follow-up beyond that Ori. That was just a one-man army of Slushy. And they're going for Baron because of the respawns and the back timers. This is a preemptive move, but boy, would this stall it well for 5 dragons.
4,000 health left on that one. No one's here to stop it. Baron, in fact, will go Team 8's way. They said they were supposed to be the better team. They wanted to make a statement with this game, but they are fighting tooth and nail to stay ahead in this one. Only off that Baron did they finally claw in a 700 gold lead here. Winter Fox.
Maple didn't even have to drink his elixir because a fight never happened.
That's true.
They were just kiting back and forth. So he gets to save it on that gold, and they get the objectives that the elixir were for without even having to consume the cost. So teammate, some very team-like plays there off the back of Slushy's Orianna's zone control. Altec also, you know, picking up that QSS is halfway between some really important items he needs to truly carry this one. I don't know if he's going to have time to get those before Dragon number 5 fight.
Well, we'll see if that ends up being the case, though. Knockback on Altec. They're trying to save the turret. Calitroll's happy to burn his ult for that. Belter still without Requiem right now, though, and means they can't cash in on the damage onto Dodo right now. But teammate wearing the Baron buff have to feel pretty darn confident as they just continue to grab gold into their coffers. And the Zonya's done, and Calitroll's allows him to, as you were saying before, play that Altec assassin role if he needs to.
Yeah.
A bit more safely.
I mean, something that's a little bit strange about this Altec build as well, or not strange, but just inconvenient. QSS upgrades to Mercurial Scimitar with the BF sword as a build path.
Yeah.
Vamp Scepter, Bloodthirster with the BF Sword as a build path. But in order to complete that item, he can't actually put a BF Sword into his inventory.
Yep.
He has to upgrade cleanly to the final component, which
3,000 goldish.
Yeah, a huge amount of gold he's going to have to sit on his inventory. Because currently Altec is sitting on 1,350 gold. And since they're kind of pushed in, I don't think he actually gets to convert that gold by the time the 5th dragon comes up.
Maybe just go
which
Cutlass.
Is incredibly inconvenient. You almost want to.
Yeah.
Because if they don't get that 5th dragon, they may lose.
Ooh, attempted ult, not gonna happen. Helios doesn't get the play. Top lane tier 2 goes down to the rest of teammate Calitrolls, able to bait the team around.
Helios needs much more patience with that Sejuani ultimate. He is burning it, and it's allowing teammate to make power plays around the map.
This power play right now is for top lane, double cannon minion, single cannon minion, no cannon minion. Within a hip turret down to 3/4. Counting backwards is fun, and teammate counting backwards until Dragon respawns.
Whoa.
Oh, yep. Look what I can do. Doesn't go for the chase. I was wondering if he's going to go for the ulti and just try to chunk down Gragas. Helios, no ulti for a while. Nice bit of poke down, but it mostly gets minions here. A little bit of damage into Slushy, but not too much. But this shielded turret not taking too much meaningful damage. And there we go, 2 minutes on Dragon. Teammate has to know that's going to be a big pickup for them if they can play just patiently enough. We've seen teams get a little bit impatient before these spawns and allow that buff to go over. Winterfox, of course, still with 0 dragons means they're actually missing some combat stats that teammate just have. But this state of the game, 6% AD AP is actually a lot of gold worth of stats.
Dragon denial becomes a very important thing as well. Altec is actually just justified in taking all this jungle because he needs to get to that item upgrade. Pobelter just got his. He got his death cap. Huge damage now. And Gleam, he's trying to get wards.
Gonna be close. Has to ult for it. All right, just enough health. But that's his ulti down. That's Mikhail's Crucible down. That's his flash down.
Helios' Locket was also expended to try and keep him alive. It's a wonder that Slushy wasn't able to complete that execution. And because of the timer on Dragon, the ultimate from Slushy will be back for it.
Ooh,
great play by Slushy.
That's very clutch that it will be there. We're going to be about 20 seconds late on Monsoon and even more on Gleep's Flash and a lot on the Mikhail. So there will not be a Mikhail's for this Dragon fight. It will be the Quicksilver Sash to get away from a binding. If that does happen to Altec here, teammate a minute early, look for ward control. One over the wall. Screw the pink away from the red buff. Put another green down near the enemy red buff. That's what they want.
Yeah, and because of all the jungle farm, Altec does complete a Bloodthirster, so he made it through the power trough he was undergoing with those items sitting in his inventory. They have Death Cap Void Staff on Lulu, Death Cap on Karthus. The item power spikes are actually very real for Winterfox, as long as Altec can stay protected in this fight. And
So
they
far, so
need
good.
to make sure they go in before that dragon becomes
Fair bit of poke. Ult hits Porpoise. They're going to almost evaporate the poor soul. He's not going to beat Altec in this one. That's a 1 for 0. Helios gets out safely. He just bought time. Altec on the wings. Dragon's up now. No smite, 4v5.
Jungler down, but also, Altec just had to burn his flash because he came around the wrong side of the wall. They're actually going to try and take this with Maple and Slushy. No smite. Helios is low. There's no smites on either side. That dragon's going down.
It's going to go down. It will be picked up, but it's still a 5v4. Dodo falls. 5v3. The chase of the Maple Street. Shockwave hits. Isn't enough. The exhausts are in, but Slushy doesn't quite deal enough damage. The dragon either. He's trying to survive. Glebe getting auto attack down, and there are kills coming through. It's 3 picked up by the 5 dragon team of Team 8. Pobelter's got nowhere to go. He's getting some slows down, but he's out of mana. He's just out of mana. Like,
they're gonna be
Kelly can pick up what he wants, right?
About this, actually, because Pobelter has his ultimate up, so they don't want to kill him.
Oh, wow.
And give him mana back, because you don't need mana when you're dead to cast your ultimate.
There's the auto attack. He gets him. Can he dodge the Skittles?
He might. Does he kill him now?
Not with the W on. The damage reduction is too much.
Oh.
So the fight ends up going 4 for 3 in favor of teammate. Altec pushed down mid in the meantime. Dragon buff, by the way, is only on 2 people.
Yep.
So Dragon 5 is barely worth Dragon 5 at this point. It's more like Dragon 4.4.
Yep. You're absolutely right.
Math! Yes! Ah, I feel so good about this.
Dragon 4.4, you got it. But it's on an 80 carry, probably the best wearer of that Dragon buff. Take a look at this again. Helios is low. They get Dragon 5, but they finish off Dodo so quickly, and holy crap, that damage from the Orianna. A sliver away from killing Altec outright. If that happened, I feel like Teammate would have taken the clean ace here. But Glebe throws up that slight heal onto Altec, allowing for a very, very slight escape. And now it's a 7-0 Lucian with tons of support on the team, looking to just put the team on his back and carry the game.
Well, it's going to be largely up to Altec here. Popelter is trying to be effective. His Void Staff is, of course, done. So the damage output's here with a Death Cap on top of that one. One last item likely to be a Zonia's for Popelter. I think it's more likely than Luden's Echo. We haven't seen it yet today, but it actually fit the bill.
It's actually kind of interesting. Altec with the Quicksilver Sash. Yet I almost feel like a Banshee's Veil would be a better item. He's almost getting one-shot by the Orianna, and it's not like he can stop the Vi from ulting him.
Wow, Porpoise a bit scary though. Almost gonna get some real damage to this one. The shield though makes it a bit difficult. Wow. They burned Mikhail's Crucible to chase down, but Gragas' bot lane pushing in on the base. He is one of the Dragon 5 wearers, by the way. Pobelter looking to play aggressively. TP is coming in, but the one-shot onto Janna already happened. No shockwave needed. Team 8, 5v4, Pobelter going in for the damage. He knows he's going to die for this one, and that is the kill. Now Slushy's got to be afraid. Pops the Zonia's. In goes Porpoise, looks for Altec. Is it going to be enough damage? Looks like the answer is no. Altec gets the kill on back. It's a 4 versus 3 right now, but Altec feels good. Got him. Wow, Calitro's one-shots the poor Lucian. And Avalon now on the way out. Helios will also die. Only Avalon alive versus 4 members of Team 8.
How good is Slushy, though, to start that fight? Finishes off Glebe, saves his ultimate, blows up someone else, and it allows Calitro's to make the highlight play as Altec tries to assassinate him. Avalon also trying his own for it, but that's an 80 carry up with some minions, 1 person defending, and some decently long death timers. Inhibitor goes to teammate.
Dodo dies to buy some time and keep Avalon out of the game, and it will allow them to take down the first inhibitor. Now, Baron is up, and the respawns are 12 seconds away from Karthus, 25 for the jungle and AD carry. Teammate can potentially rush back to that in time before the key respawns, though they are missing their own jungler and support. Maybe it peters out for a bit, but this sort of reset on the map might give WinterFox time to claw something back in.
And we also have to think of the context and the pressure these guys are under. I mean, this is a 5-9 WinterFox team against a 7-7 Team 8 team, really needing these wins for playoffs and to avoid relegation, and they're both trying to make plays. Glebe was trying to get in range to slow Slushy because they knew they needed to finish him down. He gets blown up. At that point, Pobelter is able to work around Calitrolls to get in the middle of the fight, but he as well is taken down by Slushy. It's just craziness. Altec is so powerful that all eyes are on him, and he thinks he's untouchable here since there's no barrel. How could Calitrolls possibly kill him? Well,
that way.
Just like that. Scimitar completed onto Altec, even more damage, but this Baron is actually probably going the way of Team 8.
Well, WinterFox are looking, but Baron will die before they arrive.
Whoa, he's in.
Whoa, Helios comes in, but he's going to drop down almost right away. Lands a one-man stun, dies. Engage for Calitrolls, blows up one, second one falls. It's a 5v2. This is going to be game for Team 8. They wanted to make a statement. It took them 44 minutes, but they are almost certainly going to win the game right now. There's the ult. Altec falls down. Only Pobelter left alive. And now comes the push to take down inhibitor number 2, and most likely the Nexus.
What an unfortunate way for WinterFox to lose this game. They all in a Baron that I feel like they could have been able to defend with their superior team fight, but they play into the skirmish game of Team 8. Helios suicides before the team is ready to follow up on him, and then Team 8 runs them down. Just Pobelter left, not anymore. This is going to be the game free.
Swoosh takes the black shield, out he goes. Zonia's if you have it. All right, no casualties yet for this one. Calitrolls barely lives, actually. But this will be GG. Team 8 improve in the standings. They're currently in the playoffs, and WinterFox have a lot of room to go.
Team 8 with their 8th win of the season, moving themselves above 500. Big congratulations to them because that was a battle. They control 5 dragons. They get 2 barons. By the end of it, they're up in the team fights, but they had to deal with Altec, who was on a mission that game to carry. And they did it. Honestly, Slushy's Orianna and Calitrolls' damage dealer from the top lane. 7-1-3 on Gragas, including some key assassinations throughout the game.
Yeah.
Grand Team 8, that well-earned victory.
And there were still no armor items at all, really, on the front line of Team 8. Azonia's for Calitrolls, that was it. I mean, Altec had the ability to kill anyone he wanted to if he could keep from getting hit. And for 90% of the game, that was the case, but just at the very end there, not enough things that he could dodge. The key assassination you mentioned of Cali Trolls, that was a big deal. Slushy overall, though, looks like the LeBlanc ban not quite enough. LeBlanc and Orianna need to go away from this team if you want teammate to not have that mid lane carry pressure, maybe. Maybe giving him a free farm lane with Karthus, not the right way to go about it either. Belter, not with a good game.
Slushy feels like the last of a dying breed of Orianna players, but he plays it amazingly well. The patience he has with his shockwaves is very, very impressive. He turns himself into an assassin who also has a bunch of utility. You know, when he's getting going on that Ori, out-farmed Pobelter throughout that entire game. And like I said, a very hard-fought victory for Teammate there.
Okay, so Teammate, they're sitting at 8-7. They're tied with Gravity. They're one game ahead of Team Liquid.
Yep.
Again, top 6 for playoffs. They are tied 5th, 6th with Gravity, so the very bottom of that setup right here. Now, the last 3 games for Teammate to play, Cloud9 tomorrow, CLG next week, both very difficult games, and then Gravity themselves in the last game of the season. I mean, that playoff race is very close. Not to mention the fact that Team Liquid, they always have the potential to be amazing and jump right back in and pull that spot down. So it's getting real close to the line, but we're looking at Teammate poised to be a playoff team.
It's going to be really exciting. I mean, the end of the season is kind of sneaking up on us. We're used to the normal LCS length.
Yeah.
You know, 11 weeks, 28 games, everyone playing each other 4 times.
Yeah.
This 18-game season is creating a lot of really close races.
Yeah.
And I also really love the fact that the season is in a little bit of flux now, even from a champion select perspective. I mean, this game we saw Helios on a Sejuani where he did not look very comfortable.
No.
And this is something we talked about even at the beginning of the show. Who's going to be able to adapt and use these things well? Because I know Teammate's been practicing a lot of those tanks, as we saw in that feature from Porpoise.
Sure.
But his Vi in this game, with the combo they had, was what they were comfortable running, and it eventually granted them the victory.
Yeah, I want to see if Winterfox can improve themselves. I have yet to see like the Whimsy and Sejuani run up to the point blank ults. They were all max range desperate ones, and got kited out. So grats, of course, to Teammate. But for now, we're going to send it down to Riv, who's standing by on the red side.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. As always, fantastic cast on the day. I'm joined by Slushy, the man, on LeBlanc, on Orianna, on whoever's about to carry the game for Team 8, and a fantastic job again today. Coming into this game, it was pretty back and forth, but the inventories from you guys said, we're going hard, we're going to buy for damage. Was that kind of the idea from the get-go?
The idea was just to farm it out till 6 and then farm and then take our objective was to take the objectives, and they gave us dragon after dragon. And they also gave us the Baron, which got us very far ahead.
And with Cali Trolls being able to bring out, obviously, Gragas, he's done it before, but what kind of, comfort does that give to you guys? Do you feel all right that he's playing these, and you kind of just sit back and let him have fun?
Honestly, well, we put the champions that Cali wants to try through a trial, and if it works out in scrims, then we can bring it out.
All right, you guys got Cloud9 coming up tomorrow, obviously faltering a little bit, but able to find their ways in some spots. How are you feeling about that matchup?
Cloud9 will definitely be hard, but we'll work to keep our objective strong and catch them.
All right, Slushy, congrats on the win. I do want to give you a second here at your request to honor a recent friend's passing. Please do so.
I have a recent friend that passed away, Justin Toyosato. I just want to give a shout out to him because he's always wanted a shout out from when he was around.
All right, well, I'm sure he's smiling down on you, especially for the win. Congratulations. Best of luck tomorrow. Now we're going to close out today. Throw it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Riv, and I just want to take a moment to let Slushy know that our thoughts are, with him in this time, and we're very sorry to hear that about your friend. But with that win for the team, which was a fabulous one for Team 8, I want to pull up the standings to see how the teams are arranged. And tied for the top spot and setting up tomorrow's battle for first place are rivals CLG and TSM. Now, both teams have secured their playoff spots and are now playing for seeding. Then one game back in third, it's Cloud9. Team Impulse is in fourth place with Gravity and Team 8 sharing fifth. In seventh, it's Team Liquid, and with Team Dignitas and Winterfox tied for eighth. Then in last place, and now locked into auto relegation, we have Team Coast. Now, with this graphic in mind, with the standings as they are, I want to look at the playoff race, particularly as it pertains to the two teams that we just watched, looking at that, anywhere from 8th to 6th place, looking for that playoff berth.
Yeah, so as we saw, Team Liquid is now down. They're kind of on the button here at the 7th place spot where everybody below is looking at them. Dignitas and WinterFox especially. They have games that are just coming up next week. They're actually both playing each other, or playing Team Liquid. So those games are going to be very, very important for all teams involved.
Right, they're going to be huge 2-game swings if they manage to take a game off of Team Liquid. And then for Team 8, now they only share that tie with Gravity, right?
Yep.
So in a sense, you've gotten rid of one of the contenders. I mean, there's still the possibility that Liquid pops back up into that group, but that knowing that you've at least lessened that kind of chase pack into the playoff challenge is got to feel good for them. But it's not going to be an easy road with the matchups that they have coming up.
Yeah, they do have Cloud9, CLG, and then Gravity themselves, right? But then Gravity have Dignitas, Cloud9, and Team 8. So they're both playing Cloud9 and each other. It's just one is playing CLG, the other one's playing Dignitas. Dignitas, though, they did actually show a lot of showings today that they can come together as a team if a Zingy is initiating. And with tank junglers back in the meta, I think he has a lot more tools to do that, right? Because he loved things like Fiddlesticks, where he's like, I can jump in and start a fight. He was playing Vi, which he was comfortable on, jump the fight, right? That, I think, is really good for them. So there's a lot of things that can happen here in these last 3 games to jumble up the standings, and I think we're going to see even more upsets.
Yeah, and we saw how close the games between these teams that are right next to each other in the standings can be. That last game especially, it's going to be a rough road for all these teams that are down in the sort of bottom quadrant. But some good things for Team 8 they can look forward to. Kali Trolls finally is a huge player on the team. We were looking for it all season for him to carry, and he had some really big plays with that Gragas.
Yeah, and also just their jungler built full tank right after. He's like, all right, I'm going to get a Warmogs. I'm just going to be this tank initiator. Kali, you build full damage and pop some kids. And he did it.
Right, and then for WinterFox, though, just not quite looking themselves. They've had a number of roster shakeups, right, and things like that. So they're back to the original, back to what they had at the beginning of the split, but it didn't pan out in their favor. And as they mentioned, trying to make those adjustments into the jungle and Helios not finding success on that Sejuani.
Yeah, you say, they're back at the old roster, but they didn't go back to the old champions. The old champions were the hard engage on both Avalon and Helios. The Lulu for Avalon, they spent a lot of time camping it. They felt really worried about him, I felt like. And then even though there is hard engage on Helios, as they said multiple times, it didn't look like he was comfortable with the Sejuani ultimate and wasn't able to land very many Sejuani ultimates. So maybe more point and click and some extra follow-up from Avalon.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Well, anything can change. There's still a lot of room for that, those standings to shake up in the next few days. Of course, anything can change with our games tomorrow. We got 5 of them, starting with Team Dignitas versus Gravity. Then it's the big one, our rematch of the El Clasico Team Solo Mid versus Counter Logic Gaming, with first place hanging in the balance. And we'll conclude Week 8 with Coast versus Team Liquid. Now for myself, the casters, and the entire broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
This is a huge game for Coast, needless to say. Loss means the team is locked into auto-relegation. A win means they live to fight another day. Teleports at the same time. Either are stopped, so we're gonna get a good one. The Battle Royale, the bottom lane. Impact's gonna get blown away on that one. Was it Heaven saving him? The turnaround, one last shot. How deep is Apollo gonna go? And it is going to be Impulse taking down Coast. Death charge onto Piglet. It is going to be a deep dive for him. Dominate, making sure that he's healed on the back line. Cloud9 take down Team Liquid. Very risky play by TSM. Santorin is at half HP. Bjergsen down as soon as he comes back. That's going to be the lockdown. Double kill for Cobb. Gravity with a fantastic matchup versus Team Solo Mid up Katowice. Come up with a win.
Yeah? Are you Cobb?
Someone asked if he was Cobb?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, yo, you're high, right? And that's Cop?
I was like,
yeah,
we're done here. Cobb's there.
Jake, how many times do you burp in a day?
Especially into your mic.
Dude. Here comes Zion on the juke back. He's going to dodge the Q. Shift through the outplay. He's going to get away from Zion's fire. And yes, he does. The minion throw.
Tower. End the game. Charming? Wait, we might have to fight. No, end the game. End the game. Nice.
wins the game. CLG in 37 minutes. Shields come in time to keep him alive a few more seconds. Double kill from Requiem. It's a 4 versus 3 right now, but all that feels good. Wow, Cali trolls. GG, Team 8 improve in the standings.